Okay. Oh boy, I just heard myself talk. Okay, I'm gonna go tell them we can go ahead and get started. All right. Everybody listening, welcome, good morning or afternoon to the Ball universe. I'm Cookie, joined by Matthias. We got some Ball action coming at you from the Players League. It should be starting any second now. I guess the Broadcaster League, but technicalities. Tyler and Jaden, the 10 and 7 seeds, will face off now. The winner will face me in just a couple hours at 6 o'clock. And we'll see our first quarterfinal matchup between Big Fund and Jake Zimmer coming up right after this.
So I ask, is this a little bit of bias for you? Because I know you said that you're going to play the winner of this game.
Yeah, I am biased towards I want the loser to win.
Well, I was taking a look at your roster before the game, and obviously everyone's roster is going to be pretty stacked. I really like what I saw on yours. There's a reason you're the number 2 seed. Is there a team out of either of these two that you would rather play against?
I don't know. That's something I'm kind of excited to watch and call this one to maybe figure that out to see who maybe I do want to play, because I haven't really seen either of these guys play before. Obviously, Tyler has a really lefty-heavy lineup that could play to my advantage if I want to start a lefty on the mound. Jaden's lineup's maybe a bit more balanced, so I don't know. Really, it's going to come down to whoever plays worse in this one and loses is probably the one I'd prefer to face, because it thinks they'd probably be easier. But I don't know. We'll have to see here. It looks like we'll be at Citi Field today as the Fort Myers Frogs will face the Brooklyn Bulldogs.
And something that's interesting to note, if we're playing at Citi Field, I believe it's Jaden. Yeah, Jaden has a home run derby, Yoenis Cespedes, who actually won the derby at Citi Field one of the years. So that might play to his advantage a little bit.
That's kind of a cool fun fact there. But it is I believe we are looking from Tyler's point of view right now as he strikes out on 4 pitches with Derek Anderson brings in Anthony Rendon.
It's a lot different, these two teams. You look at Tyler's team, a lot more modern, and then you can't get a lot older than Catfish Hunter on the mound.
Yeah, Catfish Hunter. I didn't even know Catfish existed until I saw this card pop up in Diamond Dynasty last year. But what a fun name that is!
Oh, I think that's my favorite name of a baseball player. Honestly, I don't know if it really gets much better than that.
Yeah, there's not many that beat that. I gotta give props to Coco Crisp. He was one of my favorites growing up. But that Catfish Hunter's way up there too. Another strikeout for Jaden, and that brings in Luis Gonzalez, the home run derby card in center today.
The big thing with Catfish Hunter too is not only was he picked up a Cy Young at one point, obviously a Hall of Famer, but the handlebar mustache, that's his calling card.
Yeah, that's a nice mustache too. Hard to see it where we're at right now, but we'll see if we get a close-up later in the game. Slider inside a jam job, so a 3-strikeout inning for Jaden, and Tyler's going to try and fool him the same exact way as we head now to the bottom of the first. We got face of the franchise, Eric Davis in center leading things off.
0-1.
I don't think it's a particularly hot take. Obviously, it comes down to who's better at the game. We're used to seeing ML Bot Ball just be random from the computer, but I think if I had to give someone the advantage, it'd be the 7th seed Jaden Becker.
It is worth noting that I know you don't know this, Matthias, but for any viewers listening in, just realized while I was quiet, my little mic joint thing was up. Sorry, Sledgehammer. What was I saying? Our seeding was based off a number of games the players have called, so it's actually not really balanced off teams at all. That's why Duggo's the 1 seed, even though Duggo's probably not the best. Jaden probably has one of the better teams competing, and he is our 7 seed. Tyler's probably well up there too, our 10 seed, so this is going to be one of our better matchups, I think.
It doesn't matter what the seeding actually comes down to. Also, 7-10 matchup in any tournament that you play is always ripe for some upsets and usually close games. And we see that always in March Madness.
Yeah, there's 8, 9, 7, 10s, even your 6-11s can really bring you a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. It's a really dangerous part of the order too for Jaden. Wade Boggs on first now with the walk, and Cal Ripken Jr. does not make it a lot easier.
0-1 for count.
Yeah, Cal Ripken at the plate. One thing I'm watching is that PCI placement from Jaden, because if I had to guess, he's probably the slight favorite right now. It seems like he likes to start up and in, and he's going to hit a high fly ball deep off the wall out there in right field, and we got some confusion on the base paths. Looks like it'll end up getting an out at third base on a base running error there. And that's one thing we're going to see too with these DB squads is base running gaps galore. When the AI's playing them in normal bat ball, usually they do a pretty good job of squaring that stuff up, but definitely seeing it here today, and we got another ball in the gap, and that's going to bring in our first run of ball.
Yeah, a lot of power on this team for Jaden. Cal Ripken Jr., the Hall of Famer, then Home Run Derby Robinson Cano, and then Yoenis Cespedes.
Yeah, lots of Home Run Derby cards for Jaden on this squad, and those cards are juiced with a lot of power too, so wouldn't be surprised to see a ball get out of here in a hurry. Nice changeup from Snell. Brings it to a 1-2 count. And we'll end the inning here. Cespedes will strike out. See if Tyler can respond. Catfish back out there. 4, 5, 6. You got Murphy, Yelich, and Rizzo. And we're going to see a double to start things from Murphy, just like that. He's going 3, actually.
Oh, no.
This is hideous.
I thought Murphy actually had a chance to go back to second at one point there.
Yeah, it seemed like he had a chance to get back to second safe, but just a little bit too jumpy. So, you hate to see it, but
0-2 is the count.
A pretty slow start for Tyler, too. You can't really afford to leave any base runners out there. Dan Murphy will do whatever he can out in Citi Field. He's notorious for being successful with the Mets and then with the Nationals against the Mets.
Yeah, we see Christian Yelich loop that one into left center. So, yeah, I mean, if there's anything Tyler can take away from that Murphy double, though, it's, you made contact, now you got 2 straight hits, granted one turned into an out. This will be a double play ball, but hey, at least you're in the hit column now, you got something going.
Yeah, you got to start building momentum whenever you can, especially against this scary lineup already trailing 1-0. I mean, you're already fighting an uphill.
So now Jaden will look to build on that lead. Snell's already up to 26 pitches, but he's got the 0-2 count to face of the franchise Don Mattingly, face of the franchise Evans, and I believe that Silver Slugger Joe Torre to follow. Actually, I think that's a Sig Series Joe. Mattingly. Oh, I thought that was strike 3. I wasn't paying attention. It's 1-2. Chases that fastball up and outside. Now he'll go down.
That'll be strike 3. You're just a little early. It's okay.
Oh, that pitch is up.
Dwight Evans, not the prettiest batting average, 111, takes a curve.
I got 2
Whenever
ones
you have
count.
these face of the franchise guys, and you can rely on them to get anything done. He has there are 4 of them in the lineup from Jaden, so he definitely has that advantage. Again, it's basically a modern versus old game
Count
here.
is full.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, there's really not anyone outside of the 2000s you see on Tyler's team. And yeah, a lot of those old names for Jaden, like you said, and Evans just one of them up there with Mattingly, Boggs, Davis. The guy up the plate right now, Joe Torre. I hope I say that last
Ball 1,
name.
no strike.
Yeah, Joe Torre. I mean, you can honestly, even with Jaden's team, you're starting to make a pretty nice looking managerial team in Don Mattingly and Joe Torre as well.
Maybe that says you think we see
The count
Robinson
is 1-2.
Cano, Yoenis Cespedes maybe become manager someday?
God, I would think not, honestly. I don't think from either of their sake. I think Yoenis Cespedes is ready to just retire and go on a ranch when his playing days are done.
Break his foot every other day.
And if you don't have a contract signed, you can do whatever you want in
0-1
my
the
book.
count.
Well, Jaden goes down 1, 2, 3. Tyler's up there now. And, one thing that's jumping out to me, I think, is their plate discipline. It seems like these guys are both they're chasing out of the zone a little bit.
Count 1-0.
And it's hard. You see the pitch marker briefly. You think you know where it's going to go. It is hard to predict, though. And you guess a pitch and you can knock it out. And speaking from experience as someone who is never very good at baseball video games, it is hard to have discipline.
It's definitely got to be one of the hardest things. It's definitely the thing I think I struggle with the most, too. We'll see a base hit to get things going here in the top of the 3rd. So, hey, Tyler's really been bouncing back since that rough first inning, going down 1, 2, 3 on strikes.
Yeah, I mean, you take away that base running gap he had over at second with Daniel Murphy, and things are looking pretty good for him. And the pitching has certainly picked up and got through the bottom part of Jaden's order, no problem.
Outside.
Now a 1-1 count. We still do see Jaden getting some of those Ks.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Really a lot of bad check swings out of Tyler's side with Duffy. And a deep fly ball to center going to be caught by, I believe that was Eric Davis. So we're in the bottom of the 3rd now. And now that we're in the bottom of the third, we're going to bring in Jaden Becker. Jaden, how are you doing?
I'm a little mad right now. I messed up a couple opportunities in the first inning. I should be up by a lot more. I'm getting the ball pretty hard hit. So I know I'm winning, but 1-0 doesn't mean much, and I'll be the show.
Yeah, only up by 1, and it seems like Tyler's starting to maybe pick you up a little bit better on the pitching side. You had a nice, clean first inning, but he's started to bring some guys, on base in the last couple.
Yeah, he's definitely done a good job recognizing the pitches, and I'll give him credit. He's making good contact, but Catfish is going to pick it up in the coming innings.
Catfish the 2-2. It's going to be a strikeout. So Snell's looking nice. Tyler's hopped up here too. Tyler, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, Cookie. This has been a great contest so far. Jaden poured on a nice hit, courtesy of Cal Ripken, and that's just kind of been a slow part for Blake to get working, but I think hopefully he'll find his comfort zone. But gotta get the job.
Find what? Find what? What are you finding? I think you lost it.
No,
Ryan deep, and that's a home run off the bat of somebody.
Eric Davis.
Eric Davis, there we go. The center fielder made the catch there in the last inning and hits one out here. Yeah, that's going to go ahead and give Jaden the 2-0 lead. And Tyler, I got to ask you while you're in here, Daniel Murphy back in the second inning. What happened?
Okay, so basically, I accidentally, I'm not saying this to make an excuse. I was losing my controller, okay? And it's about to fall on my computer that's right below me. So I try and sit it, I put it on the top, and I click L1, and that is the full truth of what went down there. But I probably would have had a run.
Counted 3-1.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That kind of, really was a rally killer. At least, hopefully, it gives you a little bit of confidence going forward. But
I think he's lacking confidence right now.
I don't know if I had that right, or I don't know if Blake Snell has that right.
yeah,
This top of the lineup. I think that's the most dangerous part for Jaden. I mean, you go in Hall of Famers back to back to back to even start, and then you have back-to-back home run derby champions.
Yeah, listen, you got to make sure you have the good players in your lineup. You're obviously a little bit restricted,
2 balls,
but
1 strike, the count.
still got to make sure you got your guys.
I guess you're right.
This one's going to be caught by Yelich, holds the runner at first. There's going to be 2 down now. Snell definitely not pitching the most efficient. About to throw pitch number 60. It's a slider for a strike. And well, I think that sigh, a little bit ahead of our video, tells the story. A fly out to center is going to end the inning. But another run for Jaden gives a little bit of hope. And Jaden, Tyler, I think we'll keep you guys around for the top of the 4th before we send you guys back to the Tourney Player Voice channel. And of course, everyone watching, we encourage you, if you want to listen to these guys play, head out to that voice channel. You can listen to them chirp and talk live. If you find me and Matthias dreadfully boring or anything of that nature.
Oh my! Tell me how you really feel.
Hey, Matthias is one of the sexiest guys I know. 100%. Definitely, that's
Jaden.
a fact right there.
Jaden, you're too kind, man.
Boy, you gotta see him. Had the stash rocking, looking nice, looking like some of the guys I got in the game right now. So
No, I had
I'm
no
not pissed
Catfish
around.
Hunter going. Come on, man. I tried to get a little handlebar, but Catfish has one of Hall of Fame quality out there.
that's for sure. As he's just been so dominant for me, and
I got the
I
count.
love what he's doing.
He's got the stash. He's got.
You have Raleigh Fingers too. He had a nice dash, right?
Yeah, you got the handlebar. That was one of the originators.
Yeah. I remember
Teammate.
getting into baseball like around 06, 07, and before my brother really bowed out of the sports world, he was telling me about Raleigh Fingers and Catfish Hunter, these 2 guys who I guess were a catalyst for me to go for the mustache.
I just shaved all of my stuff off. You look at my Instagram, give it a like.
Nice shot. 1-2. Looks like it's going to be fouled off. So we'll see Murphy stay alive. Hit that double his last time before the base running gap. He's going to ground this one first base. Oh, what a flip. That'll do it.
Donnie.
So 2-0 Brooklyn leads Fort Myers as we head to the bottom of the fourth. Jaden Tyler, thanks for joining us. I look forward to watching the rest of this game.
For sure, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
A lot of hometown guys here in this game. We already talked about Daniel Murphy, Gary Sanchez, of course, playing for the Yankees, but same town. Robinson Cano, Cespedes, now both teammates playing at this park. It's been an interesting game so far. Both pitchers are really trying to pick on the lower part of the plate. No one really pulling ahead, even though Jaden's leading 2-0. Tyler is very much in this game.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, definitely. It's, a bloop and a blast, all it's going to take to tie it up. Cespedes is going to ground one into the shift. Throw on to first will be in time.
I think I just saw Cespedes' speed around 65, I believe it was. I mean, that seems like an eternity ago. If we're doing it's a home run derby, Yoenis Cespedes. It's around 2013-14. I think that's when he went back-to-back. That seems like an eternity ago when he was on the A's. He's a completely different player now.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, he had a nice season split between Detroit and the Mets in 15, but after that, he had a somewhat nice 16, and then it's just been injuries the last 3 years for Yoenis. Quite been able to be the same guy.
I am interested to see what he can do if the Mets choose to mainly put him in the DH. I think that's what most of us think are going to happen. The Mets have a lot of interesting pieces that could be inserted there. Yoenis Cespedes, he can produce something. Big piece for this Mets.
High deep drive going to be caught, so you can bet Jaden's going to be upset he didn't get all of that one. Who's still up by 2 though? Yelich, Rizzo, and Sanchez coming up for Tyler as he looks to chip into the 2-run deficit here in the top of the 5th inning.
0-1.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm really interested to see is how we see these DHs used in the National League, since a lot of these teams don't exactly have someone in the offseason they had intended to put in that role.
Yeah, I think at this point we had figured it was gonna be implemented sooner rather than later. But Cespedes, Dom Smith, those are a couple guys that can be used for the Mets and really add versatility to a lineup that, if everyone produces, be a pretty good one.
See a strikeout, Rizzo. Yeah, I'm excited to see how those Mets do. Obviously, it's a tough division at NL East with Atlanta and Washington, and I mean, you can't really sleep on the Phillies either. But I mean, they have a chance to do something like that.
Well, the interesting thing is going to be now with obviously the shortened schedule. These teams have to play other teams in the East, so you think that you also have to face nice throw over at first. You have to face the pitching staff of the Rays, too. You're going to have to face Garrett Cole with the Yankees now. James Paxton had a tremendous end to last season. There's a lot of talented pitching out there in the East Coast.
Yeah, you can definitely say that again. And oh boy, this one's going to be given a ride deep to left field, and there's no rub in that one. It's a home run for, I believe that's Dwight Evans.
No, I believe that was Joe Torre that just smacked it in.
Oh, there we go, Joe Torre. Again, I do not pay attention, unlike I should.
Well, that's big for Jaden too, because he is just toying with him now.
We're gonna see the replay here. The ball is
I have a choice, so I'm going to have a word with Mr. Becker. You can't do that to someone. This is disrespectful to play a home run back and show him how far it went. Oh,
Third
man.
row. Shohei Ohtani is going to come into pitch now. Well, is he?
I believe so. Yeah, he's on the mound. A little surprising that he's going to come in and face Catfish Hunter, who's going to be due up first. But this is huge for Jaden because now you have Joe
Hey,
Torre who
Cook-
just smacked one.
Hey, Cookie, we just want to clarify: is putting in a starter, is that against the rule in the first round?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna have to make a move.
Is it legal? Illegal? What's the rule?
It's not legal. It
It's
is not
not
legal.
It's not legal. It's not
Hey,
legal.
So
Jaden.
I have to face a batter, Jaden.
Well,
So
you're
I'm
going to
just
have to face 3 batters because of the 3 batter minimum.
the 3 batter minimum. Ooh.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna let it slide this one time, given the score, but I'll let it rock. Next inning, got to be someone else though. That's for sure.
Okay, that sounds good. I got
All right?
Kerry
I'm
Wood
gonna
warming
let
up
this
in the
rock.
pen.
I'm gonna let
All
this
right.
rock.
Kerry Wood warming up in
Jaden.
the pen.
Yeah.
Jaden, you have bad juju coming your way, dude. You threw the replay up on a home run. That is
Well,
disrespectful.
I did it for you guys. I did it for you guys. You know, I'm bringing out my producer skills, and I want to make
Oh
sure
my
you guys had a good
God.
shot. So I did it for you guys. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Matthias.
No problem. A bit of controversy in this first game now, I see.
Yeah, so Shohei Ohtani going to. That's why I was kind of tripping up because that was against the rules. I'm like, Shohei's
Mhm.
not a reliever, is he?
Well, I believe in the he was a reliever in the ball season for a little bit, if I'm not mistaken.
In ball, but his Diamond Dynasty card is a starter, so it's no, it's not exactly a legal move, but Jaden's okay with it. I personally was going to propose he was going to have to walk the bases loaded to get those 3 batters out of the way. That was going to be my approach to it. But, I mean,
I think Tyler would just combust if he had to have the bases loaded with nobody out for Cal Ripken Jr.
instead he has a nice 1, 2, 3 innings. So I mean, maybe Jaden running his mouth a bit could come back to haunt him. Would have been a big opportunity there if I was the judge, but.
And a little unlucky, too, because Ohtani would be hitting right now, and obviously he has to take him out because that was the agreement, but Ohtani could rip the ball pretty well. I'm not sure who's coming in to pinch hit for him.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a guess. It's going to be Curtis Granderson, the lefty.
Another hometown guy.
Granderson was a long-time Tiger. I used to love his time in Detroit.
1-1.
I think
Well, he just retired last year, I think, or 2 years ago.
That's what I was about to say. I'm pretty sure it was his retirement year last year. So props to him for a long career. I gotta think he has a good chance to be a really good coach someday as well.
And he's just a great guy. I mean, you've never heard anything bad about him. I'm a Mets fan, and Curtis was only with us for a couple of seasons, but he very quickly became a fan favorite. He was great on the field, and he was always a great leader off of it.
Yeah, a great leader in the clubhouse, a great player on the field, and in the community too. I mean, the impact this guy has wherever he goes, no matter how long he stayed there, he really found a way to make an impact. And it's just one of the great things about Curtis Granderson that, the game needs more guys like him.
Absolutely. I mean, there are certain players that you just can't hate if you're a fan of baseball, and he is most certainly one of them. Catfish is just whipping this ball around. He is picking on the outside parts of the plate and low. Yeah, that's a strike.
Lots of those are blown check swings. I gotta think, from my experience playing the game, to have your check swings called out so much like that, I gotta think Tyler is sitting power swing, because a lot of times on the power swing they'll call those checks a lot more. I typically go for the the normal swing, pressing the X button. But
Now it's 1
I
and 0.
mean,
No, I agree with that. That was something that when I was learning how to play the show, that was not disclosed to me. So I was wondering why I was check swinging every time I tried to swing the bat. Maybe more of a contact swing incoming. Speaking of power swings, though,
oh yeah, power swing off the bat of Cal Ripken. That's just a line drive that carried out, and we'll see how many replays we get from Jaden on this one as he now leads by 4.
well, I don't think he wants any more bad juju coming his way. Kerry Wood getting chased the first batter he faced, and imagine if the rule had been implemented that the bases had to be all loaded up to get Shohei Ohtani out of there. And imagine Cal Ripken went yard. This one is starting to get a little bit away from Tyler at this point.
Ball inside.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looked like there were some glimmers of hope in the second and third, but since then it's just kind of fallen, not really off the rails, but I mean, the offense just still hasn't been able to get going, and you know, there haven't been really any big rallies from Jaden, but those solo shots just keep on coming.
Yeah, at this point, Tyler's just struggling to put runners on the bases. That is the fundamental rule in baseball. You have a comeback, you just got to get people on the bags and start hitting them in from there. Maybe 1 or 2 runs an inning, and he just can't get anything together right now.
You got a full count. 3-2.
He's gotten the full count now to Robinson Cano. Cespedes to follow, and that's going to go through. Feel it. But, yeah. Pretty clearly held up. That brings in Yoenis Cespedes.
With a nice looking breaking ball inside, too. Good job to hold up on that one.
Yeah, could have broken a bat if he made contact. But, nice hold up, and then a single from Yoenis. Brings it to 2 on, nobody out. Man, he's really missing Ohtani on the mound now.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, Ohtani looked good when he came in. Of course, Jaden's good graces allowed him to stay in, and this could be trouble.
High and deep, but that's going to be caught in right field. They're going to tag, send that runner to third. A throw to third base, going to be offline. Probably a little bit late, too, anyway. So that'll change it to on the corners for Dwight Evans with 1 away. Double play in order. It's blocked by the catcher Sanchez.
And it's a missed opportunity over there at first from Cespedes. He's got 69 speed, moves pretty well on the bags, and if he could have taken second, he at least takes away the double play opportunity.
2 strikes.
It's 1 and 2. For those of you just now tuning in, we got quarterfinal action the rest of the day today, in addition to the All-Star game. So coming up after this, we'll see Big Fund and Jake Zimmer square off in our first semifinal match, and that'll be followed by what's looking like Jaden facing me at approximately 6 Eastern time.
So what's the scouting report you think on Jaden at this point? The pitching and the hitting has all been fantastic.
Well, the scouting report on Tyler right here is a misplay in the left. Runner goes first to third, but it's only going to be a 1 RBI single. So we now see the pitcher Catfish Hunter up, and hopefully this is his opportunity to work out of the jam. But you know, I haven't looked too closely to the pitching, but it definitely looks like he starts by sitting on the fastball up and in, which, you know, usually I like to throw it in there. You know, I like to try and get those jam jobs, but, you know, maybe I'm going to have to adjust to that a little bit, tack more away, tack more down in the zone, or just make sure I really get it up and in out of the zone if I do go up there.
It's looked like both pitchers have had success with the breaking stuff down low. Of course, you have to be careful not to hang that one in the bottom part of the zone. As I say that, the changeup low.
He's definitely throwing a lot of pitches in the dirt, and Tyler's chasing.
Count
And
one
those
and two.
pitches look nasty too, so it's hard to blame him. But that's going to definitely be a thing for me. 'Cause I'm going to have to try and stay patient and really make sure I'm tracking. Is that going to be in their zone or is it not?
I think we've both established this too. Much more contact swing approach than power swing. I think that's really important. Jaden's bullpen isn't bad, but you really want to chase him before he gets out to Raleigh Fingers, his closer. I mean, Raleigh Fingers is a Hall of Famer for a reason, and not just because of the mustache.
It's going to be 2 outs now in the 7th, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Fingers go, 2 innings if he had to. So you really do want to try and knock Catfish out, so that way you can hopefully knock Fingers out. But yeah, like you said, not the strongest bullpen. It's not particularly weak, but it's going to be a lot weaker than this Catfish Hunter card, definitely. So you want to try and knock him out of the game. But that pitch count, I mean, we're only at 76 through almost 7, so he could go the distance.
Yeah, ideally against Catfish, you want to get him out there maybe in the 5th inning. He's got Adam Ottavino and Sean Doolittle, even just for setup. So there are good names there, but it could be better. And you want to get Catfish out there as quickly as possible.
Rob Mann and Sean Doolittle will indeed be the 2 up and warming. You'll see Dennis Eckersley, Raleigh Fingers, the 2 best arms in that bullpen, perhaps come in later on today if needed. Amir Garrett's going to come in to pitch the bottom of the 7th for Tyler, and he'll start strike 1 to Eric Davis, top of the order.
What do you think is the best part of your team? You have a really solid team up and down the card. Your bullpen is really solid too.
Yeah, that's I gotta say, I think my strength is probably going to be my starting pitching. I'm just definitely, like you said, that's a strong bullpen I got too. And I'm going to have to know today in a winner-take-all thing, I got to be able to lead on that bullpen. It's something I do a lot, is I'll leave that starter in just a batter or two too long. Because I'm just a traditionalist. I like seeing my starters go 9, but today I can't wait once I think they're starting to pick up that starter. When we got that strong bullpen we can rely on, and I mean that lineup's not too shabby as well. Definitely a couple nice new cards I got in there too. Matt Kemp and Robinson Cano. It could really give this team a little bit of oomph.
Yeah, this is a very good lineup, up and down. I'm looking at Ken Griffey Jr. in that 3 spot and Chipper Jones.
Those 2 of my favorites right there.
Jimmy Rollins leading off, I'm assuming, is who Rollins is.
Yes. Phillies legend, Jimmy
This is
Rollins.
like a Mets nightmare lineup right now. Who's your starting pitcher? Because I don't see one here.
Well, that depends. I'm thinking we're going to go with Oral Hershiser, the face of the franchise card from the Dodgers. That assumes Jaden holds out to win. If Tyler wins, his card's a lot more lefty heavy. I'd go with Hal Newhouser, the signature series version of that card. But, not looking like I'm going to need to pull him out today. He might get the start in the semifinals should I advance.
I don't think so. The next game coming up, too, Big Fund and Jake Zimmer, is an interesting one. Basically the same thing we're seeing here in terms of Big Fund got an older team. I mean, Holiness Wagner's leading off, and then Jake Zimmer does not have an old team. I think the oldest one I see here is King Griffey, who's from the Show 17 card. Oh, we got Jose Abreu in there as well.
Yeah, definitely going to be fun to see that matchup. It'll be... Well, if you want to stick around with TS, I'm sure we'd love to have you on the call. I think Special will join you for that one, as I'm going to hop off and try and get myself warmed up for my matchup at 6.
Yeah, you got to start doing finger exercises.
1-1.
I'm excited for that one. I think that's going to be our game of the day here because we can see Jaden appears to be quite good at this game. He probably has gotten a lot of practice over the last couple months, and he has a stacked team.
Well, he's just carving it up. Tyler, it's still those fastballs down that really seem to be getting him. Really needs to work on that plate discipline. I think that will definitely take him to the best level because he has the cards, he has the talent to square those balls up. I think it's just chasing those out of the zone. It's letting Jaden get to the point. He feels like he doesn't even have to go in the zone. He can just throw him out of the zone and get the strikes, and not even have to worry about getting thrown or getting hurt.
And right on cue. I mean, the slider inside has been a big pitch too. He's been relying heavily on the off-speed stuff, and when you're working with a lead like that, you can be as cautious as you want if the hitters just have no idea what's coming at you. I mean, this is just a total domination today.
Pop out. Third base side, caught.
Ball one, no strike.
I'm going to fly out to center. I don't know who flew out to who, because I kind of in a bit of a daze, but we're through 8. And it's going to be the last chance now for Tyler with the bat.
You're allowed to be in a daze. You're in full warm-up mode. You got to get those. You got to get those Beats headphones in. Yes, just like that picture of LeBron James before the 3-1 comeback, where he just has his headphones in and the sunglasses on inside. You got to get locked in and loaded. Quite a challenge ahead of you.
I gotta play my favorite song, JD Martinez's walk-up song, "Hustlin'" by Rick Ross.
Okay, you can never go wrong with Rick Ross.
JD Martinez, my favorite guy. We'll see him probably pinch it off the bench in that game. Guess we'll see a base hit here. So hey, let's not count Tyler out.
He's going.
Well, he's got a runner on first. He's been struggling with that all game long. It's really just been the Achilles heel. He just hasn't been able to put runners on.
Locked up on a curveball, strike 3 called.
That is a nice pitch to go to. I mean, look at this. Catfish Hunter just whipping him out there. He has been unhittable.
Defensive indifference lets that runner take second. Races the possibility of the double play, but that runner doesn't mean much at the end of the day. We'll see a strikeout here, but yeah, we need to see 5 across to send this one to the bottom of the 9th. Not looking like that's going to happen. Strike 1 on the fastball inside, a swing and a miss. Strike 2 on the slider inside, a swing and a miss. And here we go. Switch it up, go away. So check the swing, and hey, finally a holdup.
It would have been very satisfying to see the last pitch be pitched 100, but we'll settle for 101.
Number 101, and the throw down to first in time. So Catfish Hunter spins a complete game shutout as Team Jaden beats Tyler Danberg 5-0 here at Citi Field, and we'll see Jaden face me in just a couple hours. A special joins the booth now as we get ready for the quarterfinal action with Big Fund and Jake coming up to just a few minutes.
Yeah, that should be fun. It also looks like we are joined by the players in the booth right now. Jaden Becker, Tyler Danberg, coming out of a one-sided affair. But to be fair, it wasn't. I don't want to discredit Tyler. He was playing really well. Just Jaden was the better team today.
Yeah, let's start, I guess, with Jaden. Big victory just now. What do you got to say?
I told you guys before in the exhibition game, I tell you guys now, I'm the best team in this league and no one's going to touch me. Cookie, you're next.
Nice and
Cookie,
humble,
you're next. Cookie, you're next. I'm coming for your throat. You better be ready.
I will be sure my players are wearing extra protective helmets that cover their throats. Definitely a nice one here. Tyler, what do you got to say? I mean, it's not like you played bad today, but you couldn't get that rally going.
I got one word for you guys: disaster. Base running, an issue. When I got Daniel Murphy, let's just say that we're gonna have a night. We're not gonna have a very flattering conversation when I get back to the clubhouse. It's not gonna be pretty for D Murph. He's not the MVP in this game like he was in the 15 NLCS. But I got to give credit to Jaden, fierce competitor. He definitely looked like he's one of the best in the league, and I'm looking forward to what he's able to do against you, Cookie. That's going to be a great matchup. But man, we cannot hit Catfish Hunter. That X button, not friendly for us.
Oh, so it was the X button. It wasn't the power swing. We were wondering about that.
Oh, it's just pure. We're going pure contact. Pure contact for everybody except J-Roll. J-Roll's going full power, and he got a hit with it.
Well, I gotta say, for Daniel Murphy's sake and for the sake of Tyler Danberg's clubhouse, we gotta maybe warn the Gatorade coolers out there. And Jaden, if you're looking for a little bit of a hint how you can stop Cookie, I heard he's not the biggest fan of pizza, so maybe bring some of that to your game, and that'll.
Not the biggest fan of pizza, you said?
I don't understand it. No one else here on Botball understands it, but Cookie is not a big pizza guy.
Cookie, I'm from Queens, New York, man. The home of pizza, bro. How are you gonna indulge? I know I need to bring you over to the Five Boroughs, take you to DeFara's, maybe bring you around, bring you to Scars, give me LMB. There's a couple great places, and maybe show you around.
Talk to him, baby. Don't sleep on that. Don't sleep on that Long Island slice either. Come on now.
It's all right. Long Island's okay, but you know what I'm talking about. Taking the Danny's over there in what's it called? Kew Gardens. There's a couple great places. So Cookie, after you get this whooping, maybe I'll hook you up with a slice or two.
I gotta say, he already lives in a pizza metropolis. I'm not necessarily saying it's the best in the world, but Detroit style pizza, don't sleep on that either.
Oh, stop that!
Stop it!
I'm not trying to compare it to New York style. I've had both, and I do like my New York style, but I'm just saying, don't sleep on the Detroit style pizza. Okay, it's you gotta try it locally. You gotta maybe Green Lantern. That's probably one of my favorites. But, everyone talks about Chicago style, New York style. No one, cares about Detroit style.
Well, Chicago style is a casserole.
Does anybody know about Cleveland style?
That exists?
No, it doesn't. It's basically just gluten-free crust burnt to a crisp.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Chicago style, and ask anybody on Botball, that's a casserole, that's not a pizza. And Detroit style, that's just bread with pizza toppings on it. Pizza, you can only find that in the Five Boroughs.
I didn't know Detroit style was a thing. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys.
Yeah, no, Detroit style, it's got like a, very thick deep dish crust. It's like the opposite of Chicago style. That's kind of more like flaky and buttery. This is a very crunchy pizza. Like, I don't want to say crunchy. It's not like a chip, but like, you got to come and try it, okay? Probably the worst example ever is the only one that's like available nationwide, but like the Little Caesars deep dish pizza, it's very loosely kind of related to that. But I mean, obviously, don't.
That does not bode well with you. That does not bode well with you. I'm just gonna say it.
But what I'm gonna say is like you're not gonna judge New York style pizza based off Sparrows, like. That's what it is with Detroit style. That's the only thing I can think of that's like nationwide available.
You made your point. You made your point there. That's for sure. I'm not going to judge it out.
That's for sure.
Pizza talk aside here, we got to get to Big Fund and Jake here in just a second. So I want to ask Jaden one last question. Obviously, you have to face, the number 2 seed, one of the best players in all the nation and all Botball, Cookie, in the next round in just an hour. Is there anything you want to call him out on? Anything you want to say? Anything you're particularly excited to face, scared to face with that squad?
Well, first, I don't know where you got your notes from. It must be wrong. You must have looked on the wrong Wikipedia page because he is not the best anywhere close in Botball. That designation goes to myself. Of course, it's going to be a quick turnaround. It might be a little bit of a struggle, but hey, the winners win, and I'm going to come out there and I'm going to win, and I'm a gamer. So listen, you call me out. You say, hey, I'm coming up next. I had to fix my schedule. I was supposed to play this game yesterday. You know what? Whatever. I don't really care. I'm going to come out here, 6 o'clock, be here. I want to see Jay's in the Twitch chat, supporting your brother. All right? And Cookie's going down.
I just want to send my good luck to Jaden. I hope you give Cookie a nice little game. I just want to tell all of our audience that I've decided to withdraw from the tournament, so I apologize for that.
Yeah. Sure.
All right. So, one last thing, Jaden, before we go, do you want to announce your starter for that game right now?
My starter for next game?
Yeah.
I'm going to go Dustin May. I think he's going to be a hot commodity, and says 97 on the card, plays like 106. So, listen, he's going to be able to ball out, and Cookie better be ready.
All right, so we'll see Dustin May, Oral Hershiser, my starter, facing off in just an hour. But Big Fun and Jake are ready to go. So, Jaden, Tyler, thanks for participating. Jaden, looking forward to facing you. And Matthias and Special, go ahead and take away on this call.
Thank you, guys. Very fun matchup that we just saw. And Jaden really, making that quick turnaround, having to come from yesterday. So, he's really looking forward to, having to make another quick turnaround and playing later today. But we've got Jake Zimmer, who came up with the upset against P-Mister yesterday, going up against the number 4 seed, who got a first round by Big Fun. We'll run through those starting lineups real quick. For Jake's side, the Ocean State Waves, it's going to be Ken Griffey Jr. in center, Johan Makata at third, Glaber Torres at second, Charlie Blackman in right, Jose Abreu at first, Yasmani Grandal behind the plate, Yasiel Puig out in left field, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. at shortstop, and the pitcher, Blake Snell, bats last. Then for Big Fun, we got Honus Wagner in center, Jose Altuve at second base, Yoenis Cespedes in left field, Todd Helton over at first, Bo Bichette at shortstop, Eddie Matthews at third base, Ken Griffey Sr. out in right field, Sean Murphy, the catcher, and Lefty Grove out on the mound. So what are you looking for in today's matchup, really, Matthias?
Well, I think the big thing is, and I was talking about this briefly with Cookie, is that in the game we just saw, Tyler seemed to have a very modern team, and Jaden had a big throwback team. I think we see a lot of that here. I see a lot of power in the top of the lineup for Big Fun, but it's a very, very well-balanced team all throughout. I think you just have to get Lefty Grove out of there as quickly as possible. Just start hitting that bullpen for Big Fun. I mean, we didn't even see Jaden get into his bullpen last game. That's really just the key to success.
Well, a big key to success, too, is just how the players are able to play. It doesn't matter who's in the lineup if they're not performing. So, getting ready for first pitch here. It's going to be strike one called 5:08 Eastern time. Just a little bit behind schedule. But our first quarterfinal matchup of the Broadcaster Tournament is underway. Ken Griffey Jr. now quickly down 0-2.
Of course, that huge line from Lefty.
Lefty on lefty. Curveball just does enough to tap it foul. And he does get the swing and miss, so strike out to start out the inning. Yohan Moncada here to follow things up. Switch hitter batting ready against the lefty. And this one's driven out to right field. Well hit, but right there is Ken Griffey Sr. He's going to make the catch after his son has just been retired on the other side of the diamond. 2 away.
That's going to be a fun matchup to watch. Of course, the big video that everyone loves seeing is the Griffeys going back-to-back on the home runs. Now they're playing against each other.
That one's a called strike at the top of the zone. It's not only a good matchup because of that, but we got two different types of playing styles. Jake really won it on his pitching last time out, beating P-Mister 2-1. Whereas Big Fun, in an exhibition matchup, he outslugged the other team 8-4. All right, 8-6, excuse me, with lots of home runs. I believe 6 in the contest.
Yeah, there wasn't that much offense team-wise from Jaden last game. He was relying on the solo shots all game long, but it worked out for him because the pitching just really brought him home.
So 1-2-3 inning for Big Fun out on the mound. Let's see if Blake Snell can match him. This first pitch is fouled away. Honus Wagner, Jose Altuve, and Yoenis Cespedes leading things off in this ball game for the New York Rockies. Popped up right side, and it's going to be caught by Jose Abreu in foul territory for out number 1.
Batting second, the second baseman, Jose Altuve.
0-1's the count.
So Jose Altuve, as far as I've heard, they don't have the trash cans available here in Baltimore.
I just checked with my source. I don't think so.
It's lifted out to right field. It's going to be caught by Charlie Blackmon, 2 away.
Batting third, the left fielder,
Yoenis Cespedes, big card that Jaden relied on in his last 2 matchups, the exhibition and of course the round of 12 really matchup is also being used by Big Fun. So it might be interesting to see if we get both of them facing off at some point.
Yeah, in the middle of the lineup for Jaden last game, Cano and Cespedes did well in kind of extending innings, and Joe Torre and Cal Ripken Jr., those are the big offensive weapons for him last game.
Well, line drive to left field is going to be caught for out number 3 by the newest Atlanta Brave in real life, Yasiel Puig. As you know, deal has yet to be confirmed, but at least reportedly he has agreed to terms with the Atlanta Braves. No insight onto length or monetary value, but interesting pickup, especially after Nick Markakis said that he's going to sit out due to COVID concerns.
Well, I really like it, and obviously Yasiel Puig proved last year that he can still play productive baseball, and I wonder obviously what level he can play at, but that's a nice pickup for the Braves. Like you mentioned, Markakis isn't going to be in this season.
I mean, as a Tigers fan, I'm just happy that he's out of the AL Central. This first one is flied out to center field, so we're going to see Jose Abreu taking his swings. Nobody's reached base yet. First 3 batters for either side, and now Charlie Blackmon for Jake's team.
I got a ball, 1 strike. Ball 2. 2-1.
This is a really good matchup here, and the one that's going to come up after this, and Cookie and Jaden. I know Cookie had to bounce out of the booth just to get his fingers all warmed up for the game, but a couple really good matchups coming back to back.
That should be very fun. I'm going to be sticking around to call that one. Of course, I don't know if you know this or if any of our listeners know this, but Cookie and I are real life friends, so you wanted to make sure I could be getting the call for his games. There's a swing and a miss strike three to Yasmani Grandal. Going to try and pick up the pieces here in the second inning.
0-1's the
This
count.
one is swung on and missed. 0-1.
Yeah, lefty really in his groove, no pun intended. He is just picking on the corners right now, and really just no answers so far.
Doesn't quite get the call right there, so it's 1-2. Still, though, like you mentioned, he's really been working quickly, painting the corners, and getting the strikeouts like we see here. Swing and a miss. So 6 up, 6 down for Lefty Grove. It's been 3 up, 3 down for Blake Snell. Head to the bottom of the second, no score.
Leading off for the Rockies, the first baseman, Todd Helton.
It's going to be Todd Helton, the lefty, Bo Bichette, the righty, and Eddie Matthews, the lefty. 4, 5, and 6 coming up for Big Fun's New York Rockies. It's chopped over to first. A little bit of a bobble by Abreu. Shorter pitch covering is in time. Helton is arguing with the umpire, but he's not going to win that one. One away here on a bobble, but 3-1 put out nonetheless.
Yeah, that was a close one. We were close to getting our first base hit of the game. Still haven't had it.
Yep, that one's lofted out into right field, and it's going to be caught by Charlie Blackmon. 2 quick outs. Eddie Matthews going to try and get something started here with 2 outs. Lefty on lefty going to be a tough matchup. But he will get on base. It's slapped into right field for a base hit. 2-out single. That's going to bring up another lefty, Ken Griffey Sr.
Batting seventh, the right fielder,
This is inside with a slider 1-0. You know, like you were mentioning with Cookie earlier, this one's sliced foul. Even though Big Fun's the 4 seed, Jake Zimmer is the worst seed in the tournament, the 12 seed. That doesn't necessarily have any bearing on how well they're going to do in this tournament. It was really just based off of the number of games you've called for ML Bot Balls. There's a swing and a miss on a hanging curveball for strike 3.
Yeah, Dogo really running away with the number 1 seed after I found out that was the what qualified them for the seeding. Honestly, I'm surprised that Big Fund is 4. Called lots of games. I know Cookie's called a lot of them too. He was the number 2 seed.
But we are going to see all of our top 4 seeds in action. Of course, they all got buys. Big Fun, the number 4 seed. Cookie's going to be up next, the number 2 seed. Duggo, the number 1 seed, at 10 p.m. Eastern after our All-Star game coverage. And then our final game of the night, number 3 seed Jake Dean, going to be closing out our broadcasters tournament for the evening.
1-1.
But of course, our coverage does continue tomorrow. We are going to bring you the semifinal matchups as well as the final between whichever 2 broadcasters end up making it the farthest.
That's ball
Lourdes Gurriel Jr. takes high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitcher spot Blake Snell is waiting on deck. So sent out to right field. Going back is the right fielder Griffey. He's going to have room. He will make the catch for out number 2.
That camera angle is really messing with me in this game. That one looked like made good contact. Of course, we're used to seeing the regular angle on Bot Ball, and it gets sent out. So yeah, if you see that in a regular game, you know that one is getting out of the park, and instead it's a shallow fly ball.
So another 1-2-3 inning from Lefty Grove. No hits for Ocean State, just 1 for the Rockies. They're up to bat here in the bottom of the 3rd with a no-score ball game.
The catcher, Sean Murphy.
So Sean Murphy, the catcher, interesting choice coming up. He's going to loft this one into right field down the line, and it will be caught by Charlie Blackman for a quick out number 1.
And these pitchers have been all over everyone in the lineup so far.
First one, soft tapper foul down the first baseline. So 0-1 to the pitcher, Lefty Grove. Fouls this one back quickly, no balls and 2 strikes. A lot of lefties in this lineup, as there's a swing and a miss, strike 3, and you almost wonder if that's going to be a disadvantage to Big Funds, even though he knew that Blake Snell might be on the mound.
Yeah, sometimes when you have a talented team like Big Fun does, you kind of just have to roll with the punches and send whoever you have out there, but it is definitely a disadvantage for them, and it's kind of starting to see that a little bit here.
This one's skied out to right, a little bit of losing it in the lights for Charlie Blackman, but that's going to do it for the 3rd. We are going to bring Big Fund into the booth for a player interview here in the 4th inning, so stick around for that.
Media, which was subsequently majority owned. Oh, I'm in the hello.
Hello, Big Fun. We were just about make the announcement that you are joining us in the booth. So first of all, how you feeling about this game?
Well, I'm feeling like I'm pitching pretty well. Sorry, I was literally in the middle of this sentence and I was like, oh, it's the 4th.
No worries. These games are flying by on me too. We've just been playing for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think this is only like my 3rd or 4th time going out with Lefty, so I'm still kind of getting the hang of him. He's a little different than the kind of pitcher I normally like to go with. I really enjoy going with like extreme power pitchers. Like if I hadn't gotten Lefty Grove recently, I would have been going with the Prospect Series Nate Pearson, who can run it up to like 102 by accident.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yep, but sometimes you might also want to be saving them. I know that there are some rules barring the overuse of certain overpowered cards. So
yeah, I know for at least this round, there's no 99s involved. So my Cy Young Kluber is hanging out on the side. My signature series Ryan Sandberg is resting at home with the family. So am I staying for the whole inning or just the half inning?
Probably the whole inning, just because that was a minute or two of commentary. So
yeah, not a lot going on.
I've got a couple of questions that I've been asking everyone on my calls. So first one probably is which of these cards that's in your lineup today, which is your favorite that you've been able to snag?
Very good question. I haven't gotten to play with them a lot since I just got them last night. I'm excited for the Home Run Derby Cespedes card. I've been doing very well, actually. He's not in my lineup, but I really enjoyed Prospect Series Drew Waters a lot.
Okay.
Great option to have on the bench, although as soon as I get to, presumably, fingers crossed, if I get to an Embrace, I'll have to choose between Prime Cueto and Prime Gardner, and if I choose Prime Gardner, he's just Prospect Waters, but better. So, I'm real excited for Helton, too. He's up right now.
All right, and then a couple more questions, just like a two-parter, but which broadcaster do you think is the most obvious threat left, and who do you think is kind of a sleeper pick?
I'd like to think that I'm maybe a sleeper pick. I had a good exhibition yesterday, but it is just an exhibition. But as you can see, I'm a little bit antsy at the plate today. Just by what I've seen so far, Jaden Becker definitely seems like a heavy favorite.
Well, I mean, you haven't really had much time in the booth. If you want to stick around for the fifth, I have no problems. If Matthias has any other questions he wants to ask.
I actually have to run right now, unfortunately. My schedule catching up, but big fun. I will be listening for the rest of this game. Best of luck, and I know we have a very exciting one on deck as well.
I'll leave it to you special. Go back and chat with Jake.
All right, I'll just drag you right over there, and thank you, Matthias, for joining with me for these first few innings. I do appreciate it, but I'm happy enough to scully it the rest of the way.
Best of luck.
Thank you. It looks like we're going to get a bunt to beat the shift, and it's going to work. It stays fair just on that line. So leadoff infield single for Charlie Blackman. First base run of the day for the Ocean State Waves. We get a four-seam fastball missing high, 1-0.
Got 1 ball, 1 strike.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes, now 2-2 to Jose Abreu. Right-handed power hitting first baseman for the Chicago White Sox. There's strike 3 called high inside corner, 99 miles an hour from Lefty Grove. Let's see if Yasmani Grandal can continue this train. He swings and misses at the slider.
1-1.
There's a swing and miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. For any of you new viewers, we just had big fun on our mid-game interview. We also have our players trash talking each other up in our Discord. I posted the link in our chat, but if you want to join and listen in just to see what the talk is going through, we've got our Pop Ball Broadcasters Tournament going on right now during the All-Star Week, so love to hear all the trash talk. We had one of the best trash talkers just finish up his game, Jaden Becker, and he's got another one right after this one. I'll still be on the call with Great Eagle Ball. So a little bit of trouble here for the Rockies. Runners on first and second, Yasiel Puig at the plate, and he's in a good count, 2-1. Get him to chase that changeup though, and he's got another changeup in his back pocket. 2 down now, and feeling a lot better with Lourdes Gurriel Jr. at the plate. Go on the mound. Man on first is Blackman. Man on second is Grandal. They're going to intentionally walk Lourdes Gurriel Jr. So big decision time for Jake Zimmer to see if he wants to pinch hit for his pitcher Blake Snell, or if he's going to try and make this 2-out rally work on with the pitcher. At the moment, it does look like he's going to have to try and get something going with the number 9 spot. And this one popped up. Second baseman Jose Altuve makes the catch, and the inning is over. So Ocean State leads them loaded. We've head to the bottom of the 5th inning. No score here on ML Bopball on Twitch. 5, 6, 7, Bo Bichette and Matthews and Ken Griffey Sr. coming up for big fun as this one whipped foul down that third baseline. It's a good thing that we got the protective netting up. It's something that was a new addition just a couple of years ago. To all major league ballparks need to have that protective netting at the very least past the dugout. This one slapped, foul down the right field line. But just for fan safety, there's lots of hard to hit balls. They're being hit harder and harder as the game is improving. There's a strikeout throw over to first to complete it. And as much as you'd love to have people engaged in the game and being able to catch line drives and fantastic Sports Center type plays, we've seen time and time again too many people are getting hit and injured at these games by line drives that are coming right at them when they're not prepared for it.
Nope, that's inside.
So Blake Snell still pitching well and still pitching very efficiently, just hitting pitch number 36 here in the 5th inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes on to Eddie Matthews.
Oh, that's off.
Just a bit outside with that fastball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. This one's sent out to right center field. Calling for it is Charlie Blackmon. He's going to make the catch for out number 2.
The right fielder, number 30.
So Ken Griffey Sr. versus Blake Snell.
Ball, that's outside.
First pitch just a bit outside on the fastball, 1-0. And there's a ground ball over to second, once again bobbled. The throw onto first is not going to be in time. And they're going to call it an error on the second baseman, rightfully so. So, Big Fun may be able to get a 2-out rally going here. Sean Murphy, though, the man at the dish. And he's going to drive this one up the right center field. God, that's going to be extra bases. Rounding third and heading home, easily scoring is Ken Griffey Sr. And checking into second. I was just about to trash talk him. Sean Murphy comes up with the RBI double. It's 1-0 New York City.
The batter, the pitcher, Lefty.
So the first pitch to Lefty Grove, the pitcher, going to grab that low inside corner.
Ball, that's inside.
And a chance to double the lead if Grove can maybe slap a single. And it looks like he's going to do that into left field. The throw home looks like the runner was going to be, caught off third, but he does get back in time. And going into second base is Grove, so that's going to be a single and advancing on the throw home. So runners at second and third now with 2 outs. Honus Wagner going to try and keep this hit train rolling. It's lifted out into right center field. Long run for Blackmon, but he's going to make the catch. And the inning is over. So Sean Murphy gets a 2-out RBI double, makes it 1-0 New York. Head to the 6th inning now in our Bop Ball Broadcaster Tournament. This is the first of 4 quarterfinal matchups today. Of course, we saw that round of 12 matchup right before this one to slot Jaden Becker in against Cookie Eater, the 7 versus 2 seed. That's going to be following, directly following this game. And then after that matchup, probably ends around 7 o'clock, we're going to have Bop Ball tonight, leading you all the way into our All-Star Game coverage, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to see the AL and NL duke it out at Dodger Stadium in Chavez Ravine. Then after that, around 10 p.m. Eastern Time, we're going to see number 9 seed Jeremy Goldstein versus our number 1 seed Duggo. And then the final matchup of the night, 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, 6 seed Tim Moore, 3 seed Jake Dean. Everyone is playing for a spot in the semifinals from this point forward. As after the strikeout, this one slapped over to first. A little bit of a bobble, but the throw onto the pitcher covering will be in time. So 2 quick outs. Gleyber Torres, last hope in the 6th, over 2 today, struck out and lined out. Got him to chase that high fastball, fouls it off, 0-1. Grove taking a little bit more time, maybe deciding where he wants to throw this pitch. Goes with a changeup outside, but not getting a bite.
Ball, that's in.
This is inside 2 balls and 1 strike, so Grove having a little bit of trouble finding the strike zone. He's had that higher pitch count, much higher than Blake Snell, but it's also working out for him as he's able to locate these quality pitches. and his team is up 1-0, so that's all that matters at the end of the day. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Torres. Big imposing bat in the right-handed batter's box, righty on lefty. Fouls away the 4-seamer, so we'll do it again. And EB making a good point. In real life, Glaber would be homering in Baltimore, but here he's going to swing and miss for strike 3. So we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Only halfway through our scheduled time slot, but it's 1-0. So 2, 3, 4, Altuve, Cespedes, and Helton, those former 2, like we mentioned in our earlier, mid-game interview with Big Fun, that those are probably 2 of his favorite cards. Of course, he is a Mets fan, so Cespedes is something that he's really looking forward to using, as he just got him recently. And then Todd Helton, also very, competitive player, very exciting card to use. It was his all-star card, and so we'll see how they match up today against Blake Snell. But first, let's talk about Jose Altuve. He's up in a 3-1 count. Just going to get that fastball, pour it right down the middle. Count is full now, 3-2. Going to chop this one up the middle. Tough play for the shortstop, Lourdes Gurriel, and he's going to get him at first. Nice play thrown against his body for out number 1. So Yoenis Cespedes 0 for 2 today with a couple of flyouts. And we want you guys to stick around, because we're not only going to do half of the players interviewing, we're going to get both of these guys in here. Jake Zimmer coming up for the 7th inning interview. This one slapped over to shortstop in the shift. Gurriel with a much easier play, 2 away. But we already interviewed Big Fun in the 4th inning. Jake Zimmer is going to be coming in for the 7th. And then we'll get both of them for a quick post-game interview before we get to that 7-2 matchup, Jaden Becker versus Cookie. Of course, I will be calling that game alongside Great Ether Boss, as we go back-to-back in the 6 o'clock time slot. Called one yesterday, and we're going to call one again today. There's a swing and a miss, 2 balls and 1 strike now on Todd Helton. There's a fly ball right field, well hit, going back on the track at the wall, and it is gone. Big fly, big solo shot, goodbye home run. As we got to get that Baltimore Orioles home field call. Todd Helton launches it out into right field, doubles his team's lead. It's 2-0. We're going to see a bullpen move being made, at least getting a guy up. Tommy Canley and Andrew Miller both, taking some tosses out in the bullpen. Blake Snell going to be left out there, at least for the time being. And there's a perfectly timed fastball right there. 0-1 on Bo Bichette. Taps this one foul, no balls and 2 strikes. Misses inside 1-2. And EB reading my mind, getting the actual name of the Baltimore broadcaster, Gary Thorne. That's his name. I love his home run calls. He's a very exciting broadcaster out there in Maryland. And that's where this matchup is set up. Another ground ball to shortstop. Gurriel gets his 3rd shot of the inning to fire him out at first. We've played 6 here in Baltimore. It's 2-0 New York over Ocean State, and I am now joined in the booth by Jake Zimmer. How are you feeling today?
Man, I'll tell you what. This is tough. I knew what I was getting into, but Lefty Grove he's the best player I've ever faced in any video game, I think, in any position.
It's definitely a very tough matchup, especially with that lefty on the mound. You got your lefty at the plate, Charlie Blackmon, but you didn't really want to sit him either, as there's a swing and a miss. And I did get you through all my typical questions, so I am going to kind of ask you maybe some different types of questions. But what kind of approach are you taking against Big Fun, and how is it different from what you did against P-Mister yesterday?
Well, I knew that Big Fun was going to come out with Lefty Grove, who I think is a 99 card, if I'm not mistaken. It's not really about the approach. I'm just trying to be more selective at the plate, but his stuff, rather, I should say, is just coming at me coming at me in a way that I'm not prepared for. I'm really not. I was trying to be more selective, but his stuff is too hard. His slider's moving really well. His curveball's good, and he's doing a really good job of executing. He's got a lot of confidence there on the mound. Man, he's doing a good job.
Yeah, got those breaking balls working, and also gassing that fastball by lefty. Not typically known for the heat, but he can always bring it every once in a while. And so, assuming you can come back, your next matchup would be against, if I can pull up the...
I think it's Duggo.
Yeah, I think it...
or Duggo versus Goldstein, which it might be Jeremy Goldstein going to the getting out of that side, which is nuts.
Yeah, whoever wins that matchup is going to be our 6 o'clock, our 10 o'clock matchup here tonight. Is this one's sent out to left field, well hit, but there's going to be room out there for Cespedes to make the grab for out number 3. So stretch time here in Baltimore. We'll keep you around for the next half inning, as you're looking to get some hits together, but you also need to get that pitching solid. And honestly, I don't think you've been pitching that poorly at all. Maybe just 2 mistake pitches that double for Murphy, and then the solo shot to Todd Helton.
It's been a great game, and I'm pretty happy with the way that I'm pitching this game. That's my strength. I knew that was going to be my strength coming in against 2 offenses that were really good. I mean, P. Mister had a decent squad, but I think Fun Squad is it's a lot better offensively, to be honest, and there's another floater there. Yeah, I've got to stop that. I'm getting too cute with them. I think I need a flamethrower, and I think I'm going to probably depending on who's next, I'm going to quick.
Yeah, I think we got Ken Griffey Sr., Sean Murphy, and Lefty Grove, the next 3 guys.
Yeah, he may not live to see Lefty Grove, but we'll have to see. I don't know. I've got Canely. Miller was really good for me last night to close it out against P. Mister. I don't know. I think, unfortunately, Snell's time might be coming to an end soon.
He's been pitching brilliantly, but the man on the other side of the mound is doing well just as well. As that one's lifted into center field, going to be caught by the center fielder, Ken Griffey Jr., so father lines out to son.
That's a good catch.
Yeah, I mean, when Matthias, I don't know how to say his name, I do apologize, but there's so many guys here, it's hard to keep everyone straight, and if you haven't called a game with them before, I just feel really bad if I'm mispronouncing anything. But yeah, we were pointing out, of course, Ken Griffey Jr., Ken Griffey Sr., probably the, some of the most exciting moments in baseball history when either, you take your pick. They went back-to-back home runs in a ball game that's never happened before or since. Then probably my personal favorite, there's a fly ball to left center field, and Junior just, while his dad's camping under it, he just comes over and snags the ball right out of his glove.
Oh my God. I've got it.
This one ripped out to right field.
He went.
Going to be caught by Blackman. He was just going to be a double play to end the inning. He thought it was gone. Got a little bit of a delay here on our end of the stream, so always fun to hear the player's perspective too. But I'm going to send you back to the player chat so we can get out of your distraction for the last couple of innings.
I need some help, so thanks for having me in the booth special. Appreciate it, man.
Of course, we'd love to have you. So it's going to be 7-8-9, Yasiel Puig, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and then I'm assuming probably a pinch hitter coming in for Blake Snell. A couple looks at the bench. We've got Craig Biggio is a choice, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Ramon Laureano, Bo Bichette are all possibilities, all of them being right-handed hitters. I think he avoids David Peralta just because the lefty-on-lefty matchup. There's a tapper over to second. It's going to be picked up by Altuve. Flips it onto first, and the slide isn't really going to do anything except for kick up some dirt. So Gurriel drew a walk earlier in this one. Trying to help spark some offense here. As this one's driven out to left field. Goodbye, home run. speak it into existence, and all of a sudden, this deficit is cut in half. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., probably the least likely guy in this lineup to, maybe go deep, is the one that makes this 2-1. And we are going to see Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming in to pinch hit, it looks like. So Blake Snell's night is done. And Big Fun's got to be careful. Lefty Grove coming up against Vladdy Jr. Of course, his father, Vlad Sr., did play for the Orioles for just a little bit. More so known for his time with the Montreal Expos or the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim or the Texas Rangers. We're looking at a couple of bullpen guys, maybe just trying to get them extra, warmed up. And EB, I mean, like, I know that Gurriel is a great hitter, but just like in the sense of the rest of the lineup, you got Griffey, you got Moncada, Torres, Blackman, Abreu, Grandal, Puig. Those are all guys' names that you think of as power hitters. And I'm not saying Gurriel can't swing the bat. It's just that, you're coming up with the greatest power hitters of all time for some of these guys. As this one's ripped out to left field, but out in front of it, 0-1. We did get a pitching change from Big Fun. It's going to be Jose Alvarado going with the lefty. Interesting move. But it is working out so far. 0-2 as he swings and misses at that curveball. And he gets him going after that slider inside. 2 down. And Ken Griffey Jr. is stepping up to the dish. 0-1. Swings through the two-seamer, 102 miles an hour. It'll be tough for him, and he's not going to oblige. Swing and a miss on the slider. Heading to the bottom of the 8th. Ocean State gets on the board, but they're still down. It's 2-1. So looks like Tommy Canley going to come in and pitch.
Now pitching, Tommy Canley.
Got a change up, 4-seamer and slider on the docket. Big Fund might be making a offensive substitution, and we are going to see a pinch hitter coming in. I believe that's Daniel Murphy, but I cannot say for sure. Maybe Kevin Biggio. And just as I noticed this, Kevin Biggio is on Big Fun's bench, and Craig Biggio is on Jake's bench, so maybe we get some more father-son action. But it is Kevin Biggio coming out, and he's going to lay down a bunt, but hit it too hard almost. Third baseman throw on to first, not in time. So it will end up working out for a bunt base hit. Honus Wagner going to foul this first pitch off. No balls and 2 strikes to the 100-something-year-old shortstop center fielder, Honus Wagner. The 0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. So a big out, number 1 there from Canley.
Now back, second baseman.
Still got some dangerous bats to work through. Jose Altuve at the very least. And assuming he avoids the double play, then Yoenis Cespedes to follow. Fouls it away. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's a pickoff throw to first. Not going to be in time. Jake's been doing a pretty good job making sure he keeps those runners close. I don't think Big Fun's going to risk anything, especially not with just the 1-run lead.
1 ball.
Altuve swings and misses late on the fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And he got him with the slider, 2 down. Yoenis Cespedes, 0 for 3 today. Is the last chance as it stands for New York City Rockies to add to their lead. But they're up 2-1. And in the 9th, it looks like we're going to have, I believe, Yoan Moncada, Gleyber Torres, and Charlie Blackmon due up for Jake's Ocean State ways. There's a check swing, no swing, and the count is now 3-0 on Cespedes. The 3-0 pitch misses outside with the fastball, so we are going to see Todd Helton, biggest hit of the ball game so far, 1 for 3 with a solo shot. Misses outside 1-0. A little bit surprising to, not see as much offense in this one. It's 2-0 on Helton. But, Oriole Park here at Camden Yards, it's not the most pitcher-friendly stadium in the league. Of course, smaller confines. And after the 2-0 count, we're going to get a lefty coming in to try and face the lefty. Andrew Miller taking over on the mound. Todd Helton still at the plate with that 2-0 count. And if Jake can't get through him, he's got Bo Bichette, Eddie Matthews lined up. Steps off the mound, shakes off his catcher. Two-0 pitch popped up on the infield, but with 2 outs, no need for an infield fly. It's caught by Gurriel, and the side is retired. A couple of men get on, but they cannot advance past second base. Ocean State needs a run to stay alive. Head to the 9th inning. That's 2-1 New York. So looks like we're about to see a pitching change here for Big Fun side, and it will be Goose Gossage. Of course, known only, and he's only known for giving up that big 3-run home run to Kirk Gibson in the 1984 World Series, because Kirk Gibson did have a home run, an iconic home run before the one that everyone thinks about. Gossage not having a good job finding the strike zone early on to Moncada. It'll be 2-3-4.
3 balls, no strikes.
Misses inside, 3 balls and no strikes. Big flamethrower pitcher, but not able to locate his pitches. Slurve left, right down the middle, but 3-0, you're not really looking for that pitch. High inside paint, 3-2. Almost got to wonder if Big Fun was toying with him on that. But in the end, he will draw the base on balls. 3-2 pitch missed in the dirt. And Gleyber Torres now represents the go-ahead run. Moncada is the tying run over at first base. Looks like we might get a pinch runner over there. Just waiting on the final decision. And we are going to see Kevin's dad, it appears, come into the ballgame, pinch runner. So a couple of father-son duos in this one, of course. Ken Griffey, Sr. and Jr. And then now we've got Craig and Kevin Biggio both appearing in the same ballgame. First one misses high and tight, 1-0 to Gleyber Torres. And an ugly swing there on the slurve, so 1-1, count evens up. Biggio on first, and that's going to be out number 1 very likely. It's popped up. Third baseman makes the grab for out number 1. Charlie Blackmon 1 for 3 today, singled in the 5th. One of the few guys in the hit column today for Ocean State. That one's taken for strike 1. And a nice sinker there, 0-2 quickly to Charlie Blackmon. Runner is going. Throw down to second is not in time, so a stolen base there for Craig Biggio. He does represent the tying run, and now he is in scoring position, but that's not going to help him out. Swing and a miss, 2 down, and it's going to be up to Jose Abreu. Do they pitch to him, or would they rather face Yasmani Grandal? It looks like they're going to at least, pitch to him. That slurve misses outside, 1-0. Late on the 100-mile-an-hour fastball, 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. And he's into a good hitter's count here, 3-1. Yasmani Grandal waits on deck. 3-1 is fouled back, 3-2, so Ocean State and Jake Zimmer down to their last strike. Tying run is at second, and he's headed to third. Is this going to be the last out of the game? He's into a pickle. He must have thought there was someone forcing him, but the base on balls was drawn. And Craig Biggio is going to be tagged out between the base paths and just a very, very silly move to have made, very costly move. Big Fund is going on to the semifinals. He will await the winner of Duggo versus Jeremy Goldstein. And very, very tough way to end this one for Jake's side. In just a minute, we're going to bring them both in here for a quick little post-game interview.
The old Toot Bland finale.
See, I'm going to ask the question that's on everybody's mind. Did you think that someone was forcing Biggio to go on that one?
No, my eyes lit up. I was positive that he was going to give me something good to hit. I don't know. I was positive that I was going to put the ball in play, and I obviously had to. I don't hate Jose Abreu for it. You had to take the ball. You can't be swinging at that. He did the right thing, and Biggio had a mind of his own.
Yeah, very costly mistake there to end the ball game. So Jake is our only double-digit seed remaining, and he is eliminated from the tournament after that. But still impressive performance yesterday. Another 2-1 final in a game that you were involved in. Of course, yesterday you came out on top. Today, you are, coming in just shy. But, it looked like Big Fun was cruising all this time. And, Big Fun, how did you feel after giving up that home run to Lourdes Gurriel Jr. of all people?
Yeah, a bit of a mistake pitch there in the 8th inning. As you saw, I went immediately to the bullpen. There are just some signs that that's it. Grovegon, over 7, pitched very well, but when it's a tight game, you can't afford to let a guy maybe get rattled off a homer and stick in there. So obviously the switch to Alvarado paid off dearly. 6 pitches, 2 strikeouts to finish up the 8th inning. And then Gossage, a little bit of trouble in the 9th. I mean, Biggio runs well, and it looked to me like Jake was just trying to make sure that any ball hit into the outfield, even on a hard line, Biggio was going to beat home. And I was just trying to get Abreu to reach, and you end up with that strange rundown to finish it off.
Yeah, you outdid me. You did. You outplayed me in every step of the way. So hats off and GG's to you for sure.
Back.
Especially, you got another phenomenal game to call for sure. I mean, that was. I thought he was going to blank me for the longest time. I thought I was going to walk away with 1 bunt single, and that was it to my name. And I capitalized on what he gave me. That's all.
I mean,
it wasn't enough.
That's all you really got to do. I mean, most guys aren't really hitting home runs on the low inside sinker, so. It's just impressive from both of you guys. Big Fun just does edge out the win. We do have a couple more minutes. We actually are running a little bit ahead of schedule. So we can just talk some baseball. I know I had mentioned when I saw Gossage coming out of the bullpen, of course, Goose Gossage was his nickname. And, he's involved in a very iconic Kirk Gibson home run, and it's not the one that everyone ever thinks about when they think about Kirk Gibson.
No, because that was Eckersley, right?
Well, so that's my point right there. So he hit the home run off of Eckersley in 1988, but he also hit one in the 1984 World Series off of Goose Gossage to seal up the Tigers' victory. It wasn't, like a walk-off home run, but it was still, if that 1988 World Series didn't happen, that would be the Kirk Gibson home run that everyone remembers.
I'm sure. MVP Willie Hernandez saving out that series.
Of course, yeah, MVP Willie Hernandez got the Tigers the win in 5 games over the San Diego Padres, but just a little bit of a blast from the past and maybe a bit of a baseball history lesson that you guys didn't know about. But once again, congratulations to Big Fun making it into the next round. I guess we can say for sure that you're at least going to be facing the visitor, the victor of the 10 o'clock matchup. That's going to be between Duggo and Jeremy Goldstein. We saw both of them yesterday. Duggo in the exhibition matchup against Cookie. Jeremy had that game against Dan Wilkes in the 8-9 matchup. So anyone in particular that you're, more inclined that you want to face?
I'd rather face Duggo. I've played him, just some exhibitions on the side before. Feel, I've got a good sense of his game. Meanwhile, Jeremy, I do not know his play style at all, his pitching style, and I feel like it would be a bit of a harder matchup for me. Nothing against Duggo. He's gotten some good ones off of me, but that's just out of familiarity. I'd rather face someone I'm a little more familiar with and a little less familiar with.
People forget Jeremy also had he's fresh off a 9.5 inning perfect game, I guess we'll call it. So
yeah,
he's got a little momentum.
Also that.
Yeah, but it
All
should
right,
be very
we
exciting.
get ready for the next one.
Yep, we're gonna have Jaden Becker, who just won just a couple of hours ago, up against Tyler Danberg in that first matchup. He's gonna be playing our favorite Vin Scully, Cookie Eater 45, and it's gonna be a matchup of Dodgers on the mound. Preston present, Oral Hershiser taking the toeing the rubber for Cookie's side, and Dustin May, the guy of the future, over for Jaden Becker.
Yeah, well, should be a great one. I'm gonna hop out so Great Ether Boss can take the reins.
You're handing the whole Jeep to me. Oh, I feel so honored. It's a great honor to be back in this booth, though. Special, of course. It's great to be back in the booth with you guys. Fund and Jake, wonderful game, of course.
Hey,
And,
you know what? At the very least, if I'm going to lay an egg like that, I at least want it to be entertaining for everybody. So right until the last pitch. It was right until the last pitch. So
That's
this
stolen
was
base
a-
attempt.
Oh,
My
that-
heart's
I'm
still,
gonna.
beating at a rate more than 10 right now, so I think I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm I'm gonna lose some sleep over that tonight for sure. And we come back and we get better. Playoff atmosphere. Yeah, but in all seriousness, I should say that was a great game, and I had a lot of fun in this tournament. We've got a lot more to come for sure over the next couple of hours. So,
and our next game, number 2 Cookie Eater up against number 7 Jaden B. Of course, me and Special had the exhibition match yesterday between Jaden and P Mister to call. That was a fun little game, I will say.
Lots of home runs and lots of trash talking coming from Jaden, and at the very least he's put up the numbers to back it up. We'll see what he's going to be able to do against Cookie today, as it looks like we might be headed to the Bronx, staying in New York but going to the different stadium to face this one off.
Yes, that famous Baltimore, New York, Camden Yards.
Well, no, because I'm saying that because in his earlier game.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, I actually just found out recently that Baltimore is actually a borough of New York City. Fun fact of the day.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to a Yankees-Orioles game at Camden, you'd feel that way. Anyway,
well, did you get that from the same source that they got their census data from last night? Because that might be accurate if that's the case.
You'll have to take it up with PK for that. I don't know.
Yeah, really.
And maybe Shark too. He mixed in some of that dubstep, but it would come around 10:30, 11 o'clock Eastern. That was nuts.
I'm going to request that stretch for every single game that I'm ever on with him again. But
have a good call, y'all.
Have a good day, guys.
Hey, take care, guys.
See you around, Jake. Well, as you said, Effects, we are here in the Bronx at Yankee Stadium number 84. I don't know how many times we've built it, but Jaded against Cookie. First pitch coming on, and it's Eric Davis. We're ready for this first pitch.
Number 44.
Really quickly, we'll run through the lineups. It's Eric Davis in center, Wade Boggs at third base, Cal Ripken Jr. at short, Robinson Cano at second, Jonas Cespedes in left, Don Mattingly at first, White Evans out in right field, Joe Troy behind the plate, and Dustin May on the mound batting ninth. Then for Cookie's side, we got Jimmy Rollins at short, Chipper Jones at third, Ken Griffey Jr. in center, Matt Kemp out in left field, Robinson Cano at second. I believe that's Joe Carter out in right field, Daniel Murphy over at first base, Ivan Rodriguez behind the dish, and then Oral Hershiser taking the mound.
Yeah, great lineups all around. I'm looking forward to see what Wade Boggs does here in the top of the first after this Eric Davis payoff pitch. It's going to be swung on and missed for strike 3 on the sinker. And yeah, as a Red Sox fan, Wade Boggs, what can you say about him other than those years that he went to the Yankees? We don't talk about that.
Spent a lot of time with lots of AL East teams, of course. It's Red Sox, Yankees, and also the Tampa Bay Rays, probably where he started to make his mark. And I believe that's where his, what's on his head in his spot at Cooperstown.
Yeah, well, you see there, it's launched high and deep in right field, but it's going to be caught for easy second out. And I honestly think that he made his case more in Boston. He did have his, streak of, I believe it was either 6 or 7 straight years of 200-plus hits in Boston. But he definitely proved that, age didn't really matter for him in Tampa Bay. He was much higher up there in age, and he really was brought in as, a veteran presence. But he still proved that, hey, I'm just as good as the rest of these guys. As that's launched high and deep into right field in the corner, and that's going to be gone for a solo shot. No, it's caught. It's caught for a home run. Caught for out. I don't know words right now.
No worries. It's a confusing call, confusing camera angles and that short porch out in right field. I wouldn't have been surprised if it was gone, or maybe if it had bounced up off of the glove and gone out. But it is a 1-2-3 inning for Cookies. We are going to see his 1-2-3 hitters, Rollins, Jones, and Griffey.
Yeah, well, for a second I thought it was a Canseco situation where it just bounced off the top of his cranium and into the bleachers, but fortunately that's not the case. That's going to be an easy grounder for out number 1.
The third baseman,
Chipper Jones, first pitch coming in from Dustin May. It's going to be looked at for a seamer for strike 1.
And I got to say, just personally, probably my favorite guy that I ever watched growing up that, wasn't with my favorite team was Chipper Jones. He was just a solid presence over there at third base for the Atlanta Braves his whole career, and he never slowed down. He never took anything lightly. Just played hard every single day, and that's what I really appreciated about him.
Yeah, Chipper Jones, one club man, legendary presence for the Braves, always in that corner. That's going to be ripped up the middle, but the shift pays off, and it's going to be 3 outs right then and there. And, what one club men I feel are some of the most honorable players in sports in general. Of course, you look at players like Lionel Messi for Barcelona and Brian Urlacher for the Bears type of situations. Up until about 3 months ago, I would have said Tom Brady, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something to be said, the commitment that you make to your team, good times and bad, but at the same time, you can't always, discredit the guys who need to move to better situations. I mean, a lot of people give Kevin Durant some flack for headed to the Golden State Warriors, but, he's maybe operating under all that, if you can't beat them, join them type philosophy.
Yeah, and, we're talking really quickly about the Thunder and that whole series. A player that I wanted to mention, but I didn't really feel it was best to, as much as I want to include him along all these legends. Nick Collison is unfortunately not a future Hall of Famer, but, he was a glue guy, a valuable veteran presence for the Thunder, and he was really what that team needed during their time of bringing up Harden, Durant, and Westbrook, because that one's going to be lifted high and deep into right center field, and that will be caught for 2 outs here in the top of the second.
Yep, it's almost easy to forget how quick these games go by. I mean, we got through the last one, I want to say, in 45, 50 minutes.
We had enough time for like half an hour of Jaden and P-Mister just joking around. Don Mattingly up here, number 6 spot. Looks at strike 1 on the cutter. Swung on and looked kind of tipped, maybe dropped by the catcher, but regardless, it's strike 2. And he's going to swing and miss. That changeup droops Snood, and it's going to be 3 up, 3 down again. We're heading to the bottom of the second. Nothing for any of them so far.
leading off for the Grizzlies, the left fielder, Matt.
And we got the big guy coming in, clutch with the trivia question, and it is team related. We're going with our man Cookie. Cookie related trivia. What player is his favorite MLB player?
That's a good one.
I'm fairly sure I know the answer to this one, so I'm going to bow out personally and let you guys have a chance.
Batting fifth, the second baseman.
Well, Robinson Cano is up in the 5 spot after Matt Kemp was out. He's going to look at the check swing, ball 1. He's going to ground that just into the shift over at second, mid between second and first for 2 outs.
So what you're telling me is Robinson Cano grounded out to Robinson Cano.
Yeah, that's honestly exactly what I just said. There you see Joe Carter now, former Toronto Blue Jays legend. Of course, he hit the game-winning walk-off home run to win the 1993 World Series and spawned arguably the greatest walk-off call of all time with the Touch 'em All Joe. But he's not going to touch any of them here as he swings and misses on the third strike. Going to go into top of the third. Still nothing between the two teams. You know, we talked earlier about Jaden and his offensive explosion last year, and he had last night, sorry. And he hasn't done much so far. Of course, 6 up, 6 down for both teams. And, you know, is this really just him waiting for the right moment, or is he, you know, having a bit of an early little struggle based off of the last game that he had from jet lag?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. You know, he's already adapted to some adversity, having to have his game moved up to today's slot instead of, you know, coming in yesterday with Tyler Danberg having some connection issues. But he was able to come out with the win over his opponent, and you know, it should be a fun matchup between him and Cookie. Both of them are, I would think, you know, favorites early on. We saw Cookie doing some damage against Duggo in the exhibition game yesterday, and then Jaden, of course, earlier today, dismantling Tyler.
Yeah, both these guys can easily explode on offense, and we also saw yesterday great job defensively by Jaden, and Cookie also was very good defensively as well. So this could be a really good battle, but it all just depends on who's hot in which positions. It's going to be a full count for Joe Torre. It's going to be grounded. It's going to be dropped, actually, the liner, but easy throw to first for the second out. Lucky there that it wasn't dropped in a much different situation, but an out's an out at the end of the day. Dustin May's going to look at the curveball, ball 1. Sinker just on the edge of the bottom of the strike zone for strike 1. That sinker just outside this time around for ball 2. And another sinker. A lot of sinkers being thrown right here by Hershiser. It's going to be a 2-2 count. Going to be swung on and missed on another sinker, and we are heading to the bottom of the third. 3 up, 3 down once again. We've had 15 straight batters combined on both sides taken out. The curveball is going to be fouled by Daniel Murphy for strike 1. But 15 potentially no more. Oh, nope, it's going to be an easy little fly ball routine catch. It looked like it was going to go much deeper based on that camera angle. But as we said earlier, from that home run that wasn't to be, camera angles can definitely deceive you in this game.
Yeah, especially the Diamond Dynasty camera angles. A lot of times they're making you think that that one's driven, when instead, you know, maybe it's a lazy fly ball out to right field. Ivan Rodriguez, more commonly known by his nickname Pudge, with a quick out number 2.
And I think I might potentially know Cookie Eater's favorite player, now that I think about it. I'm not going to say it either until we get to it, but as much as it's Bryce Harper, not Bryce Harper, sorry, I feel like I know who it is. That's going to be another line out, this one to the first baseman. That's going to be 3 up, 3 down yet again, and we're going to the top of the 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, it hasn't even really been 10 minutes or so, and we're already going into the 4th inning.
And it looks like we are joined in the booth now by Cookie, the man on the mound. How are you doing today, sir?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good, Special. How are you?
Doing pretty good myself. You just called a game just a couple hours ago. Now you got to turn back around and get onto the diamond yourself. So, you know, I got a couple questions that I ask everyone who's first time on my broadcast. So first one is, who's your favorite card that you got on your field today?
I gotta say it's probably either that third baseman, Chipper Jones, or that outfielder, Griffey Jr. We're big fans of both those cards.
I mean, I was just talking with Great Ether Boss saying that Chipper Jones probably my favorite guy growing up that never played for the Tigers or the Dodgers. So it's a very consistent guy at the dish, and We'll transition into my next, two-part question. But who do you think's the most obvious threat in this competition? And who do you think is maybe a sleeper pick to win the whole thing?
Well, obvious threat, I think, is probably Jaden. He's definitely looked great in that exhibition yesterday and did a pretty good job carving up in his quarterfinal. In terms of sleeper, I definitely think maybe Tim Moore is a good shot.
Yeah, and Tim Moore, he's in the bracket on your side of the thing. If he beats Jake Dean tomorrow and or later tonight, and you beat Jaden here, that's going to be your semifinal matchup. Are you looking forward to that matchup if that happens?
It depends on what you mean by looking forward. It'll be a lot of fun, but it's also going to be very stressful. So,
sorry.
I have no doubt whatever happens, though. This is a great game we got going right now, and I know Tim, I know over on the other side, Jeremy and Big Fun, who's obviously our first semifinalist. We're gonna have a good night tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, I'm ready to call one of those semifinals games tomorrow at, I believe, 6 o'clock, if not later in the night. I believe actually 8. Sorry.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, this game going by really fast. We're not even 15 minutes in. We're already bottom of the fourth. So that's going to be a base hit into the left center field area. That could be a double, and it will be a double. Is this really a point of emphasis that you had, being very selective with your pitching, and you're throwing a lot of balls that he's swinging at? Are you trying to get him to chase those, droop snoots of curves and change-ups just to, get him out quickly and then do some damage on offense, hopefully?
Yeah, it's definitely, I'm trying to expose him. Get him, not throw any cookies, obviously. He has a lot of power in that lineup, so anything you miss could easily be gone. So I'm just trying to kind of work around him, try and make him make the strikes, and then, turn around on offense, try and just do my best to pick up Dustin May, and obviously we got the runner on third now. I'd love to get a run for you live. I'm not sure if
that might very well happen. It's the 1-1 count coming in from Dustin May. Is check swing just a bit too far. It's going to be a 1-2 count here with 2 away in the bottom of the fourth. And it's going to be another check swing going too far, and we're heading to the top of the fifth. Nothing on that double, heading to third base, and still nothing. Cookie, great. Thank you for coming into the booth with us and having this little chit chat. We hope that this game, even though it's definitely exciting in terms of defensively, we hope we get to see a couple of big old bombs coming through, whether or not it's on your side or Jaden's side. Hershire, of course, you're throwing heat with him. Is this really your ace that you wanted here in the quarterfinals?
Oh, definitely. Him and Hal Newhouse are kind of my 1-2 punch, and I think Oral just is doing wonders today, so I'm happy about that. But I'll let you guys get back to the broadcast, and I hope you enjoy your interview with Jaden whenever that may end up.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the game. See the 1-0 come in, launched into the left center field gap. It's going to be caught. An amazing run and grab for 2 outs here in the top of the fifth. Now Dwight Evans 0 for 1. Was out back in the top of the third. He's going to look at a curveball, 73 miles an hour. Hershiser really good at, changing the speed of his pitches, keeping the batters guessing on all cylinders. As that's going to be a hit right into the left field area over the head of the shortstop for base hits. Second of the game as well for Jaden Becker.
Yeah, doing a good job getting on base these last couple of innings, timing up his pitches from Hershiser, but he's got to bring somebody around, and this is not the right part of the lineup to do it, albeit Joe Torre's still a very impressive 8-hitter to have in your lineup.
Yeah, and Cookie was talking about very much so a big problem for the hitting when it comes to Jaden's side of the field is just that 3-man attack that we saw yesterday in the exhibition game, the 3 home run derby cards of Cespedes, Cano, and Ricken Jr. That's going to be lined up for the second baseman for nothing on that one hit. it's a bit surprising to see them being a bit quiet here, but they can definitely explode at any point in the time.
Yeah, very tough matchup indeed on both sides. I mean, you could almost argue that this is a preview of who's going to win, whoever wins this one, because they're both, like we mentioned earlier, big favorites in this tournament, and could be the final before the final.
Yeah, Jaden, a lot of people have been talking after that exhibition game especially, Jaden really is one of the guys to look out for, even as the number 7 seed. He can do damage, he can take anybody on, and he has the trash talk and the skill to back it up. So that's going to be a single right until center field for his second hit of the game, Cookies.
Yep, getting that leadoff hitter on for back-to-back innings, but he wasn't able to bring around, I believe that was Jimmy Rollins his first time up, and we'll have to see if he's able to do anything with Cano on the base paths.
Yes, and so that ball's in the dirt for a 1-1 count. Dustin May's 33rd pitch comes in, and it's going to be fouled for a 1-2 count. Swing and a miss on that sinker for strike 3. Dustin May only at 34 pitches, doing very efficient, good work, getting these counts quick and easy and finished early on here in the bottom of the 5th with 1 away. That sinker's going to be low for 1-1 count.
Yeah, and that can be important if he wants to avoid using that bullpen. Not like he, has anything to worry about, but Pedro Strop, Adam Ottavino, Sean Doolittle, just some of the worst names in the bullpen.
Well, that's going to be grounded right back to the pitcher, and he actually can get a glove on it, and it's going to be a base hit, infield single. Very interesting moment there. Jaden definitely not pleased with that, and Pudge Rodriguez, 0-1 count early here. So he's going to look at a far outside cutter for 1-1. Another ball in the dirt for a 2-1 count. Luckily, none of the runners advance. One comes in, and it's going to be inside low for 3-1. Very dangerous position. The question is, though, does Ivan Rodriguez have the green light? And he does, as that's going to be popped up in the infield. Dustin May under it, calling it off, and he will get it for out number 2. And very scary there, and now it's only the number 9 batter, Oral Hershiser, the pitcher, up to bat. And he can definitely potentially hit the ball, but we don't expect him to here, as it's going to be looking 0-1 strike. He's going to swing and miss the 4-seamer for 0-2 count here with 2 away. Ground ball over to the third baseman, throw to first, and they're going to get him by a couple steps. And a very threatening position there, handled relatively easily, and we're headed to the top of the 6th with Dustin May, who struck out back in the 3rd, leading off as the pitcher for Jaden's side of the offense. He's going to look at a sinker for strike 1 down the middle.
Yeah, great pitching performance on both sides of the diamond, Hershiser and May. The past and future of the Dodgers, Los Angeles Dodgers, both going toe-to-toe today in this matchup.
Now that's going to be flied out to center field for out number 1. Here in the top of the 6th, these innings are just running by us so quickly. What's a bit surprising is Hershiser's a bit higher up in the count. Dustin May was only around mid-30s to low upper 40s. Hershiser, a bit of a screw-up there by Cookie Eater, and he's going to be safe at first on as an error in the case of Oral Hershiser. Hershiser already up to 70 pitches.
Yeah, that was an interesting play there. I think Cookie might have thought that it was a line drive caught by Hershiser, but it must have hit the ground before it got to him. So, error allows the runner to reach first, although he does a pretty good job at getting the next batter to pop out and not going to see anyone advance.
Very true, and something that I was actually very interested to see if it would happen would be the tried and tested trick of letting the infield pop fly fall to the ground as nobody advances for a quick, easy double play. But instead, he's going to let Hershiser hopefully handle Cal Ripken Jr. Of course, he's 1 for 2. He had the first hit of the game. For Jaden, it's going to be a 1-2 count here with 2 away. Top of the 6th. Going to be fouled down the first base side. 73 on that curveball. As we said earlier, Hershiser great at changing the speed of the pitches. That's going to be a base hit into right field. going to move up the runner at first to second, and he could have potentially been safe at third even if he advanced, but playing it safe here with 2 away, Robinson Cano up to bat with 2 on base in the top of the 6th.
Yeah, Cano very familiar with the Bronx here in the new Yankee Stadium.
Well, that's going to be launched high and deep in right field. If it stays fair, it's gone, and Robinson Cano sends home the man on base with a 3-run blast here in the top of the 6th, and finally the offense has clicked for Jaden here after a long couple innings of long tried quietness. 368 feet on that blast into right field, and it's a 3-0 ball game with 2 away here in the top of the 6th.
Well, like I said, he is very familiar with Yankee Stadium. He's very familiar with that short porch out in right field, and he's able to reach it and surpass it by quite a lot. And all of a sudden, Cookie's got a 3-0 deficit to work with.
Very much so, as check swing is going to be called not far out enough, so it's going to be a 1-1 count here. Looking for the top corner right here is he's not going to get it. The cutter just inside for 2-1 count here on Yoenis Cespedes. Another one of the home run derby cards. He's going to swing and miss it, a far outside slider for a 2-2. He's going to swing and miss at that low slider for strike 3. So 3 runs on the 2 hits by Jaden, including that 3-run homer by Robinson Cano with 2 away, and we're headed to the bottom of the 6th, 3-0.
Good news for Cookie, though. He's got the top of the lineup coming up, so good job of good guys to set the table with, and then the 3, 4, 5 guys can maybe bring him home.
Now a little blooper right back to Dustin May, as out number 1 is going to be given to Jimmy Rollins. Chipper Jones, of course, Cookie mentioned that this is one of his favorite cards. Hopefully he's looking to do some damage with him right here. And he was looking for something there, and he's going to get a base hit into the gap in left center field. That could easily be a double. He's sending him to second, and it's going to be fumbled with by the center fielder for a double. Ken Griffey Jr. now up to bat. Looks like Jaden might be potentially making a bullpen change.
Yeah, I think he's more likely just getting guys ready because, as we all know, it can be quick strike offense here in Diamond Dynasty. So you don't want to go in unprepared, having to make a pitching change when nobody's out there.
Very much so, and definitely the offense can click here as we're in the middle of the order with the number 3 batter, Ken Griffey Jr. Of course, earlier today in the ML Bot Ball Discord, myself and Special Effects were talking about how if the injuries did not really happen to Ken Griffey Jr. in Cincinnati, he could have easily been up there alongside Babe Ruth with at least 700 home runs. As he's going to ground out to first there for 2 outs, and Chipper Jones moving up to third.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great career. He was a prolific home run hitter, and just the injuries took a toll on him. He still hit 630 in his career, but injuries kept him from the 700 club, and being what would have been at the time, I believe, only the 3rd member to join, of course, behind Babe Ruth and Hank Aaron. Barry Bonds, I don't think, had reached it at that point. But it's something that happens in baseball, something that happens in life. You got to deal with it, and I don't think anyone's going to take away any credit from what Ken Griffey Jr. did on and off the baseball field.
Yeah, Ken Griffey Jr., one of the best players of his generation. So that's going to be launched high and deep into the right center field gap, and it's going to be caught for 3 outs, and nothing here for going to the top of the 7th, still 3-0. See Don Mattingly 0 for 2 so far in this game, leading off at the number 6 spot. Hershiser already in the mid-80s at this at-bat, as this is going to be fouled down the third base side for strike 1.
Yeah, a little interesting that Cookie wants to keep rolling with him. He did give up that 3-run blast last inning, and his pitch count's not really helping him out either. He's got some great names in the bullpen, Charlie Morton, Terry Wood, Aroldis Chapman, to name a few.
That one's going to hook foul down the right field side, just barely dropping in the foul territory. Could have been an easy double in the corner, but instead it's going to be strike 3 looking on that slider. Now Dwight Evans up to bat, singled back in the 5th inning. The first pitch comes in, it's going to be low and outside sinker for ball 1. That sinker in there just by a hair, and so strike 1. He's looking to repeat it there. That's not going to happen. Is this going to be a base hit in the right field? This one will stay fair and not caught from that liner at the first baseman. Dwight Evans' second hit of the game, and now Joe Torre up to bat.
Going to be a tough decision too for Jaden, although maybe not super tough. He's already up 3-0, but pitcher spot is up on deck. So does he want to take out the guy who's been working well for him all game, or does he want to let him hit and possibly have a quick, easy end of the inning?
Yeah, well, it's no 2 count here for Joe Torre. 0 for 2 already with a ground out and a line out. Hershiser looking to end it here. That's going to be fouled down the left field side for still a 0-2 count.
Ooh.
Cutter in there, but it's going to be called ball 1. Dubious call, but he's going to get down on the slider just after, but Cookie definitely not happy there, and it looks like there will be a pinch hitter coming in for Jaden, for Dustin May. Had a great 7 innings there if this is going to be a pinch hitter. And it will not be, in fact. Dustin May will be batting for the 3rd time. Looks like he will be coming in next inning. So this is going to look at a slider for strike 1.
Yeah, it's a tough decision to make, but maybe a little bit easier when you're already up 3-0. So you don't necessarily need the runs right now. But Cookie, I mean, we saw it in the exhibition game against Duggo. He can strike for offense almost at will. Hasn't had anything going for him today, but just because there's only 3 innings of offense left for Cookie, don't count him out of it just yet.
Yeah, well, as Dustin May strikes out there on the slider, it's still nothing new. Just the 3-0 count, the 3-0 score staying the same. And, Cookie's definitely getting interested in trying to do something here as Robinson Cano, 1 for 2 up to bat. Dustin May not even at 60 pitches yet, as he's only at 58 now on that swinging and a strike, sorry.
He's been very efficient out there on the mound, and, big reason why his team is up, because he's held Cookie's offense, very stacked offense, I might add, just made them look silly out there.
That's going to be a ground ball right to the first baseman, and it's going to be out number 1. Takes it by himself, and here comes Joe Carter. Struck out twice so far in this game. He's not looking for that triple crown of the 3 strikes. He's going to look at strike 1.
And just, we've been saying it all game, but these Diamond Dynasty games really go by quickly. Take a look at the time. We started this at 6 p.m. Eastern time. It's not even 6:30. We're already into the 7th inning in the bottom half.
Well, it's going to be a 1-2 count here on Joe Carter. Pitch comes in from May. It's going to be swung on and missed on the sinker for out number 2. And here comes Daniel Murphy, 1 for 2 on the ball game so far with a single. And Special, you were saying it's going by so quickly. I just now realized we're in the bottom of the 7th. We did not have a 7th inning stretch. But since it is Diamond Dynasty and it goes by fast, even without Shark, as that one's going to be launched high and deep into the left field corner, but it's going to be caught for out number 3 as we quickly head into the 8th. We're going to do a bit of a delayed 10-second 7th inning stretch, something I haven't done in so long, and I missed it. Let's do this, baby. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the grab. I miss me to Cracker Jack. I don't care if we'll ever get back for the some teams. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes here out at the old ball game. Let's give a quick shout out to Click Productions. Glorious. As we get into the top of the 8th, it's going to be a check swings. Went far enough for Eric Davis, 0-2 count. Leadoff hitter 0 for 3 on the night so far.
And make it 0 for 4 with that strikeout. Doesn't really matter, though, if your team ends up on top. You're still feeling pretty good in the clubhouse if you can advance in this bracket-style tournament.
Well, that's going to be fouled down the left field line for Wade Boggs. Also 0 for 3. Little joke bump there by him. Instead, it's going to be a swung on little grounder right over the first baseman. Covering pitcher Hershiser is going to get to it. Up to 105 pitches. Cookie very confident in, having Hershiser hold off this team at least going into the top of the 9th. But that's going to be launched high and deep into left field. And no doubt about that one. That one is just blasted into the left field bleachers. Solo shot here in the top of the 8th by Cal Ripken Jr. We were talking, those home run derby cards. Those cards are very good at just launching moonshots, and it's going to go 405 feet into the Bronx. 4-0 here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's really been the key to Jaden's success. Of course, in the exhibition game, had the 3 home runs with the 3 home run derby cards, and Yoenis Cespedes also picked up some of that in the first matchup today against Tyler Danberg. Now you got the other 2 guys, Cal Rickman Jr. and Robinson Cano, all going deep in this one. And, as much as I love to root for Cookie, I got to say Jaden is, 1 foot into the semifinal at least.
Yeah, and right now Hershiser is dancing around with Yoenis Cespedes after intentionally walking Robinson Cano, and he's going to look at that curveball. 73 miles an hour on that one, 2-2 count, looking for a top-end hit. It's going to be fouled, 94-mile-per-hour sinker. Goodness me, Hershiser, you got some heat. And that check swing did not go far enough. It's going to be a full count here, top of the 8th, man on base. Home run derby, Yoenis Cespedes will launch that. If it stays fair, it is not going to, but it would have been long gone if it did. It's going to be another foul into the backstop. 8 pitches in this at-bat already. Going to be a grounder. Third baseman, quick throw to second. They got him. Throw to first just to be safe, even with 2 outs. And middle of the 8th, solo shot by Cal Ripken. It's 4-0 here in favor of Jaden.
So it looks like we're going to have Pudge, I would assume a pinch hitter for Hershiser, and then Jimmy Rollins all due up in this inning.
Yep, definitely some offense available here. Even with the bottom of the lineup, these guys can definitely rake. Ivan Rodriguez, one of the best hitting catchers of all time. And, he definitely, and Cookie has a lot of really good bats that can pinch hit, as that one's going to be launched into right field. Well hit, but it's going to be caught for out number 1. Those camera angles definitely messing with not only us, but Cookie. And we're going to see if there is a pinch hitter here. And there will be. And it's going Joey Gallo pinch hitting for Oral Hershiser. He's done with it for his day. 8 innings of work. He did good, even with the home runs given up. And he's going to warm up. It looks like Keith Folk or Goose Gossage and Fernando Rodney in the bullpen.
You have a couple of great right-handers warming up in the pen. Joey Gallo, of course, known for his big swings, whether he is able to make contact on it or not. So interesting choice for Cookie. He had J.D. Martinez, Yasmani Grandal, and Gavin Lux as well on the benches. Marcelo Ozuna could have all come off, but I'm not going to fault him for picking Joey Gallo, especially if he can launch one into the seats right here.
And he's definitely looking for it there, because that's going to be swing and a miss. It's a 1-2 count here for Joey Gallo. Dustin May, pitch comes in. It's going to be fouled on the low sinker. Still a 1-2 count. And the pitch. Another foul on the low changeup. Gallo doing really good at keeping this at bat alive. So it's going to be high and inside. 4-seamer, 2-2 count. That was going to be a grounder. The shift deep in the shallow right field area. It's going to be a ground out for Joey Gallo. 2 away here. Jimmy Rollins up to bat. Last chance here in the bottom of the 8th. And Cookie's definitely looking forward, hopefully, to the bottom of the 9th, as he's going to have the middle of his lineup, the power core right there. As that one's going to be just inside. Surprised that didn't get called foul, as that's going to be a ground out on the line. First base to end the bottom of the 8th. Mattingly, Evans, and Joe Torre, up to bat here for Jaden.
Yep, and with all this drama brewing here in the 9th inning and the 4-run ball game, we do want to remind everyone that just because we're having fun doesn't mean we can't help out. We're raising money this week. NAMI is our continued charity, and NAMI, NAMI, stands for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. It's the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to providing advocacy, education, support, and public awareness so that all individuals and families can be build better lives, those that are affected by mental illness. I'm going to toss that donate link into the chat, but if you could donate some through our PayPal or even a subscription to the channel that also is going to NAMI, help out some great people and watch some great baseball.
Yes, it's a very good charity, and as you see there, it's a ground out. Little fumble by the third baseman, but luckily still just by a couple steps, as that was going to be grounded deep. Second throw to first, and they got him. Two great defensive plays here by Cookie, just barely getting out Jaden's offense. And luckily, it's the bottom of the lineup too for Cookie. So as long as he can get Joe Torre out here, he's definitely in the clear to get some sort of comeback started here in the bottom of the ninth. That was going to be just outside on the slurve for ball one.
Yep, he'll have 2, 3, 4 Chipper Jones, Ken Griffey Jr., and Matt Kemp coming up in the ninth inning. So it'll be exciting down to the finish. Of course, Jaden, with that 4-0 lead, won't be a safe situation right away. But like we've been saying all day, Cookie just needs, maybe 1 or 2 good pitches he can break out.
Yeah, well, that pop-up hooked foul and caught by the right fielder. 3 up, 3 down for Jaden here. And Cookie's down to his final 3 outs. Still 4-0 here in the bottom of the ninth. As you said, the 2, 3, 4 batters up to bat. But right off the bat, Chipper Jones, 1 for 3. We mentioned earlier, again, one of his favorite cards. He's looking to do something here. That one's going to be a little blooper right in front of the plate. Quick throw to first, and that's going to be 1 away here in the bottom of the ninth. Now Ken Griffey Jr. up to the plate, 0 for 3 on the ball game. He's going to swing at the first pitch. That's going to be a base hit potentially, but it's going to be grabbed by the second baseman on the shift. Throw to first, and they got him. And Cookie's down to his last out with Matt Kemp, his cleanup hitter. Swings at the first pitch, launched into center field, well hit. But it's playable, catchable, and caught with 3 outs. And ladies and gentlemen, Jaden Becker is headed to the semifinals after beating the number 2 seeded Cookie Eater 45, 4-0 here. Great game by both of them, but unfortunately one had to win, and it was just a matchup between the two that ended with only a couple home runs.
Yep, I mean, this is going to be the first upset of the day, at least by seed, but we are joined by the 2 men now in the booth, Jaden Becker and Cookie. How you fellas doing today?
Guys, I told you this before, and I'll tell you it again. I don't know how many times I have to say it. Put the J's in the chat. Make sure everybody knows. Look at the player of the game. And I really got to hand it to Cookie. I talked a lot of smack before the game, but you notice only 5 strikeouts. Last game, I think I touched 20. So he balled out. Hershiser, definitely a great pitcher to use, and he played a great game. I just ended up getting a nice one with Cano. The Cano special, Yankee Stadium, floated one out to the short porch, but second deck. Either way, Dustin May, he balled out.
Well, I don't know if you were listening to our call, but I mean, literally the pitch before Cano hit that home run, I told everyone in the chat that Robinson Cano, he's very familiar with Yankee Stadium, and he showed how familiar he was with that swing and launch out into right field. Cal Ripken Jr., of course, had that home run in the 8th inning as well. These home run derby cards, they're really working wonders for you. We had Cespedes already a couple homers, in the tournament and the exhibition game, and now Cano and Ripken also producing for you. So, is that maybe something you're going to recommend to any aspiring Diamond Dynasty players out there?
Yeah, having that power on your lineup is so important, but you got to know how to use it, man. You could have all the power you want, but if you're not making contact, it's not going to matter. You got to make sure you're squaring yourself up with that ball and lining yourself up with those diamonds. Those perfects are important. It's really tough to reach those when the balls are in the corners of the zone. So you really got to try to square these up, and that Cal Ripken home run was a moonshot. That was a launcher. I was actually surprised how far that one went, and perfect off the bat. And it just goes to show you, if you had those guys in your lineup and you know how to use them right, you could do some damage for sure.
Yeah, we'll turn it over to Cookie really quickly. I'm sorry for interrupting effects. Unlucky game. Only runs that were given up were those 2 home runs. How do you feel after this game? Very good performance. As Jaden said, you only struck out 5 times compared to the 20 that he had in the exhibition yesterday. And you were doing really good with the pitching and painting around the corners. But, just a couple unlucky pitches is all that it took to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. That 3-run bomb to break the tie, that was one that, I mean, he said it himself. That was a good pitch, and I looked at where it was, too, on the feedback thing afterwards. It was right on the corner, upper third, inside. You'd think it's a jam job, but, man, that was just squared up and out of here. So, I mean, I got to give props to him for being able to hit that, and then that extra homer, and his pitching with May was just on point. I mean, I was able to make contact, but I just couldn't square him up. I don't know if it was just me having an off day, or I don't want to take anything away from how good Jaden is either, but I know he's definitely going to be the one to watch out. I mean, the winner, Jake and Tim, will face him tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes. And I mean, I don't know. I just got to give big props to him because that was one of the most tightly contested games I think I've played for a while. So
Yeah,
I had a lot of fun.
As I said, it was very unlucky. You look at Oral Hershiser for you, 13 strikeouts that you had with him in those 8 innings. So you definitely were getting him out. Again, it was just those, couple pitches that he managed to square up at the perfect time and place.
Yeah, exciting matchup indeed. Someone does eventually have to lose, and it ends up being Cookie. And so, Jaden, you're going to get to, take a peek at tonight's matchup. Jake Dean against Tim Moore, 11-time Eastern. And, the winner of that one is going to face off against you in the semifinals. The other semifinal is going to be, Duggo and Jeremy Goldstein. The winner of that matchup up against Big Fun, who came up with that 2-1, just edged out that victory against Jake Zimmer.
Yeah, and I'm excited to watch all these matchups. And, that game coming up, Tim, you got to look at him. I give him some respect. He has been playing pretty well. And you obviously, if you're in the Discord, and if you're not, obviously that links are in the Twitch chat. But if you're in that Discord, he's been posting some highlights, showing off his stuff, saying that his pitchers be hitting home runs. But, hey, I'd be hitting home runs too. And I'm not worried about no Tim. I'm not worried about anybody that's going to come up against me. They're going to have to worry about me, and that's for sure.
It's always a party with Jaden in the booth.
That's for sure. And boss, I have to apologize to you. I wanted to get Tebow in, but we're getting into this tournament. Unless I'm up by a lot, you're not going to see a lot of Tebow. But he's definitely there for moral support, batting 1,000 and proving himself as someone special for sure.
Hey, it's the thought that counts. That's all that matters. Yeah.
It was definitely in my head. If I had a high enough lead, I would have put him in there. But the game was too close, and definitely respects to Cookie there.
Yeah, it is worth noting, though, Jaden, and Boss for that matter, too. You could theoretically remove Tebow now with, obviously, you've advanced to the semifinals. So at that point, that is when we see those team and card overall restrictions lift. So you can go with your best squad going forward. And, I don't want to speak for you, but, as awesome as Tebow is, I got to imagine there's probably someone you'd rather have on the bench.
Yeah, there's definitely a bunch of other guys that I'd rather have on the bench. Tebow definitely served his part. And this is where it might get a little scary for some people. They put on their best team, but they don't know what anybody else's best team is. They got to make sure that their stuff is top-notch. And, seeing these 99s come in, they definitely mean a lot. And that's a big number. You just got to make sure these 99s are real 99s and not just the number on the card. They play better than they look.
Yeah, and there's always the chance of a random little 80 overall card just casually coming in and saying that's going to go out of the bleachers.
Yeah. I've had those moments done to me before, but it's okay. I've done it to other people as well. And, those 80 overall cards, you never know. Those Nelson Cruzes of the world, the Joe Gallos of the world that you just have on your bench to keep your overall low. Come in, pinch hit, and now that ball is in the third deck and you're scratching your head. What happened?
Baseball is an amazing sport, no matter if it's in real life or on the ML Botball Network.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not always about the cards that you have, but sometimes, the guy controlling the sticks, that's also very important, too. So we're having some discussion behind the scenes as we ended a little bit early, but, some thoughts are being tossed around right now. Maybe going to be replaying some of that home run derby that we saw last night. And it does look like that is going to be the plan for this one. So Any final thoughts from our two players and my broadcast partner, Great Ether Boss, before we, I think we're going to maybe start at the semi-final mark for the Home Run Derby.
I just want to make sure everybody knows that's listening. You got to support the J-Man. Jaden Becker's really killing it right now. And if you're not hopping on the train, then you're just missing out. Jay Becker, killing it right now. And you can just see from these highlights, you don't want to miss out on this. So make sure you tune into all these games. Watch the games going on later tonight. Jeremy Goldstein's playing, Tim Moore's playing, Duggo's playing. And I'm coming for everybody. Everybody better watch out.
Well, I'm sure everyone is going to watch out.
I wonder what he's doing. That's my final thought. I just miss Jim
Rice. Thanks, Aiden. Thank you, Eddie, for that wonderful rendition of Bot Ball tonight.
Any final thoughts from Cookie? Or
now we
know ready to send this
for
one
a
off
fact
to,
who's going to be playing in the All-Star game tomorrow.
Replay.
I am joined here by a couple of
no final thoughts from me, really. I mean, it was just a lot of fun to face Jaden. I'm hoping behind the scenes we can set up maybe a whole player or a broadcaster league. Maybe we can see me and Jaden rematch sometime on one of our Twitches, after Bot Ball hours or something. But yeah, it was just a lot of fun, and I hope you all enjoyed the show. And I'm looking forward to see the All-Star game in just an hour and a half or so, and those other quarterfinal games later tonight.
Very much so. You. It's an exciting day to be a Bot Ball fan for sure. Effects, I'm ready for it.
Very exciting indeed. We want to thank Jaden Becker and Cookie Eater for putting on a great show. And for my partner, Great Ether Boss, we want to sign off real quick, as it doesn't look like the Home Run Derby is going to be reloaded tonight. Get that last, hour, 15 minutes in. But for my partner, Great Ether Boss, and for everybody here at the ML Bot Ball Network, I'm Special Effects saying thank you for tuning in, and stick around. Home Run Derby replay right now, an All-Star game coming up at 8 Eastern.
Have a good night, everybody.
The Twitch viewers that are chiming in on the commentary so far, and appreciate y'all joining us. We're having a good time with you so far tonight, so thanks for joining us. Got a couple of folks that picked Freeman. NP Square 42 picked Freddie Freeman. Looks like Mo's bracket is done. F Corporal says rest in peace, Mo's bracket. Let's see what else we got. MP Square says, yeah, the Nixon Library is located in Yorba Linda. Who would have thunk that? The big guy keeping track of all of our brackets tonight says no bracket is officially broken, because if you get the exact distance for the longest home run, you get 35 points added. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And last but not least, but Bonish says everyone has an Aunt Linda and an Uncle Dave. There it is.
False. I have neither.
But he had a kindergarten teacher that was Linda, so that
bingo.
I have an Aunt Linda, but I think the closest I come is former Chef Dave.
You're really stretching.
Former family chef?
What's that?
Like a former family chef, Dave? Or
oh, come on! I'm not that.
Grew up
I'm not
with
that
chef?
No, the former chef. He was my chef. What do you want?
These are the Daves I know. These are the Daves I know.
The Daves I know I can only talk about. I can't talk about the Daves I don't know. These are
some of them are David.
Daves.
Some of them are Dave.
I'm still in tears from PK's census data reports we've been getting.
And don't you worry. I've got about 45 more to go.
Oh, good.
The real question, though, PK, is when are we going to see the Christian Vasquez trivia? I have been jonesing for some Christian Vasquez trivia.
Oh, by the way, he was
announced.
Tomorrow, right? He was announced for. I will not be on the All-Star game call tomorrow, but Christian Vasquez was announced as a All-Star reserve. I'm sure he'll see plenty of playing time tomorrow night, and we've got a special Christian Vasquez Home Run Derby trivia coming up when we get to the semifinals down there. And now, if you'll give me 5 minutes, I'm going to go do some trivia research.
Use your noodle, not your Google.
Of course.
We do have a trivia question in the chat as we get underway here for Suarez. What player has the most appearances in the home run derby, and how many have they played in? Eugenio finally gets one over here, 430 feet for his first home run.
This one's got a chance.
Ooh.
Oh.
Just short. That's got enough on it, but it's going to hook foul. That upper deck out in left field is getting a lot of traffic here in this home run derby.
This one's got a chance, though. Ooh.
456 feet. That's one of two shots needed to get that extra 30 seconds.
He's going to have to pick up the pace. Only 3 after 1 minute.
He's just getting under these a bit here, and that's not going to help you in this timed atmosphere.
You know, Trevor Story, he's been sitting for the longest amount of time. He's had the most time to recuperate. So that, I think, may be an advantage for him coming into the next round as we get into these later rounds.
That hit the batter's eye.
Well, 5 to his name so far, and Eugenio wasting time walking around the batter's box. We'll put another one. This one not going to get over the wall.
Now, I thought they had a time out they could use. I'm surprised we see a lot of players just casually walking out of the batter's box.
Well, they're certainly in no rush because last we checked, Eugenio Suarez is trying to hit Costa Mesa, California with his swing, which Costa Mesa is a city in Orange County. And since its incorporation in 1953, the city has grown from a semi-rural farming community, which had just 16,000 residents, to a suburban area, which now has over 109,000, just shy of 110,000, once again, according to the 2010 U.S. Census.
I can't wait for that 2020 U.S. Census to come out. I'm dying to figure out what's happened there.
I've got it bookmarked already.
Ready to go for next year's home run derby, eh?
Well, 2022 when it's back in Los Angeles.
Thank God it's not in Cleveland this year.
Off the foul pole.
That's officially the shortest home run to date, 386 feet.
Oh, now he's getting into a nice little groove here. He's got a minute left, 11 home runs on the clock. Now we can start putting some numbers up. 12.
With under a minute left, he'll really need to get it to buckle down and hit some dingers. 12, not exactly the biggest number for one Yordan Alvarez to hit. I imagine that'll be rather easy for him.
I think he hit 12 in one game this year.
Is Alvarez, do recycle bins make the same noise as trash cans? I don't know if they have trash cans here at Dodger Stadium.
Well, he should presumably know what's coming, although Freddie Freeman and Giancarlo Stanton didn't.
With the way it's played out here so far, I wouldn't be surprised if one of those asterisks have got a trash can in the back somewhere.
This one got enough distance for 14, and it does. So he's going in with 30 seconds with 14.
And this one's going to hook foul. Wasting no time here. Straight away center. It's going back to the cameras. 440 feet.
This one's got the distance. And it is gone. Wow, just scraping the wall.
And his last shot here. Can it get out? Number 17. That's going to do it here for Eugenio Suarez.
Well, he turned it on late in the round, but I don't think 17 is going to be enough to get past Yordan Alvarez.
And Yordan Alvarez
representing the
358 average.
Number 44, Jordan.
This is
The
absurd.
absolutely bonkers hitting numbers this guy has put up this year.
Well, he doesn't waste much time. First pitch, 1 home run.
And Alvarez so far this year with the Astros, first in the American League in hitting 358. First in hits, second in home runs with 35, and then first in runs batted in 108. Has a chance at the Triple Crown. He's just 3 behind for the lead in home runs, so you could be looking at a Triple Crown winner here at the plate.
Well, that one just goes foul. Now, who was the last Triple Crown winner? Was that still Miguel Cabrera?
I believe it was
Pretty sure.
Miguel Cabrera.
Doubt about that one.
Hey,
And
there's
before
one
that, it
over
was,
450 feet.
Out
It was
of
Carl
here.
Yastrzemski in 1967. I remember that. That one stood for so long.
Jordan Alvarez. Is this going to be his 5th Jordan of the night?
To go.
It is.
No,
447 feet.
Oh, wow. How did he get that one? Another home run for Alvarez.
there's another
He
one.
just golfed that one.
We did have a special request on how to call an Alvarez home run. I don't know if you saw that one earlier.
Jordan!
There it is. I didn't want to be the one low class enough to do that. So.
I have no problem being low class at all.
I am
I
just
tweeted-
the right
I
amount
tweeted
of low
tonight,
class.
uh,
Thank you very much.
I tweeted tonight, come for the double entendres, stay for the home runs.
And to be clear, I don't want to make myself seem like I'm any classier than any of you guys. I'm just trying to not get the video evidence.
Wow, just scraping that. Just down the line.
2 minutes remaining.
I hope you guys saw Duggo's comment.
Oh boy. Shots fired from across the nation. Shots fired.
PK, did you see it?
I did not.
He said, afraid of being low class is a Bostonian.
That's very nice.
Pick a lane, PK. Which is it?
Listen, we're not all low class in Boston. I know there's a lot of people who, now we got trash barrels coming up. And okay, guys, come on, let's keep it classy.
What was that?
I don't know. Michael Mimas just put a trash can, I guess, saying Boston's trash.
No, that's for Alvarez
No.
and all these homers.
Oh, yeah, banging the can. Okay, got it. Okay, we're back on the good side. Michael Mimas.
Now he gets it.
Just
Mike
1
owes me
minute
one now.
remaining. That is gone.
Well,
I thought-
Jordan,
I
with
think this
all
might
of
be-
these Jordangers, already 16 to his name with a minute left.
Yeah, he may not need the extra time, only the second person to not need it. He's tied it here at 17. He's got 40 seconds into 30 extra.
And there it is, number 18, Jordan Alvarez.
With one
With-
final Jordan.
That is now 5.
Dong, dong, dong. On the trash can here for Jordan Alvarez. He advances on to the next round. So the semifinals, they are set. As you take a look there, it's going to be Freddie Freeman and Jordan Alvarez facing off Trevor Stories and Nelson Cruz on the other side. Who's going to make it to the finals?
Well, guys, when I just pulled aside Jordan to get his comments on that, he said, and it was it was fast. There were a lot of people around him, but I'm pretty sure he said I didn't even need the baseball bat. I could have done that on my own. So I don't know what that means, but back to you guys.
Alrighty then.
It could have been
Segway.
something else. I don't know.
Well, plenty of dingers here tonight. Everybody's hitting 15 plus. Oh boy, what a night!
Speaking of dingers, as we just heard from Jordan, he was aiming. He couldn't quite reach it, but he aimed for Pico Rivera, which is a city located in southeastern Los Angeles. It's about 11 miles southeast of downtown Los Angeles, maybe 18 kilometers if you're from, European. It's on the eastern edge of the Los Angeles Basin, actually, and on the southern edge of the area known as the San Gabriel Valley. 62,942 residents, of course, according to the 2010 U.S. Census. Back to you guys.
It's a shame we couldn't use 2020 census data.
Listen, I'm working with what I got, all right?
NP Squared saying they're near Pico Rivera. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure he's probably got some things to say about it.
It's only short by about 1.3 billion people over the last 10 years, so it's more or less in the right ballpark. No pun intended.
Oh, pun definitely intended. Don't you lie.
Come for the home run, stay for the yucks.
Yuck. I come for the yucks. And the dingers are just sauce on top.
One day I won't be able to do this anymore, gentlemen, and you'll all be very happy with that.
Whatever. I'm gonna rewatch this archive home run derby for probably the rest of my life. Anytime I need to cry laugh from census data.
And the viewership is just dropping by the second.
Oh boy, the census data, the underrated star of the show here tonight, folks. The home run derby, who cares? It's all about the census data. Well, we're going to start off with Trevor Story and Nelson Cruz here in the semifinals. Any predictions for this matchup?
Trevor Story's had a long time off. That could be beneficial or hurtful, depending on if his muscles have tightened up. But he connects on the first pitch, so maybe it's been beneficial.
Your dong beats the storybook ending of Corporal calling it right now. One here, one to his name. Let's double that. 2 home runs for Trevor Story. This one deep in a right field, but no.
This one straight away center's got a chance. There you go.
3 to his name. Is it going to be 4? I think so.
As that one went 413 feet, we do have a couple of Twitch comments real quick. F. Corporal said, quote, J-Man 2020, quote, that could be beneficial or hurtful, end quote.
Yeah.
That's
definitely.
That's nothing wiser has ever been said in the history of Bob Ball.
I don't want to go out too far on a ledge, but this could be good or bad.
We've got Chris Berman and John Madden up in the booth tonight.
There's number 7.
Oh boy, I gotta say this is a lot of fun. I love the home run derby.
By the way, I just want to be clear. This is the best called home run derby of all time, both be it ML Bot Ball or MLB All-Star Week. No, anyone watching this would take us over the regular home run derby.
Well, just you guys wait. I got us all commemorative Hawaiian T-shirts.
Oh, I had mine on right now. If we were on video, you'd see it.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's not the Summer Classic without some Hawaiian shirts, I guess.
Oh, this one's crushed. Way back in the left field. 460 for Story.
Still close, but Christian Yelich still with the long bomb of the night.
Oh, wow.
Maybe Story getting a little bit of fatigue as that one is going to get over, obviously, but maybe a little bit of fatigue after what he did way back in the first round and then had the rest here over the past few minutes. But
Yeah, that rest could have been beneficial or negative. You know, we don't know.
It could have been awesome or it could have been the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but it looks like it's paying off rather well. 12 home runs already. He's got a minute left. Minute and a half, really.
This one is crushed deep center field.
Oh, what a catch there in center field by the young 13-year-old. His name's Billy Billinson, and he got the tickets tonight via the Home Run Derby contest through Century 21 and rooting for Trevor Story.
There it is. His 14th.
Good old Billy Billinson.
That's that
He's
kid
the first
straight out of
13-year-old to have a
Rancho Cucamonga,
mortgage.
That one is gone.
right? That's the kid from Rancho Cucamonga, right?
Listen, how old were you guys when you had a mortgage?
His
What do you mean when?
Yeah, it's just my wife's name on that.
F. Corporal brings up a good point. Does Century 21 even exist anymore?
I think they're a clothing store as well.
It's Forever 21.
I think there's also a Century 21.
And there's
I think it's real
another
estate.
one. No doubt about this one. He's 17.
Number 18 here for the never-ending story.
Boo.
19 to his name. And an impressive 19 here from Trevor Story. That puts him at 39 total home runs so far in the Derby.
Oh my God, Duggo in the chat. The Trevor ending story. We're idiots.
Now hitting the
Yeah.
in this
That's why Duggo's the best.
Game
around
over.
here, folks.
23.
Game over. That's pack it in, folks.
And while we take a minute for Nelson Cruz to get ready at the plate, take his warm-up swings, we do just want to call it a couple things. First of all, for Christian Vasquez trivia tonight, who was named to his first All-Star game as an All-Star reserve for the American League roster, which All-Star game can be seen right here on Major League Ball tomorrow night. Who holds the record for being in 15 All-Star games throughout his career? Who holds the record? What catcher, I should say, holds the record for being in 15 All-Star games, leads catchers all time with 15 All-Star games? We'll get to that answer in a second. In the meantime, we'll take a look at Trevor Story's 19 home runs, a few of which reached Montebello, 62,500 residents in Los Angeles. It's a city in Los Angeles County, by the way, and it's located just a little southwestern part of the San Gabriel Valley on 8.4 square miles, 8 miles east of downtown Los Angeles, which I think actually is behind the stadium. It's considered part of the Gateway Cities and is a member of the Gateway Cities Council of Government, 62,000 residents, according to the 2010 U.S. Census. Back to you guys.
You're killing the beards over here, man.
And
I can hear him I can hear him all the way across the country, dying, just hiding behind his microphone, dying right now.
That's it. They don't pay me for nothing. And the answer to that question, we had a couple answers. We had Bench, Pudge, Yogi. Any guesses by the crew here? Beards or J-Man?
I was going to guess Bench.
I was going to say probably one of the Molinas.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be a good guess. Yeah, I probably would have said Pudge as well, so not sure on that
Good guesses. You're all wrong and failures. It is Yogi Berra with 15 All-Star appearances, made 15 All-Star teams throughout his career. 15, Yogi Berra. And as you all know, Christian Vasquez is also a catcher. So that's how that came together for Christian Vasquez trivia.
The Christian Vasquez trivia has arrived! And it has nothing to do with the Red Sox or Christian Vasquez, but...
Man, after 4 months, you just got to sort of take what you can get when it comes to Christian Vasquez trivia.
I imagine you're pretty exhausted of the Christian Vasquez trivia.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Well, we haven't quite acknowledged this one yet, but will Nelson cruise his way to a victory tonight? He's gonna have to hit 20 home runs to do it.
I think he can.
Outstanding.
Yeah,
And
thank the
he
big guy
could-
for that one.
He may hit a cruise missile, all the way across to New York City, which has 13 locations of a department store called Century 21. The company was founded in 1961 by Sonny Gindy, so I did not confuse Century 21 and Forever 21.
That's some good research in the background.
It's a New York
Thanks
City.
for clearing
trick.
that up.
It's a New York City thing, yeah.
I'm in the Twitch commentary. We've got Mo Red Wings asking, can anyone get 25 home runs in the Derby or no? In one round, I think is what Mo's saying. So 25 might be a little bit tough based on the time. We know that the all-time record was set last year, 91 by Vlad Guerrero Jr., 91 for total. But to Mo's point, can someone get 25 in one round in the 4.5 minutes with the? That's a tough one. I don't know. I don't think 25 is possible with the 4.5 minutes.
Especially now we're in the semifinals. I think guys are probably a little more fatigued, and we might have seen it maybe in the first round, but now that we're into the semifinals, I doubt it.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see 25 in the semis or the finals, but if anybody can do it, it's these four guys.
Well, if you remember last year's home run derby in the second round, Vladimir Guerrero hit 40 and Jock Peterson hit 39.
Now underway.
And, Michael Mimas brings up a good point in Twitch. It will depend on the seed, right? In fact, we saw it in the first round when we had a couple of players that just stopped with time left on the clock because they already beat their opponent. So if you're the lower seed, you get that opportunity to get them out there. So that's a good perspective, too.
Well, 30 seconds in, only one homer. It's these moonshots that could come back and haunt Nelson Cruz.
Yeah, Nelly booming those shots way into the air, but not getting enough behind it, which is odd to say about Nelson Cruz. Wait, somebody says there's been enough bad jokes. I don't think that's possible.
I think that's from the Twitch commentary. Because there were a few really bad jokes in the Twitch commentary. That is not a reflection of any of the commentaries within the booth doing the home run derby this year on Major League Pop-Up.
Another home run.
And while I have this opportunity, we've got a packed house here in Dodger Stadium. I do want to thank all the bartenders and servers that are bringing us our refreshments in the booth here tonight. My server tonight is Anna. Want to thank my server, Anna. Thank you. I appreciate you as always.
3 in a row.
Hence why it's getting a little looser as time goes on here.
Man, those census numbers going to be rolling off the tongue real smooth.
So much census.
5 straight.
Well, this is number 8 from Nelly. The boomstick's on a roll here as he launches another one.
Oh, just off the wall.
Lame. But that's definitely more the approach you want to see. You want to see those quick line drive home runs. Yeah. You want to get your couple really big bombs so that you get those extra 30 seconds, but
you don't want to swing and miss.
No, definitely not. Although you might say that a swing and a miss is better than a long fly out. At least a swing and a miss only takes that half a second to reset.
Ooh, this one's hit pretty hard. Is it high enough? Is it deep enough? It is gone.
Number 11 for the boomstick.
Well, he's got to get on a little run now.
Ooh, swing and a miss. This one's got enough on it. Will it stay fair? It does. 437 feet, and with a minute left to go, he launches one into right field.
I think he's tiring a little bit here.
A line straight out to center field here. That gets over the wall. 13 for Nelly.
Well, this one's crushed. 14
Whoa,
now.
Nelly. 419 feet.
Ooh, another big sloppy tater. Get there.
His third consecutive home run.
20 seconds to go. Is this going to be number 16 for
That
Nelson
has to
Cruz?
be.
It is.
4 in a row now.
12 seconds left. He lays off that one. Reset, throw it again. He puts a ride into this one. Back to the track, to the wall. Goodbye. No. Oof. Well, he's got 30 more seconds as we get to bonus time.
This one deep center field, and that one, oh. He's gonna have to get into a run here real quick. Could this be it?
17.
Monster home run.
Oh, he's got 12 seconds. This one needs to get out.
Does it have enough on it? It does. Just.
Last one.
Deepest part of the yard.
Is it deep enough?
Time's up.
Does he? Oh! They should have let him throw that pitch.
18 home runs. That's not
Wow.
good.
Boomstick.
He's been eliminated
Boomstick
from the
goes
competition.
down. Down goes Boomstick. Trevor Story, with 20 home runs, will advance to the finals. Damn. That
Well,
kind of sucks.
It does, because Trevor Story is going to the finals. But which is great for the Colorado Rockies viewers that we have, all two of them. And as Nelson Cruz, just had a chance to talk to him, very, very disappointed in losing his first home run derby and getting so close there. He didn't reach it, but he was aiming for Santa Monica, which is a beachfront city in western Los Angeles County. It's bordered on three sides by different neighborhoods of the city of Los Angeles, and Pacific Palisades of the north, Brentwood in the northeast, West Los Angeles on the east. 89,736 residents, according to the 2010 U.S. Census. It's named after, by the way, the song by Everclear, Santa Monica, released back in 1995. And by the way, the census is a Latin word that was made way back in the Roman Republic. It was a list to keep track of all adult males fit for military service. Who would have thunk it?
Up first in this
Well,
semifinal
I see the Christian
matchup.
Vasquez trivia
Freddie
philosophy
Freeman.
continues with the census here, as in steps Freddie Freeman. Freddie gonna face off against Yordan Alvarez here for the final spot in the finals.
Any predictions?
I'm gonna say this one's gonna go to Freddie Freeman. The fighting brave, looking for the first home run derby victory by a Brave. I think he's got a really good shot here. I think Yordan is gonna fall just short. I think he's gonna win by 2.
Well, Yordan did not need all of his time in the first round. And Freddie Freeman went first, so he used all of his, of course. But it should be an interesting one. I'm leaning towards Yordan Alvarez. Young guy. They've got a little bit more energy. Not sure how old Freddie Freeman is, but I know Alvarez is younger.
They don't have to take that Frank Thomas testosterone yet.
They do not need that. What is that stuff called? Nugenics? Is that what it is?
I wish I could tell you. I just laugh too hard every time I see the commercial. So,
I mean, that sounds like something. That sounds like something that Frank Thomas would endorse.
Freddie
is
Freeman
eugenics.
heading into this game, as we talked about earlier, lost in the 2018 home run derby to Bryce Harper. So far this year, second in the NL in hits at 119 so far in the 2020 ball season, and second in home runs at 28. No Braves hitter has ever won the home run derby before. 0 for 11 previous, Freeman being one of those, by the way, being the 11th. So Freeman would be the first Atlanta Brave to ever win it if he's able to get past Alvarez and past Story.
Well, that's going to be the story here tonight. It's going to go through the story of Trevor. Will it be Freddie? Will it be Jordan? We'll find out here next.
Now, I don't think any of the remaining teams have ever won a home run derby, actually. No Colorado Rocky, Houston Astro, or Atlanta Brave has won the derby. And last little trivia question, which team has the most home run derby wins to their name?
Didn't we? I mean, is it the same number as Ken Griffey Jr.? Because Ken Griffey Jr. has won it 3 times.
Well, that would put the Mariners in second place. Tied with the Angels, Athletics, Cubs, and Reds, but one team has one more.
San Fran? Thinking the Bonds connection there?
That was 96. The Giants have one winner. But it's the New York Yankees. Yeah. 97.
Ooh, the evil empire.
11, 17.
Ooh, the evil empire. Plenty of Yankee haters in the booth tonight, and I love to see it.
We got an update, by the way, from the big guy. We appreciate the big guy doing a ton of work for us with all the brackets. Currently, Hines in the Discord is winning the bracket so far. Obviously, we've still got the longest home run, which is going to be a big part of that. And we've got still this big section here of Freeman versus Alvarez, followed by Story versus one of those two gentlemen. But yeah, so far, Hines on top.
Yeah, and indeed, the longest home run tonight is still Christian Yelich at 464 feet.
The clock has
yet to be eclipsed. Freddie Freeman going to take his first hack here. And like many others tonight, not able to put it over the wall.
Oh, this is a battle of 2 lefty sluggers. And we had the other semifinal, 2 right-handed sluggers. So again, Dodger Stadium playing pretty neutral.
Home runs flying out everywhere here tonight, hitting them to all fields. I don't know that there's a section of the outfield that hasn't gotten a barrage of bombs coming down on them, including another one here to the opposite upper deck.
Well, Freeman's off to a pretty slow start. Only 1 home run. We're a minute in. Is this one going to be 2? It is not.
3 minutes to go.
This one might be. It's good. 378 feet.
All right, this is a little groove you're getting into now. This is what you got to see.
Slow start from Freddie Freeman. That's 2 in a row now.
That's going to be 3 in a row.
He finally found his groove.
Straight away center. This is tough. And he did not get all of that one. Oh, that was close.
This one popped up. It's going to be short. He lays off this here. Bit low. Gets out in front of this one. Does it have enough height? No, it does not.
Straight away center. He goes there quite a lot. And this one is off the top of the facing up there. 439.
2 minutes down, 2 to go. Freddie Freeman only have 5 to his name here in this semifinal matchup.
I'm a bit surprised no records broken at all in this home run derby. Not even one of the top 5 numbers in any round so far.
There's number 6. There's number 7. 458 feet. He's definitely got a groove.
Back. No.
That one, light him up. 420 feet all the way to right field. Can this get over the wall? It does! Number 9 for Freddie Freeman.
To right.
Just 1 minute remaining. It's out of here.
Well, finally hitting a little groove here. He only got a minute left. Is he going to be able to put up some numbers? Yordan Alvarez at 18. That first round didn't need all that time. This is not a good number for Freeman. He's going to really have to put some balls into the seat.
Freddie does have that 30-second bonus as well, so we'll see if that plays in at all for him. Get a couple extra.
There's number 12. He'll have a 30 seconds here and 30 additional. Number 13. He's in a groove.
It seems most players are settling in that 15 home run mark for these 4 minutes.
There's 15. He'll get one more right after time expires. Can he get this one out? Just short. Warning track power there, so 30 seconds bonus time here.
This one, just bounces in front of the wall.
Can it get out of here? Does it have enough? It sure looks like it. 16 here for Freddie. Call it 17?
I think it's got a chance.
And it just hooks foul. 5 seconds. This will be the last one for Freddie Freeman. This one's got enough. 17 is the magic number for Yordan Alvarez, and like you mentioned before, he didn't need all of his time to beat that same number out of Suarez.
Yeah, let's see if he needs all 4 minutes again. I'm guessing he's not going to.
I mean, are there any more people that you would not expect to be in this finals than Freddie Freeman and Story? If that were to happen, we've obviously still got Alvarez going up here as we take a second and take a peek at the bracket that you see there. Trevor Story already in there from the Colorado Rockies, and then you got Freeman, who certainly made his case for it to make to the finals, and Alvarez looking to beat Freeman to get to that potentially get a championship. And while no balls came near this suburban city in Los Angeles County, Norwalk, California. By the way, gentlemen, the population was 105,000 way back in the 2010 United States Census. However, it's an estimated 104,000 in 2019. Lost 1,000 people over 10 years. 58th most densely populated city in the California area.
They all moved to Colorado. But hey, just want to give a quick shout out to Thune raiding us with a party of 35. He's the guy who runs the Twins alternate universe stream, and just want to give a quick shout out to him and all the Twins fans who just joined us here. So cheers, guys. You just missed out on Nelson Cruz losing to Trevor Story.
Yeah, that one went to the wire with 1 second left. Nelson Cruz wasn't able to get that final home run. He lost 19-18. And it was a really closely fought semifinal.
But the Trevor ending story continues.
The Trevor ending story indeed. We still got one guy to come to bat before we get back to the Trevor story. That would be the big bat in the AL West, Yordan Alvarez. This guy has been on an absolute tear this season, putting up ridiculous batting numbers and continuing that ridiculousness right off the bat.
There's no break for this guy. One pitch, one home run. He did that in his first round, too. Well, that one just hooks foul.
Over or under 2 minutes it takes him.
It'll take over. It'll take over. Just barely.
Yeah, he seems to be getting out in front of these a bit too much here, so Jordan got to find his groove.
Yeah, I don't want to go out on a limb here, but I think Jordan or Freddie Freeman will win this round. Could be good, it could be bad.
Sometimes all it takes is 1 or 2 in a row to get in a groove. We've seen it before. If you think of some of the biggest home run derbies and those ones that they've had before, some of the best of all time, some of the ones that stand out to me way back on the Texas Rangers when you had Josh Hamilton who won that crazy run back in the old Yankee Stadium. Obviously, Vlad Guerrero Jr. last year, Jock Peterson last year as well, Aaron Judge best in 2017. They all had these great moments. They just needed to hit a couple to get in the groove. Alvarez could do that. 2.5 plus the 30-second bonus that's already earned. He'll need 12, so it'll be a lot. But you get into a groove here and get it done.
5 to his name already here. 2:20 left to go. Can this one stay fair? Will it hit the foul pole? No.
And this is interesting strategy from Alvarez. He's just toying with Freeman, just seeing how far behind he can get before he really turns it on.
Ooh, a moonshot here from Alvarez. It's really hanging up there, and it's going to come short, so a wasted opportunity. That one is good. Jordan is back. 423 feet. Blah.
Well, he's got a lot of work cut out for him. He's only got 6 with 1.5 minutes.
This just in from Jordan Alvarez's teammate Jose Altuve down in the bullpen with the American League guys. He just told me that Jordan is aiming for the Rancho Cucamonga area of Southern California. Is going to need to put a little bit more mustard on that on those dingers, but he's definitely putting some right into these. Only 8 to his record so far with 1 minute left.
Yeah, this is not a typical Jordan Alvarez at the batting practice session, whatever you want to call it.
Well, Rancho Cucamonga back in 2017 had a population of 175,000 people with a median age of 35 and a half and a median household income of $83,000. But between 2016 and 2017, the population grew from 173,000 to 174,000, 0.7 increase.
Of course, Rancho
There's
Cucamonga,
a lot of hot action going on in Rancho Cucamonga.
Specifically coming out of the Jackson compound. Of course, Matt and Nick Jackson, the Young Bucks from Rancho Cucamonga. They're here in the building here tonight. I saw them earlier having a super kick party.
Tardy 16 just turned on the game, and the first thing he heard was me rattling off census stats. So I can imagine he's a little confused.
Well, that's where the ball was, TARDIS. I'm sorry.
We're just trying to give accurate geological and population data.
Are we taking soil samples out of this too?
It's a little acidic. You don't want to grow a wine here. It's a little farther north.
Well, a disappointing second round for Jordan Alvarez. He's going to end this one with, is that fair? It is not. So 13 is the final for Jordan Alvarez.
And that
Well, Jordan Alvarez eliminated in the semifinals here. Freddie Freeman gonna get a chance to win the very first home run by Braves. His second opportunity to win the Derby. It's gonna be a National League face-off. Before we get started here, we've got Shark Shavery in the booth with another stretch available for us.
It's been a wild ride, so everybody get up and just stretch it on out.
Home run derby ding dong, boys.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Los Angeles County has a population of 9,880,609 according to the 2010 U.S. Census.
Damn, son, where'd you find this? Thank you for trying this demo.
Los Angeles County had an estimated 10,039,107 residents in 2019.
Oh my god! Was census data incorporated into that?
Who the hell let Tim the Toolman Taylor in here?
I want to ensure I heard what I heard.
Oh,
Was
you
that
heard it.
census data incorporated into it?
Oh yeah. The instant I heard you rattling off census data, I got up the speech synthesis and started making stuff and looking up the census data for Los Angeles County. So I'm like, I haven't heard the county data. I've only heard the random towns. So you need to have the big picture.
You know, when my father, when I was a young 9-year-old, and he brought me to my first Red Sox game at Fenway Park, and they played Take Me Out to the Ball Game, I just wish it was like that. I would have loved baseball a lot faster if that was the case. Well
If
done.
it gave you the stats from the census data.
And a seizure, but yes, both of those things.
Oh. I figured
Classic
you would appreciate
audible
that.
seizure.
Outstanding.
Oh wow.
Anyway, I'll let you boys recover and
How
get back to
in
it.
the hell do you go to I mean, listen, Beardy Buddha, Brother Beard, J-Man, we got to get on our game for this final call here. Story versus Freeman after that one.
You gotta get some good census data for this next bit.
Oh my!
You better have the best. You better have the primo suburb picked out for that next census data drop.
Only the
Get a
best of the best
subdivision.
coming up. Only
Get,
the
like
best
super
of the best.
dialed in. Like there's a cul-de-sac here, you know. There's a real nice house with some shutters
what's
on
the-
it.
What's the census data on Grove Street? Let's be real. That's what everybody really wants to know.
Please pull that up.
The census data for Vince Scully Way tonight is dingers, big long dongs.
That and salami. More salami than you can handle.
I'm gonna lose my mind if I don't get out of here. So have a good rest of this home run derby.
Well done, Shark Saver. Well done.
Thank you so much,
thank you.
as always, Sharky.
Oh my, oh my. Oh man.
Trevor Story in the finals after starting it off by taking out the 8th seed. He's going to have to take out the 2 seed here, and he's already got a home run to his name. This one's back. Gone! Now he's got 2.
Second home run.
Trevor has had the story all night indeed. He was the first man to come up. He set the pace for what ended up being the pace throughout this ball game. Throughout this derby, he came up and he put 20 on the board to lead it off and has not let us down since.
Out of here.
Well, the big guy points out in the Twitch chat that this is the last chapter of the story, and it will be a good or bad ending. One of the other.
Third consecutive home
Oh,
run.
463.
3 minutes to go.
463. It's so close, just shy. Trevor Story trying to put it over the wall. This one's going to come up short.
It's a lot of hang time on that one.
That one's got enough on it. Get out.
Home run.
And that one is the 7th of the night so far. 7th of the round. Blah. That's out into the bullpen.
He's not slowing down. This could be his best round so far. This one's going to be number 9.
Trevor Story on a roll. 2 solid rounds under his belt already.
That's number 4 in a row.
Number 10 here over, just under halfway through his 4 minutes.
That's 11.
Thin air, eat my shorts, says Trevor Story.
Oh, he is in a groove.
Ooh, just foul on that one.
Oh, he's got all of this one. This is going to be number 12.
It's gone. Home run number 12.
I just got under that one.
That one's hanging out a bit too long in center field. Did he get enough here? That one looks like it. Straight away to center field, 427.
Fans are feeling it now. They're on their feet. They're pulling for Story, the underdog tonight.
Their division rival in the NL West here. Trevor Story taking Chavez Ravine to the ballpark, 444 feet for number 15.
This
on
is
a
going
roll.
to be 16. He's got a minute left.
What a story here.
Oh, 17.
17 indeed.
Does this one have a chance? It's so high.
That one not quite enough.
30 seconds left.
This one, however, number 18, put it on the board.
Number 18.
Whoa, straight away center. Another move shot for Trevor Story.
The Trevor ending story.
I think he's got some of that nothing wind blowing these balls out.
19 to Trevor's Story here. Is this going to be number 20?
Oh, it is. It is.
Indeed.
It is.
Number 20, and he gets 30 seconds extra.
Oh, and he wastes no time going 21. That's right by where Billy Billinson
Billy Billinson had the glove up ready for it. Could get close to 25 here, gentlemen.
His third consecutive home run.
22. Freddie. Gonna have quite a number to match here. Trevor with the never-ending story. The never-ending dongs.
Go.
23.
Time's up. That will do it.
Wow.
What a number. 23 is the one to beat. Freddie Freeman is going to have quite a mountain to climb here.
Yeah, that's the most home runs we've seen in any round so far, so he saved the best for last.
And few people know this, but the sequel to Never-Ending Story was titled The Never-Ending Dongs, which is coming to a bookstore and theater near you. However, before we get to that...
In the 18-plus section.
and Cinemax after 11:30 p.m. But the other thing that we want to make sure we call out here, first of all, Trevor Story, just literally no pun intended, an awesome story tonight. Certainly not the favor heading into the 2020 Home Run Derby, but has put on an absolute show for these fans in Los Angeles. One of the things that was one of the motivations for Trevor this evening was he was a huge fan of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure way back in the 90s, which took place in San Dimas, California, as we all know. And of course.
Why wouldn't I know that? It was an excellent adventure.
It was, and the third one's coming out next month, by the way. And according to the U.S. Census, between 2016 and 2017, the population of San Dimas grew from 34,100 to 34,300.
Most righteous.
Most excellent. And the median income grew from 79,000 to 81,000. So San Dimas and the residents of San Dimas doing quite well for themselves. Trevor's Story was motivated by that. So hats off to Trevor.
And that's totally not a bogus story at all.
Listen, guys, it's 9:47 Eastern Time. You got to give me a break here.
You're technically in After Dark territory, so we won't blame you.
No, I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
Oh. I am having the time of my life here. This is great. I love it. Home run derby, best derby, 10 out of 10 game of the year.
Hopefully we don't have.
Just F Corporal just wants a long dong.
Hopefully we don't have Home Run Derby 2 Census Boogaloo. Thanks for hanging with us through this, guys.
What the hell am I going to do for the next census?
That's it. I'm dead. That's it. I'm dead.
All right, team, we got to keep our composure. One more here. Freddie Freeman takes it long for home run number 1.
He's going to have to do a lot of that if he wants to beat Trevor Story. 23 is the number, and that is the most in any round so far today. Well, 2 swings, 2 home runs for Freeman. 3 maybe. Well, this is the right way to do it. 3 home runs for Freddie Freeman. Oh, this one's crushed too.
Wow, I don't think we were expecting this from Freddie Freeman to start out.
Well, he did this in the first round too. He got off to a really hot start and then a lot of balls, had a lot of carry time, a lot of hang time, and he sort of fizzled out. See if he can keep up the pace he's going to need to. This one's back, and that one is gone.
That's his 4th.
Number 4 here to Freeman. Boy, he's really going to need to continue this pace to match Trevor Story's awesome performance here in the finals.
That's into the bullpen.
Well, Trevor Story was at 10 at the 2-minute mark, and Freeman is now at 6 at 2:45.
He's got a chance.
Oh, that one is hit well. Deep and gone. Number 7 for Freddie Freeman. And the swing and a miss has been the big story of this home run derby.
That's another one. Put it on the board, Freddie Freeman. Number 8 goes 425 feet.
Oh, that one is another one. He's got 9. So he's keeping around the same pace of Trevor Story.
2 minutes remaining.
10. Oh, no, that one just missed. All these long shots to center field could really hurt Freeman.
Can it be? This one looks good. Number 10.
No doubt about that one.
Freddie Freeman's been drinking some Kronk.
Kronk is the drink.
Kronk powered indeed.
This one is Kronk to left field. Right field, I mean.
That one out of here. Now up 11 home runs for him.
Well, he's at 11 with 1:15 left. It's going to be a tall order for him. He's at 12 now. Going to have to hit some ropes.
Now falling short here. This one looks like it might have enough. Can it stay fair? It's kind of hooking that way. Get out of here.
Out of here.
Number 13.
This one's hit pretty well. This could be 14. And it is.
Hey, PK, who's pitching to Freddie?
This is Freddie Freeman's neighbor from Irving, Texas, who threw to him when he was in high school.
Third consecutive home run.
He's got to hit 8 more in a minute.
A neighbor in Orange County,
actually.
not Texas. Orange County.
So Freeman hasn't even hit the bonus yet.
There's number 17.
And it gives him the bonus.
The bonus.
Oh, is this 18? I think it is. Oh,
Can this one get out of here? Does it have enough to get over the wall? No. Well, he's going to need that bonus time. This one might get out of here. No.
He's got to hit 6 in 30 seconds. That is a very tall order. I don't know if that has been done tonight.
There's one.
If he can keep doing those line drives, he can do it, and he's aiming for it. That one, 385. That's what he needs to do. Quick into the stands.
There's two. He's running out of time, though. 10 seconds left.
That
No,
one's
that's
got a
gonna hook
chance.
foul.
They're going to hook foul. You're right.
Last one here. So the Trevor Story takes the win here tonight as Freddie Freeman puts number 20 on the board.
And that
Wow.
It's the Trevor ending story. The Trevor ending story.
That's not
It's
quite
a
enough.
tale as old as
He's been
time, my
eliminated
friend.
from the
Trevor
competition.
Story, your home run derby winner here for the 2020 All-Star Classic.
Yeah, what a run for Trevor Story. You see how he had almost 20 each one of the rounds. He said coming into this, his motivation was his hometown, Irving, Texas, where he went to high school. He grew up in Irving, Texas, which has a population of 236,000 people according to the 2010 U.S. Census. However, his goal was he wanted to hit him as far as Irving, Texas could see. He didn't quite reach Irving, Texas. But on the plus side, Irving, Texas did grow their median household income from $54,000 to $58,000, a 6% increase between 2016 and 2017. So I think Trevor's got to be happy about that. More importantly, happy about the All-Star game, the home run derby tonight. And hopefully he's going to continue that for the All-Star game tomorrow. But what a show by Trevor Story tonight.
Now, I'm curious, did Trevor Story's $500,000 that he gets from the Rockies count for that $4,000 median income bump?
I don't know if he still resides there because it probably impacted by about 30%. But I can do some research in the background and get back to you next home run derby.
Look forward to that.
Quick correction to the fantasy record here. Trevor Story hits the longest home run of the night, 466 feet. He must have snuck that one in there right at the beginning. He gets the victory. He gets the longest home run. And for the big guy, I don't know who actually won that bracket challenge, but that'll be interesting to see.
I think it was Trevor Story. He put in a bot ball bracket for himself and bet big on himself.
Which is always good because that means we don't have to pay out anyone on the bot ball side of things, which would be a big win.
So does that mean he gets the Pete Rose treatment?
Never allowed to play or bet or do anything with Major League Baseball again. I think that's a pretty good deal.
That sounds like a pretty raw deal for Trevor Story, seeing as he just won the home run derby.
Well, that's what happens when you win the home run derby. You're kicked out of the game.
I want to thank the Twitch viewers. We got some good comments tonight. And first of all, it kind of felt like Beardy Boot and I had the opportunity to sort of sit back and just give a little color commentary. Brother Beard and J-Man, thanks very much for doing the calls and the play-by-play. That was really cool. And then the Twitch viewers, you guys are just like amazing, best Twitch fans there are out in the world, and especially with ML Bot Ball helping us. So that was really, really cool, a lot of fun. But you guys did a great job. Brother Beard, I mean, just you got to give it up to Brother Beard and helping out the way as we go. Nicely done to you, and then great work to you too, J-Man and Beardy Buddha. But heck of a time, guys. Had a lot of fun tonight.
It was a lot of fun. I can't say enough for the great job you all did tonight as well.
Oh, shucks, guys. This is a lot of fun.
And there is a petition, Tardy16. This is quote. I don't typically use this type of language. But Tardy16 says, petition for Beardy Buddha, Brother Beard, PK, and J-Man 1993 to call more shit together. I don't condone that type of language, but if you want shit called, I'm sure we can call shit.
We can call up.
I've been calling for this since the beginning of the season. Since the very first time you came out to Seattle and we called a game. I've been saying it over and over and over again, man.
I know. If this was my full-time job and Botball wanted to start really forking up the dineros my way, I would be all in. But,
Yeah.
I promise
Some things
all the
just are
viewers.
not in the cards.
No, and I promise all the viewers out there, I'm sure the census stuff got old as time went on. I promise there will be no more census talk in any ML Botball for the rest of the year.
No, I want to do a Twins game with you, and you just research random communities throughout Minnesota, and just have you fill in that color with your census commentary. It's probably, I don't think I've laughed that hard in a long time.
Well, on the side, I am a stand-up comedian, so it helps that I've made 70 some odd people maybe chuckle once or twice, and a couple of people roll their eyes.
It certainly helps indeed. It helps us. It helps you. I've had a great fucking time, guys. What do we got coming up next? Does anybody know? I don't have a schedule in front of me.
we got some good action coming up, if I'm not mistaken. After us, we've got, for more information, view Cookie's All-Star Break Sheet in the second tab below. Okay. So that's not it. No, we got some great ML Botball action. It's coming up with Aiden coming on into the booth, if I'm not mistaken, and then some great calls for the rest of the night for Botball After Dark. What a game it was. Nice hanging out with you gentlemen tonight.
Breaking news. We have a trade announced just now in the Twitch chat.
Wait, what?
So it seemed, I saw it pop up on the sidebar there. A trade between Atlanta and the Angels. We'll have
For census data.
I believe it was glitched. I think it's a glitch.
Interesting. That was... Yeah, okay. I thought that looked familiar. Never mind, forget I said anything. This has been fun, guys. Too much fun, apparently.
Yeah.
The way we dripping with the basket. Old friends inquiring about the cash flow. Okay, this here in the gas state. I can't hit it, if I do, I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, not here with the past the same. I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the Target. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park.
So currently we're trying to get some things figured out, but what is going on, my man Cookie?
Not much, Duggo. Jake, do you hear me?
He can hear you. He's next to me.
Can he talk, though?
We're getting that figured out at the moment. We were hoping... this is what I get for not actually running out of the house like I needed to, and grabbing an extra microphone that I knew worked. So we're gonna try to see if there's any issues with him calling off a different computer next to me.
Very fair. We'll see if we can get that squared away. And I guess until then, though, Duggo, it's probably about time we gotta meet these teams, don't we?
True. How do you want to do it? There's 2.5 of us at the moment. So, we got 2 teams. Got a lovely roster of folks to go through here tonight.
It's gonna be a lot of fun to look at these starting lineups, players all over the place.
They're going through some lovely stuff, getting ready. Looking at current guys in the lead for most valuable player in both the American League and National League. All of them all-stars here tonight. That's things I like to see. Madison Bumgarner currently in the run there. Oh my god, 162 strikeouts. Are you kidding me?
I mean, on pace for 300, that's not unheard of.
Yeah. Seems so absurd.
And I'm also focused for the day that I blow this open. Money like hocus pocus at the club with a bunch of brokers. Also, I can broke it. Hang on, it's a trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. So
Admin title race. Of course, National League races are... Nothing's really interesting me more right now than Yordan Alvarez and a potential triple crown in the AL.
Oh, dude, that's so absurd what he's done. 108 RBIs right now, halfway through the season. Like, are you kidding me?
He's been up over 100 for a while. He must have really cooled off the last few weeks, 'cause it seemed like it was absurdly early he hit that mark.
Right.
Obviously, the reigning Rookie of the Year, Alvarez is. There we see Gavin Lux leading the vote right now for Rookie of the Year this year. That's something I keep saying in all my games. Freddie Freeman for the Hank Aaron Award.
Good old Freddie Fringle.
How about Mitch
While we
Garver's
do your favorite things here. We're sitting here eating your lovely favorite food, Cookie.
Cookies?
Not cookies.
Oh, gosh. Pizza?
Oh, yeah.
We all know I don't like pizza. Why would you say it's my favorite food?
Because we love you.
We know you're just hiding the truth from us.
Now, a nice calzone, that I can get behind.
What's the difference between a calzone and a pizza for you?
Nothing. I don't like calzones either. I was just trying to be metaphorical. That's not even the word for it.
All right, let's see.
Oh,
I feel a little bit weird myself back there, but I don't know how you feeling about this, Jake.
It works.
All right.
No.
No.
When Duggo is being picked up by both mics, Jake's only being picked up by his. So apologies for the technical difficulties.
What about now?
Hey.
Duggo again?
Yep.
I think that's better.
Cool.
All right. That's the problem. I'm a little bit, just a little bit boisterous.
Ooh, it's still picking up a little bit on Jake's, but hopefully we, So for those of you who are out of the loop right now, Duggo and Jake are in the same room right now. This is the first time in Botball history this has been done.
I think it's the first time anybody's actually met up.
Continue to look at awards leaders as we get ready to get the All-Star Game underway. Everyone, thanks for tuning in. It's going to be a lot of fun. An All-Star Game, the American League on a 7-game win streak.
Is they seriously? I forgot to do all my gorgeous research and make sure that everything was on the up and up between these two teams. I know that generally in the interleague matchups, the AL has the NL's number, but I hadn't known that on the All-Star break, especially now that home field advantage for the World Series is no longer tied to the All-Star game.
We should really bring that back. I hate that the All-Star Game is just kind of a random exhibition. Now, it was way more fun when it had a lot of meaning.
I definitely see both sides to the argument. I enjoyed having the meeting to it, but at the same time, it's nice that now we can kind of let it, loosen up a little bit and just really make it about the players and not so much have to worry about the managers trying to do everything they can to win the game and try and balance that with trying to make sure every team's representatives get involved in some capacity.
Right, that's the problem. It's like an exhibition game, and you're going to put the biggest game of the sport on the line in an exhibition game. That's just a little bit wrong.
No, it makes it perfectly whimsical and wild, Duggo. I think it's a great addition to the sport.
We see Gold Glove in right field in the American League. Mookie Betts not going to win it for the first time in 3 years, apparently.
That'll happen when you leave the American League.
Someone new is going to get it.
Robbie Ray almost getting that Silver Slugger award. You know, Zach Greinke now in the AL, so you don't have to contend with him.
Kind of surprising Madison Bumgarner isn't up there. Usually feels like he's a pretty good shoo-in for it.
Actually, Mad Bum's been pretty bad so far this ball season in terms of hitting a lot of those bunts that turn into double plays, not really going for power. So kind of an off year in hitting for Madison.
Mitch Garver, what a season he's put together.
No, both these catchers, honestly, when I was putting them together, I was pretty surprised. You know, Kurt Suzuki over in the National League going to be the starting catcher representative here tonight. You know, pleasantly surprised to see him there. But, yeah, Mitch Garver, talk about that slash line, 344, 418, 698. For a catcher? You're kidding me.
Yeah, I just called multiple of those games in that Minnesota-Toronto series, and Garver's a big part of their offensive output. I mean, you kind of have to say he's the main weapon on that Twins team, who just last season set the single-season home run record. So just really impressive what Mitch Garver's been able to do and produce for these Twins.
I love it. This is perfect.
All right, and I think we're about to meet our teams here. Public address announcer Cookie Eater 45. We're gonna go ahead and let him take it away.
I was about to say, how we gonna rotate off like one, you know, full on middle school presentation style. I say one, you say one, he says one.
Or
do you want one
have
league to
pre-recorded
yourself?
audio on there. If we wanna roll with that. Otherwise,
All right. Well, Mr. Fancy, I guess we're gonna do it that way.
You can tell at the service I'm bored. Hold on. I'd rather be on a resort. Hold on. I'd rather be serving some boys. Hold on. I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she.
looks like we're gonna have to shut the audio down on here first, really quick. But yeah, I guess
You know, it's the fun stuff we don't hear because we do it this way, right?
exactly.
Staff from the Los Angeles.
I guess I'll mute myself and we can hear Virtual Cookie.
All right, everybody, let's get to our feet and let's get ready to meet our 2020 ML Bat Ball All-Stars. We start with the visiting American League, named to the coaching staff from the Los Angeles Angels, Joe Madden. From the Baltimore Orioles, Hanser Alberto. From the Boston Red Sox, Christian Vasquez. From the Cleveland Indians, Zach Plesac, Brad Hand, and Carlos Santana. From the Detroit Tigers, CJ Crone. From the Kansas City Royals, Jorge Soler. From the Minnesota Twins, Jorge Polanco. Nelson Cruz, the Boomstick. Longtime Los Angeles Dodger, Kenta Maeda. Tyler Duffy. And Taylor Rogers. From the New York Yankees, Gleyber Torres. Garrett Cole. And that's it, folks. Only 2 Yankees we got here. From the Oakland Athletics, Chris Davis and Liam Hendricks. From the Seattle Mariners, Tom Murphy. From the Tampa Bay Rays, Ryan Yarbrough and Nick Anderson. From the Texas Rangers, Jose Leclerc. And from the Toronto Blue Jays, Ken Giles. Now, for the National League. Named to the coaching staff from your Los Angeles Dodgers, Dave Roberts. From the Arizona Diamondbacks, Madison Bumgarner and Giovanni Gallegos. Gallegos is actually how you say that, but hey, who cares? This isn't live. From the Atlanta Braves, Will Smith. From the Chicago Cubs, Kyle Schwarber. From the Cincinnati Reds, Luis Castillo. From your Los Angeles Dodgers, Walker Buehler, Clayton Kershaw, and Kenley Jansen. From the Miami Marlins, Jonathan Villar. From the Milwaukee Brewers, Lorenzo Cain. From the New York Mets, Wilson Ramos. From the Pittsburgh Pirates, Josh Bell. From the Philadelphia Phillies, JT Realmuto and Hector Neris. From the San Diego Padres, Jurickson Profar, the Profar C's very own, and Kirby Yates. From the San Francisco Giants, Evan Longoria. From the St. Louis Cardinals, Paul DeYoung. From the reigning world champion Washington Nationals, Juan Soto, Adam Eaton, Austin Voth, and Sean Doolittle. And now let's meet the American League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the Houston Astros, Dusty Baker. Leading off and playing second base from the New York Yankees, DJ LeMahieu. Batting second and playing third base from the Los Angeles Angels, Anthony Rendon. Batting third from the Los Angeles Angels, the center fielder, Mike Trout. Batting fourth from the Houston Astros, in right field, Yordan Alvarez. Batting fifth, the right fielder from the New York Yankees, Giancarlo Stanton. Batting sixth, the third baseman from the Houston Astros, Alex Bregman. Batting seventh, the catcher from the Minnesota Twins, Mitch Garver. Batting eighth, the shortstop from the Oakland Athletics, Marcus Semien. And batting ninth, the first baseman from the Chicago White Sox, Edwin Encarnacion. And starting on the mound, warming up out in the bullpen, from the Toronto Blue Jays, longtime Los Angeles Dodger, Hyun-Jin Ryu. Now let's meet the National League manager and starting lineup. The National League managed by Dave Martinez from the reigning world champion Washington Nationals. Leading off and playing shortstop from the Washington Nationals, it's Trey Turner. Batting second, the right fielder from your Los Angeles Dodgers, it's Mookie Betts. Batting third, the left fielder from the Milwaukee Brewers, Christian Yelich. Batting fourth, the designated hitter from the Cincinnati Reds, Eugenio Suarez. Batting 5th, the third baseman from the Colorado Rockies, Nolan Arenado. Batting 6th, the second baseman from the Arizona Diamondbacks, Ketel Marte. Batting 7th, the center fielder from the Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting 8th, the first baseman from the Atlanta Braves, Freddie Freeman. And batting 9th, warming up out in the bullpen, from the Washington Nationals, the catcher Kurt Suzuki. And he will be catching the National League starting pitcher from the Chicago Cubs, Jose Quintana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get a warm round of applause for your 2020 ML Bat Ball All-Stars here in Chavez Ravine, Hollywood, Los Angeles, whatever you want to call it. And we're going to get to the start of that game very soon with your favorite Duggo, Jake, and Cookie coming up right after this.
And I think we're back, ain't we?
I think we are too.
Love it. Look at you with the pregame prep production there, Mr. Fancy.
You know, that was always one of my favorite parts of the MLB All-Star games, is just, you know, just seeing all those people lined up, the representatives from every team. Obviously, we couldn't really line up all these people on a virtual field, so, you know, that's the best we could do. But, you know, it was a lot of fun to put together. I wish I would have edited in some boos and yays where it would have been appropriate at Dodger Stadium, but...
Trash cans?
Maybe some trash cans, too, yeah.
God, could you imagine, like, realistically, though, like, any sort of Houston Astro getting announced as an all-star at Dodger Stadium? The reaction would be visceral.
You know, it would be such a visceral reaction, but it might also be the only thing that I will ever agree with Dodgers fans upon.
I know I'm certainly never going to agree with the appropriate time to arrive and leave a baseball game.
Yeah, you arrive in the 4th, leave in the 6th. I mean, that's the way to do it.
3rd and the 7th are the innings I typically go with, but every time I've needed to leave a baseball game early, I've always looked and been like, hey, should we make like Dodgers fans and get out of here?
What are y'all talking about? I go in the 1st inning and I leave in the 9th inning. Isn't that how you're supposed to watch baseball?
Hey man, sometimes by like game 62 you've been to on the year, you're like, all right, I need to like take a nap. This one's over. I'll catch the next one tomorrow.
I mean, I'm not leaving before the 7th, no matter what the score is, but I can understand it.
Yeah, I'm usually the type I get there about a half hour before the game begins, and I stay until the very end. But I mean, Dodger fans maybe not so much. But
never. Let me tell you, as a season ticket holder in a stadium infested with Dodgers fans, it's not like you, Cookie.
Duggo, your mic seems very loud.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Yep.
Okay, I'm glad it's not just me.
Nope, you're good. It's there we go. A little bit better.
Yeah, so we're gonna get this one underway. All-Star game. Oh, look at those graphics.
Oh, they're just so pretty.
Well, here we go, folks. Dodger Stadium. It is your All-Star game. The American League best of the best facing off against real baseball's best of the best here.
Oh, come on, this is the All-Star game. Let's try and stay a little bit neat.
There is no neutrality. The neutrality will come when oh my God, no. Everybody representing this game has all National League affiliation. It'll be Mike and Fundies taking over for us after this. Both guys with strong National League ties. But there you go. We saw him earlier. Cookie gave the lovely rundown there, and those will be your boys. Big man right there, Hyunjin Ryu, starting for the American League. Q from the Northsiders, starting for the good guys.
And Hyunjin Ryu has been just absolutely fantastic for Toronto all season, a off-season pickup for them. His ERA just at 1.59 so far this season, 12-3 record. I think if the American League are going to win this game, they're going to need a fantastic start out of Ryu. He's going to need to continue that shutdown stuff that he's been providing all season north of the border.
National anthem views, and yeah, Ryu, a homecoming of sorts, and it's going to be exciting to see him pitch in his former stadium facing the National League All-Stars. Lots of faces he's probably fairly familiar with.
National League All-Star.
Of course, we'll see the American League bat first as we have the National League take the field.
This is going to be one of my first times of watching one of the things I cannot stand, the National League. We're in a National League park, and there's the designated hitter.
Well, you know, Duggo, get used to it as the Universal DH coming to the big leagues this season as Jose Quintana gets on the mound, a 2.17 ERA on the season. That whip down there, almost at 1. Absolutely fantastic strikeouts walk ratio. We'll see how he does here against the best of the American League.
Yeah, it should be a fun matchup. Lots of great starters in the NL. Of course, we'll look at the starting position players right now. We've already introduced them to you multiple times, folks. We won't say them all again, but you know, Madison Bumgarner, Clayton Kershaw, Walker Buehler, all options we could see out of the pen here in the first few innings. All been having phenomenal campaigns, but I think the Cubs pitching staff has been far and away the best in all of baseball, so it's nice to see one of their guys, Quintana, get the nod.
As the first pitch of the ball game comes in from Q and is fouled off by American League leadoff man here tonight, DJ LeMahieu.
7:05.
Fouled off 0-2 here to LeMahieu.
I got to count 1-2.
1-2 is the count. A lovely 74 degrees here in Southern California. And where's PK when I need to know what zip code I'm in here?
Maybe watching in chat. Who knows?
Man, I thought the home run derby was last night, as that one's going to be driven deep into the gap. Yelich's toss in will be good for a double here as LeMahieu gets it started in big fashion.
That was a hanging curveball, and it was hit. Not much to analyze.
Yeah, just kind of surprising that Quintana starts off giving up that double. We saw such a huge improvement this season. In the 2019 campaign with the Cubs, just a 4.68 ERA, 13-9 record, and you know, not the same level of strikeouts that we're seeing this season. So it's really been a new version of Quintana's pitching this season in Bop Ball that's allowed him to be so successful.
So now Anthony Rendon, a new addition to the American League. He gets started right where DJ left off. Another gapper, and that one gets over the fence. So here come the home run derby references. That one is into Alameda County. Sure, let's do that. As Anthony Rendon makes this a 2-0 ball game.
Yeah, that ball got out of here in a hurry. The AL is going for 8 straight, and they're not showing much mercy. That one, you know, it wasn't a moonshot, but Apo Taco for Rendon gives them the early 2-0 lead.
Batting third, from the Los Angeles Angels, the center fielder.
Of course, that'll bring in the best player in all of baseball. I don't think there's any contesting that. Mike Trout making what feels like probably his 500th straight All-Star game.
Well, despite there not being 500 straight All-Star games, Mike Trout once again having a great season and continuing there as it gets hit out to left field. So 3 straight hits to start off the ball game for this American League All-Star squads, and they're absolutely rolling against Quintana.
Everything has been into the gap, and just a good job of Yelich making sure that that stays just a single. Man, we could have seen 3 straight extra base hits to start this one off. Instead, Trout held to a single. I don't know if I believe that. But, man, you want to talk about disappointment? RBI, man, Yordan Alvarez quickly goes 3-6-3. I don't even get to gush about him. Guess we'll have to wait, as that is a double play ball.
Yeah, and normally in the All-Star game, we'd see about the 5th inning a transition to those alternate guys off the bench. But in some of the testing I did in the show, it's usually not until the 7th inning we'll start to see that transition. So we'll get to see these starters for a while. Is that ball?
What?
Oh,
what is going on? This was last night, Stanton. Where were you last night with this?
We saw Trevor Story take the crown last night in the home run derby, but Stanton here, 470 feet. What is going on?
I have no idea what's going on, but it's not going to get any easier for Quintana now, as third baseman Alex Bregman will be up next. He's got 22 home runs on the season, and I mean, he's hitting .346 with a .427 on base percentage, so Quintana's got to get it together quickly, or the NL's not going to have a chance here at all.
yeah, I gotta think maybe Stanton heard Jubs V1 in chat, who's gonna donate a gifted sub every home run in this game. So maybe just trying to raise some money for Nami right there.
Oh man, if this keeps up the way it's going, man, hope you took out an insurance policy on it. They are just first pitch swinging on everything here. Somebody tell these guys the announcer tourney is just a little bit later, man. And that's going to be Bregman grounding out one third baseman to another as the inning finally over after a pair of big old ding-dongs here at Dodger Stadium make it a 3-0 game.
So that'll bring to the mound the man from the Toronto Blue Jays, Hyun-Jin Ryu. Hails from South Korea, having probably the best season of any pitcher in ball, that 1.59 ERA. Clearly in the lead of the American League. And honestly, he's been one of the main reasons that the Blue Jays have been able to, not necessarily compete, but stay around 500, stay in the mix of things here this season. And now he comes into the game with a 3-run lead already. You gotta feel good about where you're sitting if you're Dusty Baker.
Yeah, you got the early lead, and now you got, not the fastest man in baseball, but man, he's stolen bases like he is. Trey Turner leading things off.
Why did you have to say something positive about Dusty Baker? You say this under my roof, Jake.
I mean, he is the manager. I just said he's going to be happy with how his team's going. That's not even necessarily positive. I'm guessing the man's happy.
He's not allowed to be happy. Not allowed.
What's so bad about Dusty Baker?
Oh my God! Have you ever heard of Terry Wood or Mark Pryor? Carlos Zambrano? Anybody whose career he's ruined? The amount of toothpicks that man has eaten?
Well, he does seem like his
toothpick. The only thing he brought into this world that was okay was the fact that he invented the high five. That's it.
Wait, Dusty Baker invented the high five?
Yeah. Did you really not know that?
I don't think anybody knew that.
What? Oh, come on! That's like baseball dork knowledge 101.
Well, maybe Big Guy knew it, but I don't know about the rest of us. At least not us youngins. We don't exactly go around talking about it. We just give each other high fives.
Yeah, Dusty Baker doesn't really come up in my life very often anyway. I don't know a whole heck of a lot about Dusty Baker in general. As we will, though, quickly remind you that there's an all-star game going on, not just a Dusty Baker monologue, as Mookie Betts here, the 2-hole hitter, up with a 1-1 count, as Ryu and this AL squad really nervous about Turner over there at first. So you're right, Cookie, they're immediately worried about that speed.
Yeah, he beat out that infield single, and you're just going to have to keep his eye on him. Of course, the hometown guy, Mookie Betts, up right now. They'd love to see him do something.
Ooh, that throw over was close. Not a bad move from Ryu, but I mean, it's going to take something absolutely special to get Turner on the base pass.
Another look over there keeps him honest. But I think Jaden's got a good point and a really good question that I don't know the answer to. Why am I the angriest man on bot ball?
Cookie is literally speechless in
I'm trying to think of how to phrase this answer because I think I know it.
Well, the 2-2 pitch comes in from Ryu. It's hit up the middle. That's a beautiful double play ball. So the hometown crowd doesn't get the hit they wanted from Mookie Betts. Instead, the first Dodger to come up here today immediately grounds into a double play.
The left fielder, Christian Yelich.
Tough luck for the National League. Already 2 down quickly, and it's the guy who almost won the MVP last year before going down with an injury, Christian Yelich, in the 3-hit tonight.
I'm really curious as to what it is you think the reason is, especially if you're avoiding saying it.
Well, it's because, you're a personality on there. You're trying to put on a bit of a show, and people like it when people get a little bit heated and mad and angry. And
Well, yeah. If you're not playing a character, you're not doing your job. As much as, oh God, I'm going to make a point that I'm going to hate. There's a reason guys like Stephen A. Smith and Colin Cowherd and the other one that I want to punch in the face all have jobs, man. It's not because they're good. It's because they play a character that people tune in for. I hate that I just compared myself anywhere close to those guys. But it's part of the fun, man.
I mean, it is, but that's why Duggo's the angriest man, is because, there's no doubt a lot of us think Duggo's one of the best, and that's why, because he really embodies that side of playing the character. That's why we all love Duggo so much.
But right now, it's a full count to Christian Yelich. The pitch in, fouled off, so he'll stay alive there with 2 down in the inning. Ryu trying to get through this first without much trouble would really be the polar opposite of the top of this first.
Oh, I thought he went there.
I did too, but the appeal down to third says no, he did not, so that'll be ball 4, the 6-pitch walk there.
The designated hitter, Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah, it's a little bit of something going. Second base runner of the inning for the National League. The first erased on a double play. They can't do that again. 2 down, but Eugenio Suarez getting the nod at DH will step in.
Ooh, that was a bad swing right there. Really low. I just don't even know, even if that is in the zone, what you're going to do with a pitch that far down with that much movement towards the ground.
1-1.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're going to bring up that I'm the angriest guy on the network here, and then you're going to bring up the universal DH is a great thing for the sport of baseball. Are you just trying to get me unhinged today?
I believe that's probably the goal. We should probably leave that for for tomorrow or the day after's broadcast and try and give all these stars playing today a little bit of love as the Reds Suarez hits one down the line foul.
Hey man, I just saw how much of a blast that everything was with the home run derby, and let's be real, a lot of these national broadcasts says that's going to be a strikeout from the number 1 strikeout man in the National League, Eugenio Suarez, as the National League leaves one on, as they still trail the American League All-Stars by 3.
Leading off for the American League, the catcher, Fitz.
Yeah, Derby was a lot of fun last night. One of the best calls in all of baseball history, I think.
Well, now we're going to have Mitch Garver at the plate, the catcher for the Twins. We talked about it a little bit in the pregame show. He's just killing the ball for a catcher. That .344 average, 27 home runs. 65 RBIs. And the impressive thing is, while he does have 73 strikeouts, he also has 40 walks on the season.
Yeah, this guy's bat. I mean, I talked to Yurdi Buddha a lot when I call Twin Tigers games, and man, this guy just, with the bat, it's amazing, and it's a really deep Twins lineup too. So he's batting 7th today, I believe. He normally bats like 5th or 6th for the Twins too. So I mean, it's just a great bat, very deep, and a great lineup. And I mean, if you can keep these numbers up, I mean, he's not any sort of a slacker behind the dish either. He doesn't have the best arm, but man, putting together a heck of a season. He could be the next really perennial all-star catcher.
It's just really nice that the Twins were able to do that, kind of make it wasn't as seamless as many Twins fans might like, but, to be able to go from Mauer to somebody else who's all-star quality like that, that's got to be kind of a relief, as that is a ground out from MVP finalist Marcus Semien.
Which will bring up the 9-hole hitter here. Edwin Encarnacion, as he quickly hits that down the line, but they'll call it foul.
This is one thing I always love in the All-Star game, seeing who's hitting in the 9-hole of a lineup of All-Stars. I mean, it seems kind of crazy, some of these 9-hole hitters we see, like Edwin Encarnacion. You think of him as like the 3-4 hitter of most teams, and here he is batting 9.
Do you think that Edwin has ever hit in the 9-hole before in a major league game outside of this kind of context?
I gotta say, I don't think so. I don't know about Duggo's thoughts on it.
Duggo's consulting some resources for us.
So we'll see.
Batting ninth, Edwin Encarnacion has played 67 games and taken 167 plate appearances from the 9-hole.
Interesting. And what might be a little more interesting to everyone here is Jubbs owes us another sub. It's a home run to left, to line drive with 2 away for Encarnacion to make it a 4-0 AL lead.
Yeah, the big flies keep being the strategy here for the American League. And, given the style of play between the two leagues, that does make sense. Jose Quintana, though, I just don't know how much longer you want to leave him out there. Just really doesn't seem to have it against his all-star lineup.
Yeah, usually we'll see those starters go about 2 innings in the all-star game. We'll see if they stick with Quintana through 2 full. He's already gotten 5 outs. I think if this was the real all-star game after giving up 3 in the first, they wouldn't have given him a second inning, but...
What do you mean? This is a real all-star game?
I mean, I suppose.
This is the only all-star game we get this year. Oh my God, it continues to rain here! Back to back as LeMahieu is 6 total bases on the day. It is just the second inning.
That was a pretty heavy side there, Cookie.
I mean, I'm just trying to think of how I can frame Duggo with this. I mean, how can you say the AL is not? I mean, maybe you don't like the rules better, but there's no question the AL is the better league right now with how this game is going so far.
Hey, man, just because you can hit a bunch of dingers doesn't mean you know how to play good baseball. It certainly helps when, the score is quickly 5-0 in the top of the second. Much like I'm sure my quarterfinals game is going to go later today.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. For those of you who don't know, you got to see me lose to Jaden Becker before this game got underway. We'll see Duggo and Jake playing at 10 and 11 Eastern time tonight, and probably both promptly get eliminated, but, we'll give them a chance.
Hey, I'm just hoping I get a hit, okay? Just a hit. It's my first day playing the show 20 instead of the show 19, so it's going to be a rough one, okay?
Speaking of rough, there is strikeout number 1, finally. for Jose Quintana. Not after giving up a pair of ding-dongs here at Dodger Stadium. We will see 5, 6, 7 due up for the National League.
Leading off for the National League, the third baseman.
So first up will be Nolan Arenado from the Colorado Rockies. There was a lot of talk in the offseason that he might not actually start this year with Colorado, that he might get dealt to another team, but he stuck with it out there in Denver and really put together another nice season. 311 on the average front, 20 home runs. The RBI is a little low for what you might expect from Nolan in the middle of that Rockies lineup, but still just as good as ever, even if his stats are a little inflated from that Coors effect.
Yeah, I mean, even with Coors, I mean, this is a guy, he's a perennial Gold Glove and All-Star and Silver Slugger and MVP candidate. So, I mean, there's no team that doesn't need a Nolan Arenado.
I mean, the way Jeff Bridich is treating everything, clearly it doesn't feel like the Rockies need a Nolan Arenado, as he flies out to center field to get the inning started.
And from one NL West player to another, it'll be Arizona Diamondback Ketel Marte. Hey. Not here with the other half of his usual Marte parte, but still putting together a fantastic season. Finished 4th in MVP voting in the National League just a year ago, and having an absolutely great ball season, nearly 400 on base percentage, and nearly hits a big fly of his own right there as that just goes foul down the left field line.
Just had to give the crowd reaction for you all.
They're just not going to get boos.
I mean, it is LA.
He's not a giant.
Yeah, but he's a Diamondback, and you're the ones beating them right now, so they won't like you at all.
Thanks for the reminder that Diamondbacks currently the National League West division leaders.
And that's a big part in thanks to this guy. His NL leading doubles total and his NL leading runs total has been a big part of the Diamondbacks offense. Even though he's going to look at one there, the four-seam fastball high inside. I don't think that was a strike, but Hyun-Jin Ryu tallies his second K of the day. Look.
Yeah, he's looked sharp in this start. Definitely been a valuable piece in Toronto. Definitely missed here in LA, having some rotation questions behind Kershaw and Buehler here, but it's nice to see the former Dodger continue to deal in his former home. His team up 5-0.
As Ronald Acuna Jr. continues to show how futile the National League is here today. He grounds out. As they go down 1-2-3, we'll see Mike Trout, Yordan Alvarez, and Giancarlo Stanton take their second hacks of the day.
Now pitching for the National League.
And we'll hear the crowd get to their feet as they welcome Walker Buehler to the mound after Quintana's big terrible day, making his boo. Why would they boo? This is a guy, probably the second best starter in the National League this year behind Madison Bumgarner. Really putting together a solid campaign and hopefully going to silence the bats after, like you mentioned, Quintana giving up 5 runs in 2 innings.
It was about to get salty in here until you said behind Madison Bumgarner.
Yeah, it's difficult, really. Bumgarner's probably number 1 right now. You could make arguments for Buehler or Kershaw, but I think the correct way to put it would be Bumgarner 1, Buehler 2, Kershaw 3 right now in the NL.
The big thing that really does it for me with Bumgarner when looking at, all these big guys in the National League is, he's doing it all, man. He's got the whip there, the ERA's there. He's doing it for his team. The wins are there. I mean, obviously his team's doing it for him, and that's what the wins are. But he's also doing it consistently with the most innings pitched in the league. He's taking it all on his back, making sure he's giving you almost 7 innings in every single start. As Mike Trout gives that one a ride, that is going to be over the fence. Jubs, it is your day here, buddy.
Another dinger. I think that's the 5th one already.
Una otra home run. I just needed a new way to say home run because we're going to start running out of them here. The NL just can't keep the ball in the ballpark here in Chavez Ravine, and Dodgers fans really not liking what their hometown team's been able to put up there. Mookie Betts with the double play. Buehler already given up a home run, still hasn't recorded an out. But the first out recorded in this game was Yordan Alvarez, and he comes back up here hitting in that cleanup spot for the American League. A big reason why those 35 home runs. And, you know, while he does have 107 Ks, he's kind of one of those 3 true outcomes kind of guy, nearly 50 walks so far in the season. So has some control, has a ton of power, and is a great young option for those Houston Astros.
Yeah, well, as we'll see him fly this one. Oh, it drops in. Mookie Betts going to make the play, hold it up to a single, but they're going to need that young talent out of him all they can, as they lost their 1st and 2nd round draft picks for the next couple of years. Part of banging trash cans.
Yeah, this is just an emoji party in here tonight with all these Jubs gifting subs. So, it's Giancarlo Stanton. Had home run number 2 of the night. Quickly ahead 2-0.
We did see Austin Voth of the Nationals up in the bullpen. I got to think, maybe they go to him. Buehler can't settle in here.
Yeah, you just got to get to your 3 batter rule limit, and then I feel like maybe it's time to make a move once again. Although down 6 already at this point, do you just kind of want to let Buehler go, especially in front of his hometown crowd here in LA? But he loses him there. That slider just slid a little bit too far in, and Giancarlo Stanton's taking a walk. There you go. I feel like Stan's one of those guys who just try and show everyone up in the All-Star game and be taking cuts like wild.
I don't know. Stanton's always been one of my favorite guys when it comes to power. Just wish he could get contact a little bit more, but
I mean, even so, he doesn't have bad contact so far this ball season. The 306 average acceptable. The 382 on base percentage is darn near fantastic. So I understand what you mean, but it's not like he's so power dependent without that contact that the average really begins to suffer there, and you really need those home runs to see him be a productive offensive threat. He's useful in other parts of the game, not just home runs.
Yeah, that's a good point. And, touching on those numbers, I mean, he has an OPS over 1,000 on the year, 33 home runs, and 100 strikeouts to 45 walks in the first half, as we will see Alex Bregman, some cheers from the crowd as he goes down on strikes. So not only cheers for Buehler getting his first out of the inning, but also, screw the Astros.
Asterix. Well, Mitch Garver's back up here. He finds himself in an 0-1 count, the Twins catcher, as he takes that slider inside from Buehler, 1-1. And, Mitch Garver's used to being required to perform in these runner in scoring position situations. I think one of the first times they've actually had a runner in scoring position because they just keep hitting bombs to clear the bases.
Alvarez over at second. Stanton at first as he fouls that back. 2-2 is the count. Walker Buehler trying to give the hometown fans a show as that misses. Count goes full.
It's just a little bit high. Looking for that high outside corner, but obviously missed it.
See what he's got. Payoff pitch, swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Buehler, so a little bit of a bounce back here today.
The batter, number 10, shortstop, Marcus Semien.
Gotta like that. It's Alex Bregman, Mitch Garver, now Marcus Semien. Believe it or not, probably the weakest bat in this lineup. All left in his way. Suppose that honor could go to Anthony Rendon too, though.
Hearing all this talk about Moises Alou and the good old piss hands. Now I'm thinking about Dodgers legend Rich Hill. Good old Dick Mountain.
Is Rich Hill really a legend in Dodgers lore, Cookie? Can you give us the official determination on that one?
I mean, Dodgers are kind of my secondary team. I don't live in LA, so I don't know what they say about Rich Hill, but as he's a University of Michigan alum, I mean, Rich Hill's way up there for me. That's all I really got to say on that.
Well, Buehler gives up a walk there to Marcus Semien, the shortstop. So now the bases are going to be juiced. There are 2 down here for the American League, but Edwin Encarnacion comes back up. His first at-bat was a solo shot back in just the last inning, as the American League has been able to get all the way back through their order. We'll see what Edwin does here.
Hanging breaking ball is not able to punish that. Fouls it off 0-1.
Kind of interesting, you know, we talk a lot about that AL Central kind of 3-team race being one of the more interesting things in ball. Edwin Encarnacion, the only representative from those White Sox here today.
I think that just kind of shows you the level of team baseball the White Sox have been playing. Not that, you know, any one guy's doing it all the time, kind of like a Yordan Alvarez type for the Astros or something like that. You know, everyone's contributing equally. The pitching staff's contributing relatively equally. And so there isn't necessarily those individual stars. It's just a well-constructed baseball team.
I was curious, the 2 teams with the most representatives are the Minnesota Twins and the Washington Nationals. They at least lead their respective divisions. The Nationals actually might have one more than the Twins, all told. I don't remember the final tally, but those are your star-heavy teams, I suppose. Is Buehler's going to get that strikeout to end the inning. 3 Ks for Buehler with a home run and some extra base runners sandwiched in between, but that home run's the only run he'll let up here in the 3rd inning.
So, you know, he does a better job than Quintana here, and now the National League really just needs to focus on getting any semblance of offense, but that's not going to be an easy task against this guy, Garrett Cole. That 2.46 ERA is impressive, but look at those strikeout numbers. Already has over 160 strikeouts in this ball season. He gets people to swing and miss with ease.
Yeah, he was a great pitcher for Pirates, but once he came to Houston, it really seemed like he stepped up another level and was right up there with Justin Verlander and Zach Greinke later last year in the top of that rotation, doing some pretty outstanding things. And now, obviously, signed the biggest contract ever for a pitcher in the offseason to come to New York.
Yeah, man, it just seems like every year that Houston gets a brand new star pitcher. It's just not fair.
Of course, they haven't done anything with him for a while, so, I mean...
And they were cheating, you know? If you have that good of a pitching rotation, you should be able to win a World Series without cheating.
Yeah.
That's ball 2.
As the 1-2 there to Freddie Freeman goes just a bit high, the 98-mile-an-hour fastball from Garrett Cole, so the count's at 2-2.
Swing and a miss, and Garrett Cole gets his first All-Star strikeout here in 2020.
Batting ninth from the Washington Nationals.
So, man, you want to talk about the Nationals here. Coming up, Kurt Suzuki for the Nationals. Done, it was pretty slim pickings over in the NL for catcher here. I mean, you can see there the OPS, 5 ticks under 800. But honestly, you want to talk about Nationals and how they're fairly well represented here today. I think one of the biggest snubs came from the Nationals, man. The fact that Howie Kendrick is not an all-star is a travesty.
Yeah, that's something I hadn't put 2 and 2 together, but Kendrick, I don't know stats off the top of my head, but I know he's been having a really good season, so kind of surprising to not see him here. Of course, we have Juan Soto, Adam Eaton, Kurt Suzuki, Austin Voth, Sean Doolittle, and one of their starters, I think, too. I don't remember who.
But
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a snub, but, at the end of the day, you still got to fit on somebody from, all the teams and fit everyone into this lineup. So inevitably, there's going to be good players that don't get opportunities, and I think he's feeling just fine with his 2019 World Series ring.
Got it pulled up here as that one pulls foul. Vicious foul here. Count full here to Suzuki. I'll get into the nitty-gritty after this at-bat. Cole looking for back-to-back strikeouts. Does not get it on a foul ball.
Of course, Suzuki's teammate, Trey Turner, on deck. That was the name I was reading just a second ago, the 6th representative from the Nationals here today.
Well, there we go. He gets another strikeout there on the slider. So Garrett Cole with the swing and miss action, doing exactly what he's done in the regular season, and the American League just continues to roll over this NL All-Star squad.
Lineup going to turn around to another National here, Trey Turner. The stolen base extraordinaire in the National League. 31 stolen bases. But his boy, Howie Kendrick, got his line right here. 319, 381, 568. Good for a 949 OPS. 20 home runs, 20 dingers, 72 RBI, and a 42 to 33 strikeout to walk ratio. For a guy that is 36 years old. 14th year in the league.
2 balls, 1 strike.
I think on that just lack of strikeouts alone, he might deserve to be an all-star. That's just absolutely, I don't think anyone comes close to that in terms of strikeout to walk ratio elsewhere in the National League.
No, I mean, you see strikeout king, Eugenio Suarez there, 123 strikeouts to 32 walks. Then you've got that impressive discipline out of our boy Howie Kendrick. It's nuts, man. That's all the kind of stuff that really sells snub for me, especially after somebody who very well could have been the World Series MVP as Turner puts that one past a leaping Yordan Alvarez. It was never going to be pretty with him playing in the right field out here, but that is an easy triple here for Trey Turner with 2 outs.
How about it? Right fielder, Smokey.
Yeah, the one quirk with voting here is that there is no DH vote for the AL, so we saw a couple DHs in, Stanton and Alvarez make the team on the field, so we're going to see some funky things like that go on today.
Yeah, but then Anthony Rendon, a guy who can actually probably play in the field, sitting there at the designated hitter. So the speed of Turner comes in handy as he makes it all the way to third on that one, but unfortunately it looks like Mookie Betts is just going to fly softly to the catcher, and indeed he does, so not going to be a problem for Garrett Cole, who gets through the inning with multiple strikeouts, does not give up a run. The NL has 2 hits but no runs, and they trail the American League by 6. We're just 3 innings here into the Bop Ball All-Star game.
Now pitching for the National League.
We're going to have another Dodger coming to the mound, Clayton Kershaw, making his 21st appearance. And like we mentioned earlier, one of the top 3 pitchers in the NL. And Buehler preceded him and gave up the home run and loaded the bases, but stranded them that way. And the other top guy, Madison Bumgarner, I'm kind of doubtful we'll see him today. He started on Sunday, but if we do, I imagine we'll see him coming out in the 5th.
Yeah, part of me, there's a little part of me that thought he might end up starting this game, depending on how Sunday went. Did not go the greatest for Madison. Did give up 3 earned runs and an eventual 5-3 loss to the White Sox before the break started. But doubtful we'll see him here after that action on Sunday. We'll likely see him come in next sometime this weekend.
Dan Kershaw's command struggling early, 3-0 to, I believe this is top of the order. Yes, it is. DJ LeMahieu of the Yankees up.
Yeah, you say you're struggling with command, although that last one's kind of located where you want. All those are located really close to the zone, but not able to nick it anywhere, and he gives up a 4-pitch walk now. And honestly, if you're Dave Martinez, you just got to be sitting there thinking to yourself, I don't know which pitcher to go to because, man, I'm sending out the best of the best out there, and it's just dingers and walks.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jake. We might see him start to turn to his closers, relief pitchers here next few innings, like we kind of mentioned. Maybe those guys can handle it a bit better, but then again, closers tend to struggle outside of their normal 9th inning roles most of the time. So to see them come in down by 6 in the 5th or 6th or 7th inning, I don't even want to know how weird that'll be for them. That might screw them up more than anything.
Yeah, but I mean, you have starting pitchers coming out in relief. It's not like Clayton Kershaw is used to warming up in the bullpen mid-game. So I think people got to be a little bit more flexible here with the all-star game format. You're not going to get exactly what you're used to. You're not going to hit and pitch in the exact situations you're used to. It's a different atmosphere.
But here's the thing. Kershaw is a little bit used to coming out of the bullpen here in Dodger Stadium. The question is, how many earned runs is it going to be? Lovely postseason reliever and postseason game blower, Clayton Kershaw.
Definitely the one thing. I mean, Kershaw, I think a lot would say he's probably the best pitcher of kind of this era we're in right now, but that postseason success is the one big thing a lot of people have to pick a bone with on him, and it's hard to say, especially a lot of LA fans can, it's hard to blame them because, I mean, he puts together these spectacular regular seasons, but, his struggles in the postseason have been a big reason why they haven't been able to slam the door, get that World Series yet the last few years.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that might caution that a little is that's going to be a double play ball up the middle. That was easily taken out there. So Clayton Kershaw gets some help from the good play of Ketel Marte there in the infield. But, you do got to give Kershaw some credit that, one of the teams that he's had to face multiple times in the postseason cheated every year for the last 3 years in the postseason when they were in Houston. I have no idea how much of those starts or relief appearances for Kershaw came from Houston, but it might be something to factor in.
It is, really. I was actually about to bring that up. One of the things that a lot of folks can point to where Kershaw really took a nosedive in postseason performance was World Series Game 4 in 2017. Somewhere in there was one of the games where they were really on their BS, and you could tell he got knocked around. I think there was not a single swing and a miss on any curveball that Kershaw threw the entire game. It's something like that. I'm probably misquoting the fact just a little bit, but the point still stands. It was very clear that they had his number that game, and in a very unfair way, as Kershaw walks Mike Trout here with 2 outs.
Yeah, Doug, and I think that goes to point that 2017 title. I mean, it's obviously Houston cheated their whole way up. You got to think the Yankees or the Dodgers, as much as literally everybody who isn't a fan of those teams hates those teams, one of those teams definitely deserved that title.
Yeah, I mean, you can't give it to him in retrospect, but the Asterix definitely don't deserve the title, that's for sure. The other thing you got to think about, though, is how many other teams were, using similar methods at the same times. Rumblings that, teams like Red Sox, the Yankees might have been doing it. So you just never really know. And with how many players got immunity in that commissioner's report, you're just never really going to get a full sense of what was all going on.
As that is a pop out by Yordan Alvarez to end the inning. They go Buehler to Kershaw and actually manage. Look at that. Kershaw comes out of the bullpen, does not give up a run. So we are at the middle of 4. The American League making it Ding Dong City here, 6-0.
For the American League, number 8.
As the Dodge parade continues.
Maeda.
Gotta guess Big Sexy in chat, but yeah, Kenta Maeda, now with the Twins, former Dodgers starter. Now the 4th current or former Dodgers starter in today joins Ryu, Kershaw, and Buehler. As he'll be pitching for the American League here in the 4th, facing the heart of the order for the National League, still looking to get on the board. Oh, I spelled Big Sexy completely wrong. That's what happens when you just kind of jam your keyboard. Grounder to first, flipped over. Nice job by Maeda to cover. That's out number 1 on 1 pitch.
It kind of looks like you were trying to spell Yasiel Puig.
Puig sexy. Puig definitely sexy. Puig, the newest member of the Atlanta Braves, for those who did not see the breaking free agent news today. And this is reality, folks. This is baseball in meat suits, not this digital 1s and 0s you've got in front of us.
However, I will say that, some important transactions going to be announced later in this All-Star game. There might be a little bit of a move going down between the Marlins and the Athletics, so stay tuned as that one's grounded over to first. An easy play there, and that'll be 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th for the National League. So Kenta Maeda getting it done.
They're having a nice inning, and you hinted that transaction. I will point out to everybody, the Marlins' only All-Star is Jonathan Villar, and you got to think they'd be the ones dealing some major league piece here. So I don't want to speculate too much, but...
Well, I can't speculate as I am the Oakland trade rep / general manager, so I know exactly what went down, but I'll let y'all speculate for the time being. Now one's roped out to deep left field, going back, it's gone! That's a home run for Nolan Arenado, 410 feet, not even 100 miles per hour off the bat, but it doesn't matter. The National League is on the scoreboard. They're now just trailing by 5. It's 6-1 here in the All-Star game from Los Angeles.
And the National League's gonna put up a board number 1 on this touch 'em all time by Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, Story may have won the Derby last night, but it's his teammate Arenado hitting the first dinger for the National League here tonight.
Shout out to Shark Shavery. I knew he would give me crap if I didn't get in the touch 'em all time Nolan Arenado call.
I want to give a big shout out. Big shout out to Jubbs. I think when he made that promise that he would, donate a subscription for every home run, he didn't see the All-Star game going like this. Believed a little bit more in those starting pitchers, but it's really become a slugfest here as Acuna Jr. is on deck.
Yeah, 3-0 pitch, Maeda to Ketel Marte, gonna catch the zone.
Kind of looks like he just had the red light there. I don't know, do they have signals in the All-Star game? Do they give people red lights, or is it just do what you want with that 3-0 count if you're Ketel Marte?
I gotta imagine it'd be do what you want, but hey, you never know.
Oh, as that is back-to-back jacks for the National League. Ketel Marte with the no-doubter. 457 to deep center field as Maeda's day gets rough.
It's a Marte Parte! Unfortunately, Starling's not here to, enjoy it with Cattell, but that ball was absolutely smashed, and it's just good to see the National League look, I don't know, alive, maybe all-star caliber. It has not been going well up until this point.
I like how you say Marte Parte, but the whole thing of the Marte Parte is the two Martes, but Starling's Marte's campaign has been anything but all-star worthy. Maybe finally starting to rebound a bit, but man, he had a stretch there in June. He looked terrible. So we'll see a base hit to left to kind of keep this rally going off Maeda for the National League.
Yeah, and you're not wrong. Starling Marte really, at least in the ball season, has not been the big free agent pickup that the Diamondbacks thought they were getting when they signed him. And he's had a couple good games over the last week or two, and he's brought some power, brought some extra base hits all in one day, but still the average much lower than you want from the kind of leadoff role. So not the Marte Parte we all expected, but Cattell getting it done here in this game. Freddie Freeman's now at the plate, 0 for 1.
I can't speak for you, but I was definitely willing to give Nolan Arenado honorary Marte status, as that Marte bomb probably landed over in Pasadena. 6,157.7 people per square mile. As per the census data in 2018, a population of 141,314 people.
What are you talking about 2018 census? There is no 2018 census.
Hey man, I'm just pulling from like something that I'm seeing, man. Censussupporter.org must be doing me wrong. I don't know.
That must be like a California census or something, because it's every decade. The next census is in 2020. Make sure to fill out your census information, everyone. That's happening like right now.
That is important when it comes down to congressional representation and allocation of federal funding, folks. So you may think it's all a joke, but those kids in public school don't think it is, as Freddie Freeman goes down the line, foul, full count.
Oop.
The catcher, number 28.
Just gonna let him sneak past you there to first base. Freeman with the free pass. Kurt Suzuki's gonna have 2 on, 2 away. Here in inning number 2 squared.
So, God, I wish we didn't have Push to talk on, because we just had a nice little conversation about federal funding and the fact that I work for a school district and how federal funds for public schools do get allocated and this, that, and the other.
Yeah, I like me some public fund allocations. So, folks, I think the census is technically due like April 1st, but even still, they're going to be hounding you if you haven't filled it out yet. So get to it.
It's important, man. All you got to do is go online. It's all by what the household you spend your time in. So you probably should have received something in the mail by now with a lovely link to go online. Took me, I think, all of 3 minutes to fill it out, just asking demographic data about those residing under your roof. And it's important, folks. Just take the couple hundred seconds out of your day to complete it.
I really think that everyone expected getting a lecture on the census when they arrived here at the Pop Ball All-Star game, but it is a good point, though. We need to check in on Kurt Suzuki here at the plate, the Washington Nationals catcher. It's a full count here to him, and outside of Suzuki, really only Ramos and Real Muto that could even be considered for this All-Star game. It wasn't a tough battle between catchers in the National League.
Yeah, not a lot of great catchers. My team, Will Smith, they got a catcher with a lot of pop, but man, that average has been abysmal for him. So, I think that's kind of a trend around the league. A lot of defense-first catchers here in the NL are just catchers who really don't have much business in the major leagues. Just not been the year for National League catching as well. See that walk, load the bases for Maeda.
So a little bit of a 2-out rally here for the National League. They've been piling up these hits, not anymore the home run variety, but Trey Turner already has a triple on his day, and a triple here would really bring this game back into the swing of things, give the National League a chance to compete.
As that one's quickly rubbed foul down the line by Turner, but what do you think it would take to get, speaking of federal funds allocations, do you think we could get sponsored by the census if we plug it enough? God knows we've done enough in the last 24 hours.
Maybe it's time we reach out to them on Twitter. See if we can get the Census Bureau, some people working for them on to call a game.
That's what I'm saying, man. Just go find your local census worker and just drag him in here. Because God knows what everybody working a door-to-door job wants to do is get yoinked into a stranger's house.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I guess they are there to talk to you, so, you know. As the pitch comes in to Turner, misses low, 2-2, bases still loaded. Kenta Maeda trying to use that low fastball to work his way out of it, maybe with a nice grounder, but it doesn't work out there. But that one does. The curveball, circle change maybe, gets it done. The strikeout with the bases loaded. And the National League still trails by 4, but inching a little bit closer. Giancarlo Stanton to lead it off for the American League in the top of the 5th.
And National League, they had the time run at the dish, but here's what it is. National League, Luis Castillo, the 4th of our 5 starting pitchers. Madison Bumgarner, the only one not in the game yet, going to take the mound here for the 5th inning.
Leading off for the American League, the left fielder.
So riddle me this. Is the 3-batter minimum still in place here in the All-Star game?
I would imagine so.
Because is that not like a staple of how the All-Star game works when you've got to rifle through 1,500 different relievers?
What was that?
Enjoyed that noise. I mean, that's my only thought on. I mean, I don't. It's a question we won't have to answer for another year at least in real life, because obviously no All-Star game this year.
What are you talking about? What are we watching here, Cookie?
Oh my gosh, we're talking MLB rules right here. I'm not sure what the MLB rules are. MLB rules? I don't know either, and I guess we're just gonna see what happens, and they'll make their own rules there on the field. I mean, the All-Star game, you got players out taking selfies with Joe West behind home plate, so...
Oh, God. Especially after what's been coming out the last couple days, I think Joe West needs to be the furthest from everybody's mind.
Yeah, I was about to be, I thought that they brought the best of the best to umpire the All-Star game, not Joe West.
What, you don't want a crew of what? Angel Hernandez, Ron Culpa, Joe West. There's got to be one other I'm missing. Is that? Oh my God! Is it Tater time again? It is not. That was a lie. I thought it was a lot higher. Sorry about that. It is a loud single here for Yordan Alvarez. No, I am way behind. That's Stanton.
Oh, I'm trying to think, Dougo. That one that blew the Galarraga perfect game. Is that Joyce?
Oh, Jim Joyce, man, he put it to rest, man. That whole thing is, he's apologetic. He knew he screwed it up. Both guys are mostly okay with it, and we understand the can of worms that happens if you start trying to rewrite history.
There's no questioning they're both over it, but I mean, if we're talking about worst umpires, I mean, we can maybe CB Buckner we throw in there too. I mean,
that the one. There we go.
I know you umpires are watching and hearing us trash you live. We encourage you to call a game with us. We'll like you more if you do that.
Oh, if CB Buckner comes on Bot Ball, I will no longer yell at him. Same with Joe West. If Joe West really wants to come on and do a Bot Ball game, I will forgive all of his sins for eternity.
I will only forgive it if he comes on the stream and plays us a lovely country Joe West song. Because he is like a recording country artist, right? He's put out country albums.
country albums. I'm just not sure whether you could call it music.
Probably not wrong, as that's clearly not a plate appearance. Swing and a miss out of Bregman. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Dodgers fans loving that.
At the ball.
Yeah, Mitch Garver. That was a nice pitch from Castillo on the circle change, but they call it a ball. Yeah, I'm really hoping bigger things out of Garver than an 0 for 2 day today, with how, especially how the AL's been playing and how much I've been in particular hyping him up. But looks like the hitless parade's going to continue for him.
Yeah, just got far too underneath that ball there, and Mookie Betts able to track it down with ease out there in right field. So Mitch Garver doesn't look like his normal self today. That strikeout was atypical, and then just a lot of weak contact so far. I'm used to him just barreling that bat and hitting the ball far, at least, you know, loud outs, not just these kind of lackluster pop flies, the lackluster ground out.
We've yet to see either team go to the bench yet. As far as position players are concerned, as Marcus Semien is up here taking his third hacks of the day.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, that probably won't be till the 7th inning we start to see that happen. And it'll probably be mostly pinch hitting from what I saw. So, you know, we might not see some of these reserves get in until the 9th inning, depending on how the offense is going. So, not what exactly you imagine when you think All-Star game, but hey, the way this team's coded, it's the way it's coded. And Castillo works a nice inning.
Your attention, please. Now,
second straight 0 put on the board for the American League, and Ryan Yarbrough on the what team?
Tampa Bay Rays. Come on, Cookie. I said, does anybody need me to put the team data next to any of these guys? And nobody said yes.
I knew his team. I'm just trying to think of what the Rays were called, because I had the logo in my head, but I couldn't think of the Rays part.
Just Tampa Bay.
Couldn't even think of the Tampa Bay part. I could just think of the TB.
But that could have worked, I think. I think we would have all at least known what you meant.
Ryan Yarbrough, ace pitcher on tuberculosis.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Fires in a ball there to Mookie Betts, 1-1.
He plays for the Devil Rays, right?
Wade Boggs does too, from what I remember. May he rest in peace. As that's a pop out here to start the game, or start the inning. Jesus.
Wade Boggs also could drink an unreasonable amount of beers on one plane flight, so, you know, I'm going to give him a free pass for having to play in Tampa.
We do welcome the guys that are going to carry the second half of the ball game for you. It's big fun in Mike A. What is up, y'all?
They're just watching this pretty wild All-Star game. AL just coming out scorching hot. Calmed off a lot since. And that with a great shot in the bottom of the 4th to even this up as Turner struck out with the bases loaded as a potential tying run. So still a lot of time left in this one.
I, for one, am just glad to see offense back in the All-Star game. I know we had that bomb fest back in 2018, but for the longest time, it has just been nothing but 98 and 99 out of the bullpen throughout the night, and nobody gets any good contact. I like to see some offense in my All-Star game.
Well, there's been plenty of that, at least in the long ball variety. Unfortunately, both of these teams, when they've gotten, you know, a bunch of runners in scoring position, really haven't been able to come up with the contact necessary to drive them home the traditional way.
Talking about base runners, there's Yelich getting on with a walk for the second time.
The batter, number 7.
Couple nice walks for Yelich. Also want to shout out the Jinx. Had something come up today. He was going to join Mike and Big Fun for second half of this game. So everyone, just give a big clap to Jinx for being amazing in the first half, kind of earning the All-Star game nod per se. He won't be able to make it, obviously, but we all love Jinx. PK and the Jinx, the best band in all the world, and obviously PK, the best census data representative, and all about ball as well.
Now, we all know that they are the best 90s Radio Zoo show out there.
Yeah, their prank calls are legendary during the drive time hours.
I mean, like, tell me I'm wrong that it's every single 97.9 station across the country, doesn't matter what city you're in, that's the station those guys are on.
Whoa. Space
Runner
stealing
breaking
action.
for second, and Yelich has his first stolen base of the All-Star game.
Well, I was going to make fun of Yelich for taking so many walks because I don't think any kids ever dreamed of going to the MLB All-Star game and then getting a base on balls twice. But hey, you know, he's doing something exciting now. He stole.
Now, will he steal third? That would be really something to write home about.
I'm ready to see it. Although you got to be nervous because Eugenio Suarez is up here, so the chance that they just strike him out and then get you at third for a double play to end the inning is kind of high.
Suarez rips that one foul, but I could just see, Grandpa Christian Yelich starting to be like, I was in the All-Star game and I stole third base after my walk.
I really hope he doesn't age that poorly.
Yeah, that would be a nightmare.
Yeah, is this like 2085 Christian Yelich?
That's kind of the goal there. Maybe I'd be great-grandchildren he's saying that too. But.
I'm just imagining, like, Titanic. Like, the cuts to, like, aging Rose, but it's, basically Pete Davidson.
So I took a couple 4 balls, which are called walks at the time.
And when I got to second base, I traded him for a quarter.
That's right.
Oh, that's a stop, but nothing more. Oh, and the toss in time here on 97.9.
The Peak.
I forgot what I was saying, and I just kind of went with the radio thing.
All right, so it's still 6-2 American League. You're watching 97.9, the home of ML Basketball. PK and the Jinx coming up after this, but their hit radio something or another is, hey, there we go, Madison Bumgarner coming in just in time for Jake and Duggo to kind of execute.
You're telling me that it's finally Madison Bumgarner time, and now the two guys sitting here in a hot Arizona apartment aren't in charge of this? This is awful.
I protest.
You can stick around.
You can hang out, but
the National League is playing this game under protest from here on out.
Bumgarner quickly ahead. And Bumgarner ahead of Encarnacion 0-2 now. NL still down 6-2 here in the All-Star game. 0-2 pitch is low, 1-2.
If nothing else, I'm glad that this Bop Ball All-Star game has brought to us a flagship radio station.
Yeah.
I mean, 97.9 The Peak, that's the best station out there, guys. Nothing beats it.
It plays all the hits.
It brings you all the news.
Encarnacion looking for more hits. Going to take strike 3, looking for the second time. First out of the inning, recorded by Bumgarner on 5 pitches. As the American League still will not go to the bench and use any of their reserves. DJ LeMahieu coming to the plate for the 4th time. We look back in the second inning. This home run made it 5-0 AL.
That was an absolute trace around by LeMahieu. But Bumgarner, big credit there. He's had such a great season, and he comes in with that Mad Bum mentality as he gets one over to jump up in the count 0-1.
Mad Bum getting a little bit long in the tooth, but man, things that reminded me I'm getting long in the tooth when those 97.9 stations went from 80s, 90s, and now to 90s, 2000s, and now. God, I hate it.
It happened without you, with you barely noticing it.
Yeah, because everybody's rolling around with their Spotify's and their Apple Musics and their talkies. They're watching their Zunes. Oh my God.
2-1 from Bumgarner. This one's hit towards second base, scooped up nicely. And making the play is Ketel Marte for the second out.
See, there you go. 2 snakes pairing up. You don't mess with Mason Saunders, bull riding extraordinaire. When he gets on the mound, he throws outs, man.
Here's Anthony Rendon. Rendon back in the first inning, got the score and started as the second batter of the game. This 2-run shot to right center field put the AL on track early.
I missed the early innings of the game. I saw the scoring that was taking place, but didn't get on the Twitch stream. Was the big guy on it? Do we have confirmation on where that Quintana start ranks in the depths of terrible All-Star game starts?
Oh, it's sure up there. Jose Quintana getting knocked around badly over his 2 innings, 6 hits, 5 earned, 4 home runs allowed. Just the 1 strikeout. Now the 0-1 from Bumgarner catches the knees of Rendon, 0-2.
Somewhere Trevor Rosenthal's calling up his agent, being like, hey, if he can do that in the All-Star game, why the hell don't I have a contract?
Now an 0-2. Upstairs, 1-2.
You know, if I'm Quintana, I just come out at the press conference after this game and just start yelling about how the balls are juiced.
And maybe in the All-Star game, give the fans a little bit of action. Bumgarner looking to finish off a 1-2-3 inning. Won't do it on that pitch. Rendon pulls it foul down the left field side and deep. Will do it again. And now that 1-2 is low and inside for the ankles of Rendon, 2-2. So far, we're working here in the 6th inning. Guys in the booth, who is your All-Star MVP so far? That one misses in 3-2.
I mean, there's something to be said given it to Alex Bregman coming in front of this Los Angeles crowd, going 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. That's a crowd pleaser.
Full count offering from Bumgarner to Rendon is lifted to deep left field again, but this one's also going to find the seats. Rendon needs to just straighten it out a little bit if he wants to hit his second homer of the game.
I think I've got to give it to Ryu. I mean, who has made a better statement this year than with all the big names moving around? Ryu just coming in and throwing seeds the entire season, getting himself the nod, and then just putting batters away left and right to begin this game.
Another 3-2. This one's in fair play, lifted into center field, settling underneath it. Ronald Acuna Jr. makes the catch. 1-2-3, 6th inning for Madison Bumgarner. We make our way to the bottom of the 6th, 6, 7, and 8. Due up for the National League here on 97.9 The Peak.
I'm glad that my nickname's sticking around, but with the end of the day for Bumgarner, I think that'll do it for Duggo and myself. Thanks for allowing us to come on this All-Star Game call, and you'll be in good hands. Mike and Big Fun are 2 of the best, so enjoy the rest of the festivity.
Before we dip out, you're talking about an actual MVP for this All-Star game. I think the one thing that needs to hold true no matter what is that just like his career, Mike Trout is very deserving of it and is going to get snubbed.
I can get behind that.
I can get behind that too. Well, thanks Duggo, Cookie, and Jake W. Dean bringing you the first half of the Bot Ball All-Star Game. I'm the Big Fun Eric Garmick, joined by Mike A. We're going to be taking you the rest of the way. A couple of relievers up in the American League bullpen. Tampa Bay's Nick Anderson and Minnesota's Taylor Rogers as Cleveland's Zach Plesac gets underway. Now 1-1-2 Marte. Big swing and a miss inside 1-2. Marte part of that 2-out surge for the National League that ended with a bases loaded strikeout.
Yeah, they're going to need a little bit more of that as we enter the late innings here as Marte fouls that one off down the third baseline. National League, plenty of power to get something going, but a lot of big arms going to be unloaded here in the final innings.
Now the 1-2 to Marte. This one's hit deep towards right center field. Going back, and he is going to watch it go. Ketel Marte for the second time in the game, a home run. 2 home runs for the second baseman. It's a Marte Parte, and the American League lead is cut to 6-3.
What an absolute display put on by Ketel Marte. That sweet lefty stroke, curveball hanging by Plesac, and Marte does not miss one bit of that. A good 5 rows into the seats.
Jordan Alvarez gave it a look, but all he could do was watch it go. Now here's Ronald Acuna. First pitch swinging, pulls it into the netting on the left side. 0-1. Acuna singled in the fourth. Ended up stranded on third base.
Say what you will about the American League being the better league, the better team this year. That one's going to be called a strike, 0-2. But the likes of Marte and then Acuna and Freeman, that's a devastating bottom of the order for any team.
Acuna, a bit of a defensive swing there on the 0-2 inside from Plesac, fouls it back. And we were talking about potential MVPs. How about Ketel Marte, possibly in a losing effort, couple of solo shots. This one's high, 1-2.
Ties, I believe, a record held by 5 people. I think there are 5 guys who have hit 2 in an All-Star game before.
As Acuna gets out in front of that slider, goes down swinging. First strikeout each for Acuna and Plesac. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. And up on the American League side, you got DJ LeMahieu with the home run, a walk, a double, couple of runs scored. Trout and Stanton each with a solo shot, a single, and a walk. So I think any of those 4 guys would be a reasonable contender as Freddie Freeman takes it inside 1-0.
Speaking of contenders, I think you have to put Freeman in the contention for National League MVP this season. What a year he's having for this great Braves team.
Yeah, it really is. Braves keeping pace pretty much with the Nationals in that difficult NL East. Looking like it's going to be 6 teams for 5 spots in the NL between the Braves, Nationals, Reds, Cubs, Dodgers, and D-backs. It's going to be an interesting race all the way into September. Plesac fires inside 2-1.
Yeah, and I think that's the way to do it. Not only are there, an odd man out 6 teams for 5 spots, as you said, but it's evenly distributed throughout the 3 divisions, because that one's fouled off 2-2. So that means you're going to have a lot of those interdivision games and division rivalries coming down the stretch. A lot of these teams are going to be squaring off, playing big games in August and September.
One fouled off by Freeman. Count stays 2-2. Meanwhile, in the American League, you take a look at that AL Central. Minnesota, the White Sox, and the Indians all keeping it real tight together at the top. That's outside. Count runs full. 3-2. Kurt Suzuki waiting on deck. 0-1 with a walk and a K. Same as Freeman.
Yeah, it's night and day. That AL Central just sucking up all the air.
Now the 3-2. Swung on and missed. Plesac blows a 94-mile-an-hour heater by Freddie Freeman. Second strikeout for Plesac. And there are 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Take another look at this on that lovely in-ground cam they've got here at the All-Star game. You see Kurt Suzuki up for the 3rd time. You see 2 relievers up in American League bullpen. Liam Hendricks, Jose Leclerc. A couple of AL West relievers getting loose.
By the way, I was right. There were 5 guys before tonight who had hit 2 in one All-Star game. Now 6. You can put Marte on that board.
Shot to the right side and fair for Kurt Suzuki all the way down the line into the round. First scooped up by Alvarez, thrown in, no chance. Stand-up double for Kurt Suzuki with 2 outs. It'll roll the lineup back over to the top.
So here you go for the National League, a chance to get things rolling again with the top of the order. Suzuki coming through with a great piece of hitting there, just hitting what he's given. Good fastball right on the outside block, but he stays on it, lines it down into that corner for a stand-up double.
Now here's Trey Turner, 4th plate appearance. Got his Nationals teammate Suzuki on second base, trying to add to the National League's tally after the Ketel Marte solo homer to lead off the inning.
And Turner looking to make amends for that 4th inning where he came up with the bases loaded and a chance to get the National League back into this game. Couldn't do it then and won't do it here.
Turner grounds out into the glove of Encarnacion to the bag himself. Solo home run for Ketel Marte cuts the American League lead to 6-3.
Your attention, please.
As we dip into the bullpens, Kirby Yates is the first proper reliever to come out for the National League. Yates in the San Diego Padres organization. Take a look at that 1.76 ERA. as we are going to get into the benches as well. Jorge Soler, first man off the bench for the American League. He'll pinch hit for Mike Trout.
He is your major league home run leader at the break. 38 of them, 4 of them coming just in the final week leading up to this game. If he wasn't hot enough, he seems to only be catching more and more fire as this month of July goes on.
So to be determined what the American League's outfield situation is going to look like for this inning. Trout is playing center field. Jorge Soler more comfortable typically in the corners. Got to imagine Yordan Alvarez will get pinch hit for next. Now the 0-1. In there for a strike from Yates. 0-2. Madison Bumgarner, the first clean inning of the entire All-Star game in the top of the 6th.
Yates here might have to tread carefully. A good fastball, but really his money pitch is a changeup, which can be devastating. But if you leave one of those up to a guy like Soler, that can get hairy in a hurry.
Big swing and a miss on the slider. Kirby Yates getting Jorge Soler to go down swinging on 3 pitches to start the 7th.
You know, not the outcome Soler would have wanted, but when you're a reserve in the All-Star game, you only get one crack at it. I cannot blame anyone who goes up there and takes 3 big ribs.
That'll bring forth Minnesota Twins outfielder Eddie Rosario. Takes some hacks here in the 7th. You see there, 294 average on the year, 26 home runs and 65 RBI for Rosario. First pitch from Yates. This one is towered into right field, sending Betts back. He'll stop a little bit shy of the track to make the catch for the second out.
I see Shark Shaver joining us for the 7th inning stretch. I've got to ask, it's a big night. All the stars are out, Shark. Do you have something special?
I do indeed, and I think you may have even sort of said what it is.
Okay.
I know what it is because I was told in advance, so I'm not going to let on. As Nelson Cruz is going to come up now. So it'll be a very interesting outfield for the American League moving forward in this one as Cruz takes a fastball for a strike. 0-1. Gotta imagine it's going to be Cruz in left. Might just be straight up. Might be Cruz in left, Soler in center, Rosario in right. We'll have to see what Dusty Baker does.
That could make for some interesting times if you put Soler out there in center.
Now the 0-1 from Yates to Cruz inside 1-1. Could always swing Rosario to center, play Soler and Cruz in the corners. Could also dip into the bench further, bring in another guy that you've got on hand. For example, that's actually pretty much it that they've got for infield types, or outfield types rather, on the bench here. This is low and away, 2-1. The only other guy you could really think of is Chris Davis. But if there's anybody you don't want to play in the field kind of ever, it's Chris Davis.
Yeah, you would have to imagine that he is there mostly for a big cut late in the game.
Might see Davis pinch hit for Anthony Rendon the next trip around. 2-2 now from Yates, coming to Cruz. On the way. Rip towards left field. That one is going to be a diving attempt by Yelich. Cannot get the glove down, but the throw in, not in time, just a little bit offline. So Nelson Cruz comes on, scorches one to left field. Christian Yelich going for the web gem, cannot get the glove on it. He'll be on second base as Hanser Alberto, Baltimore Orioles lone representative in the All-Star game, will come in for Alex Bregman.
Yelich got to be kicking himself. Missed by about a foot on both ends of that play. Just didn't quite have enough on the dive to glove it. And then had to throw in plenty of time, but a little bit off the bag and kept himself from having a nice assist out there.
Alberto, who generally hits better against lefties, facing the right-handed Yates here. Cruz on second. 1-0 pitch. Inside 2-0. American League has not scored in the last 3 innings. Last run they got was the Mike Trout solo shot leading off the third. NL has cut into that lead since then. 2-0 is a fastball low to Alberto. Count 3-0. Mitch Garver waits on deck, but logic suggests that either Christian Vasquez or Tom Murphy would pinch hit for him, as the managers seem to be starting to empty their benches of reserves here as we enter the late innings. Rio is inside. Alberto draws a walk. So a couple of back-to-back base runners against Yates with 2 outs. It'll bring about the end of Mitch Garver's day.
Don't usually see John with the umpire in the All-Star game, but Yates looked like he had a couple second guesses there. But it looks like Garver will stay in the game.
Yeah, excuse me. Mitch Garver does get to hit for himself. Christian Vasquez, Tom Murphy might just have to wait their turn. There's a pitch from Yates, off speed, fouled away, 0-1.
Good pitch, pounding the bottom of the zone there by Yates.
Cruz on second, Alberto on first, the 0-1. Swung on ground to the right side, and that is going to get through the hole. Picked up by Betts in right. Stopping at third is Cruz. 3 straight base runners with 2 outs for the American League.
Good piece of hitting there by Garver, but really got to credit Betts. You saw him go all out, charging that ball, somersaulting forwards with the throw. That's what it takes on a C&I single to keep that guy running on the crack of the bat with 2 outs, making that guy hold at third.
Now Yates will face Marcus Semien with the bases loaded. Semien 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. First pitch fouled off the inside of the bat, 0-1. The National League wants to continue their comeback. They're going to need Kirby Yates to shut the door tight here.
The time is getting very short here. National League down to its final 9 outs. Can't afford to get down by more than the 3 they're already trailing by, as that one leaks outside 1-1.
There you see the current situation. Nelson Cruz on third, Hanser Alberto on second, Garver on first. Marcus Semien at the plate facing Kirby Yates. Yates got the first 2 batters out in 4 pitches, now pitching with the bases loaded. 1-1. Ripped on the ground past third, foul. Count 1-2.
Good swing there by Semien. Just got that bat head a bit out in front.
Yates just needs 1 more strike. Takes a look at third. Delivers. Swung on and missed. He goes off speed. The slider fooling Semien. And just like the National League in the 4th, the AL leaves the bases loaded in the 7th. It is stretch time here at the All-Star Game. Was about as perfect of timing as you could have possibly asked for. Thanks to the American League for making all of those.
My wrist is messed up, and it actually timed out perfectly.
Big thanks to the American League for using 4 pinch hitters in the top half of the 7th, and the broadcast having a run through all of those defensive changes as the National League turns to their first pinch hitter. Unfortunately, Dodgers fans will not get a chance to see Mookie Betts take another swing in this one as Josh Bell, Pirates lone rep, leads off the bottom of the 7th with 3 straight balls against Oakland closer Liam Hendricks.
I would just like to point out to the FCC that is Shark Shaver that Smash Mouth can point its litigiousness to. I was in no way aware of that, as was made clear earlier in the broadcast, as Bell is going to come into the game on to see 4 straight out of the zone and trot on down to first.
Fair use
Felt pretty
doctrine.
fitting for that to play over top of them showing all of the all-stars coming in too. So I'll let you two get back to the call. Thanks for having me in. This is certainly an exciting one. So have a good one.
Great job,
Thanks very much. Great stuff. Yeah, that could not have gone better. As Jurix and Profar will come in for Christian Yelich. Profar, one of the more interesting choices to make the All-Star roster, takes a hack at the slider from Hendricks, fouls it off 0-1. You'd think that, especially with Kirby Yates making the team, and this is no knock on Jurix and Profar, who's had himself quite the solid year down in San Diego. You feel like there might have been some other outfielders or utility types worthy of the squad.
Yeah, you wonder if there wasn't some, I don't want to say collusion, but you look at the rosters here, and with this game being played out west for the first time in a little bit, huge contingency of AL and NL West stars. Not that there aren't plenty of them that are very deservedly so, from the likes of the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks and whatnot, but yeah, maybe a little love for the guys right down I-5.
Yeah, it could be, but you think about a guy like Nicholas Castellanos, although he was hurt for a time in Cincinnati. Or now I'm just forgetting how names work. Or Cody Bellinger, not a part of the team. Big swing and miss by Profar, 2-2.
Yeah, you'd think defending MVP, playing an All-Star game in your home stadium, that you'd be a shoo-in, but here we are without Bellinger.
Well, Profar looking to keep it going as the 2-2 is grounded away foul. We'll do another one.
And Profar with one of those weird careers where you can't say he's been a disappointment, but he was supposed to be the next big thing, and he's been a very, very good, consistent major leaguer, but not quite what he was panned out to be. And that's got to be, I don't know, unless you have a really stable head on your shoulders, that's got to be tough to deal with, I would think.
Well, he has moved around a little bit, has found himself a home in left field in San Diego, another 2-2. This one is pop foul, going over behind the All-Star Game logo, and making the catch is Encarnacion for the first out.
Yeah, not to say he hasn't found a home, but it's just got to be trying for these young stars who are supposed to be franchise players and end up on a third and fourth team. And even if you're playing well, having to just make it as an everyday grinder, because now we're going to see the benches continue to empty. Here's Wilson Ramos is in the game.
Yeah, Ramos, the lone representative from the New York Mets this year. He'll be the DH now, as Eugenio Suarez's day is done, 0-for-3 with a couple of strikeouts. And some people were surprised to see Ramos be the only Met to make it. You think of Justin Wilson, the left-hander, having a solid year out there, as well as Jeff McNeil, one of the more consistent hitters in the National League all season, not represented here, and instead the Buffalo making the trip west.
And it seems like somehow time is finally starting to catch up with Ramos, although give him credit, it's taken time a lot longer than it does with Mose.
Ramos swings over that 1-1 fastball from Hendricks, count 1-2. Hendricks, incredibly impressive, 70 strikeouts in just 40 innings pitched this season, and that's why gets the slider diving away. Ramos swings and misses, goes down on 4 pitches, 2 away now in the bottom of the 7th.
Third baseman, Nolan Arenado.
Take a look at it on replay. No chance for Ramos, just throwing the bat head at it. And that's going to be it for Hendricks. He just goes 2/3 of an inning as he'll give way to his fellow AL West closer Jose Leclerc.
There, the resume speaks for itself. 25 for 25 in save opportunities. I suppose this would qualify if he went the distance, but he won't. But the sub-2 ERA, as most of these guys are featuring tonight, National League in for a tough spot trying to get something going with 2 outs off Leclerc.
Got to be tough for everybody involved here. Got to be tough for Leclerc, who's, all of these pitchers are coming in generally in strange spots in the All-Star game. But to do it with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th with a man on, meanwhile, you're Paul DeJong just getting that foul. Oh, it hit him. He checked his swing, thought it went off the bat. Instead, it's a hit by pitch. So DeJong is going to reach. Going to see another pinch hitter. So Ketel Marte will not get a shot at 3 home runs. He'll give way to Miami's Jonathan Villar.
So I guess you want to get everyone in the game as Leclerc fires wild high. But man, if there was ever a time to give a guy A shot at number 3 in the game and B a shot at tying the game for a guy swinging the hottest bat of anyone in LA, this would be the time, and yet Marte is out of the game.
Well, yeah, the All-Star managers do try their best to get as many players in as possible. Situation notwithstanding, this is a weak grounder by VR. Leclerc off the mound, throws to first in time. So VR was the potential tying run, but just grounds out weakly 1-3. No runs home for the National League. We're through 7 in the All-Star game. It is the American League 6, the National League 3. You're watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. As we go through the defensive changes, and it is going to look a little bit weird out. Josh Bell got himself settled out in right field for the first time in a long time. Jurickson Profar will take his normal spot in left field. Paul DeYoung will play a little bit of third now, and VR will settle in at second.
Yes, we have entered into the upside down when you force about 20 position changes in a game. As we'll now have another arm on the mound for the National League as Giovanni Gallegos comes in.
Gallegos following Kirby Yates. Yates with a very up and down 7th inning. Got out of it clean, no runs allowed, but allowed 2 hits, a walk, and a couple of strikeouts.
You gotta... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, as Gallegos, an all-star, the rare all-star traded before the all-star game.
Only one on the roster, I believe.
That's true. First pitch is fouled off by Encarnacion, still a part of this one.
Got to give the NL relievers, I guess you could call them, credit. From the 4th inning on, they've really locked down. They've given their bats every chance they can.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, since the 3rd inning, only 3 hits allowed in total between Kershaw, Castillo, Bumgarner, and Yates. The NL keeping themselves in this one, but they're going to need to find some offense as this is outside. Gallegos making his way to Arizona along with Andrew Miller. As you see the attendance there, a hair over 50,000 on a lovely night in Chavez Ravine, now 2-2.
Perfect place to stage an all-star game where you know you'll get a crowd. Chavez Ravine, the largest capacity stadium of anything left in Major League Baseball, and everybody in LA seems to have somehow beaten that traffic and gotten out here tonight.
Yeah, it's Dodger Stadium, a relic in that sense. You think of old Yankee Stadium, Shea Stadium, crowds in the upper 50,000. No longer the way stadiums are built. 3-2 to Encarnacion. And I understand it. You know, the amount of people that are able to spare the time to get out to the ballpark is interest in in-person experience has changed as Encarnacion fouls off another 3-2. And it unfortunately has just become a little bit more expensive year over year to go to a ball game, whether you're on your own, friend, or commonly as people look at it with a family of 4. Swing and a miss. Gallego sets down Encarnacion swinging. 3rd strikeout for Edwin Encarnacion.
Yeah, and a lot of stadiums have traded that extra number of seats for just giving people more of an experience, and with that being able to double the price of their seats, so making them more money in the long run. As it looks like we're going to have another pinch hitter here.
If DJ LeMahieu's day done after 4 plate appearances gives way to Jorge Polanco. Polanco, another Minnesota Twin, repping the Twin Cities out here in Los Angeles. I've been told that it is Chavez Ravine. Not Chavez, not Chavez, Chavez.
I am 3,000 miles away, so I'll trust whoever said that to you.
As this one is lined by Polanco into left field for a base hit. Up and thrown in by Profar. So Jorge Polanco off the bench gets himself a hit. And that will bring up either Anthony Rendon or more like pinch hitter. It's a pinch hitter. Looks like it's going to be Boston's Christian Vasquez, and it is. Christian Vasquez, Boston's lone representative in this game. Very tough year for the Boston Red Sox here in Bop Ball 0-1.
Got to imagine it's been a while since Boston's only had one representative.
Yeah, you would imagine. Boston, you think of a team that, even in their down years, has some stars that provide some power to the All-Star game, but no more Mookie Betts, no Chris Sale this year, and there have been a rash of injuries. Andrew Benintendi was out for a while, Xander Bogaerts was out for a while, and sometimes this is the end result. Christian Vasquez fouling off an 0-2. I was kind of, not to knock Christian Vasquez, that he was going to strike out on 3 pitches and that would just set me up. But, that's all you can do sometimes. 0-2 again is low, 1-2. So it is Polanco on first. Christian Vasquez pinch hitting for Anthony Rendon. It's in the dirt, scoots away, making the pickup and the throw down and over the head of Jonathan Villar's Kurt Suzuki, but it's backed up nicely by Trey Turner. So it's a wild pitch, allows Polanco to move up. Suzuki needs to shake that off. Good job, Trey Turner, backing up that play.
National League catching a break there. That would have easily been Polanco on third if that gotten by.
As this one's outside, so Vasquez, after falling behind 0-2, back full. Jorge Soler waits on deck.
NL really playing with fire here. Don't want to let Soler up to bat.
3-2, fastball fouled off, so Vasquez doing a great job staying alive in this at-bat. Polanco now on second, another 3-2. Inside, Christian Vasquez works himself a well-earned walk coming off the bench in the 8th.
I'll bring up another pinch hitter. Soler is going to be taken out of the game.
Looks like it's going to be
one at bat.
Looks like it'll be Chris Davis also representing Oakland. It is. Now Davis will get a chance to patrol the outfield for the time in a long fastball inside 1-0.
Doesn't have quite the home run numbers as Soler this season, but he's got that same mentality. If Gallegos puts one anywhere near the middle of the plate, you can bet Davis is going to be swinging from the heels.
1-0 is a fastball in the dirt, low, 2-0. Gallegos losing strike zone here between Vasquez and Davis. My score sheet looks like an abject nightmare. 2-0. In there. No! Thought he caught the knee. No love given from home plate umpire James Kingsley. Gallegos thought he had the strike. Instead, the count's 3-0.
Tread lightly here.
And it's a 4-pitch walk. Chris Davis off the bench like Christian Vasquez before him. Draws the base on balls. And the bags are packed with American League All-Stars. We'll see if Eddie Rosario gets to keep going or if he will also give way to a new man. And it is going to be Rosario, who flew out to right his first time up.
Chance to break this game wide open for Rosario. For Gallegos, just trying to find home plate.
American League hasn't scored since the 3rd, threatening here in the 8th. First pitch inside. Not counting the foul balls from Vasquez, because I also don't necessarily remember when in the at-bat they happened. That's at least those 6 straight balls thrown by Gallegos. Kind of surprised that Davey Martinez isn't out here taking the ball from him.
I get that you don't want to have a bad line in an all-star game, but these are just not very competitive pitches.
Gallegos finally finds the zone with a fastball outside 1-1.
See Ramos trying to pump him up there. Said, yeah, you found the outside black kid. Do it again.
As a 1-1, looked for that outside black, couldn't find it. Good read from you, Mike, on that one. Same spot. Trying to get that same result, couldn't do it. Behind Rosario, 2-1 now. Rosario, the right fielder now for the American League. 2-1. Rip, but foul out in front of that one.
Rosario, I'm sure, wants that one back. Had to figure he was getting exactly that, a get it over fastball to stay ahead in the count, but there he is not able to capitalize. 2-2.
Check swing, check down at third, no swing, so it's going to be a full count to Rosario. Polanco on third, Vasquez on second, Davis is on first.
Merry-go-round.
Swung on and missed a high fastball from Gallegos. Gets Rosario to swing and miss. Second strikeout of the inning for Gallegos. And they're 2 away.
What a big pitch there by Gallegos. That is the definition of reaching back and finding something.
Now it's Nelson Cruz, first pitch swing, an 0-1. And so it was mentioned earlier on in the first half of the broadcast, but there may be hot ball trade news coming to you during this game. 0-1 to Cruz, swung on and missed, so Giovanni is quickly ahead 0-2, trying to escape this 8th inning.
Pitching with a passion here the last 4 or 5 pitches.
Now an 0-2. Just misses outside 1-2. Well, I can give you one piece of trade news. I'll give it to you after I'll give you 2 pieces. I'll give you one full trade after this half inning is done, and then the other piece of trade news involves an all-star. I'll tell you that much. 1-2. Swung on and missed. Giovanni Gallegos strikes out the side in the 8th inning, not without trouble. Leaves the bases loaded, keeps the National League within 3 runs at 6-3 AL. Middle of the 8th, you're watching the Major League Ball All-Star Game, Twitch.tv.
It is amazing how pitchers go through those fluctuations. You saw Gallegos just lose the plate there for the better half of 3 batters, and every once in a while you'll just see something flip in a pitcher, and they just go into, to hell with this mode and just start throwing. And that is where Gallegos found himself, just turning up the gas all the way to 100, blowing through the last 2 batters and keeping the NL in this game.
Jose Leclerc, who finished off the bottom of the 7th, just 1/3 of an inning pitched for him so far. He'll get to come on and start the 8th, hit the zone for a strike to Ronald Acuna Jr., who is 1 for 3 in this one. So Ronald Acuna, a member of the Atlanta Braves, and the Atlanta Braves making some waves in the trade market. The Atlanta Braves will be acquiring from their in-division rival, the New York Mets, left-handed reliever Justin Wilson, right-handed pitcher Michael Wacha, and minor league catcher David Rodriguez in exchange for minor league starting pitcher Ian Anderson, minor league catcher William Contreras, and major league reliever Mark Melanson. So a 6-player deal consummated between the Braves and the Mets.
I wouldn't quite call it a blockbuster, but that is definitely moving some pieces. And for a Braves team that is the 2-time defending NL East champions, looks like they might not catch the Nationals in the division, but they are still a team very much with postseason aspirations and looking to get out of the first round for the first time in the last few years. So the Braves really looking to go for it here in 2020.
So that is one piece of trade news as Acuna goes down swinging. Leclerc gets his first strikeout, bridging the 7th and 8th innings. I'll bring up another Atlanta Brave, Freddie Freeman, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. Now the other piece of trade news, we've been asked to hold tight until the player in question is done or the All-Star game is completed. Enter. Some players still involved in this game, but as soon as it's safe to do so, we'll give you some bot ball trade information here during the All-Star game as Freeman grounds this one foul, 1-1.
Like how the bot ball GMs are keeping it professional here.
Now the 1-1 from Leclerc to Freeman, grounded foul, 1-2. National League has had their opportunities to get back into this one. Twice they've had the tying run at the plate. not been able to do anything with it. Now the 1-2 to Freeman is grounded against the shift. Diving play by Alberto in the shift, but he's not going to be able to do anything with it. It's a hit for
The catcher, number 28, Kurt Suzuki.
as Kurt Suzuki will get at least one more trip to the plate because Suzuki is 1 for 2 with a double, a walk, and a strikeout, and an 0-1 count.
Nationals trying to get something going here. Leclerc being pressed a little bit, getting north of 20 pitches here. His 17th is going to miss outside. 1-1.
I got to imagine that Dusty Baker filling in for the American League managerial spot. I think it'll depend soon as the count's now 2. The 4th inning, Trey Turner was up with the bases loaded in a 6-2 game, struck out. Jonathan Villar hitting for Ketel Marte in the 7th. Was up as the tying run in a 6-3 game, rounded out to the pitcher. Suzuki shoots this one to the right side, foul, count 2-2.
Trying to repeat the last time up where he took a good outside fastball, rode it down into the right field corner for a double. Couldn't keep that one fair, though.
That one's fair. That's going to be another base hit. Freeman's going to move up to second. Suzuki takes first with his 2nd hit. And just like that, the National League is in business, and they do get to bring the potential tying run to the plate.
Suzuki continues with the great hitting. The American League book on him says pitch him outside, and there he keeps the hands back, lets that barrel lag through the zone, and slaps another one the opposite way, as here we'll have another reliever, Nick Anderson, coming on for the American League.
So Leclerc is done. 2/3 of an inning pitched for him, 2 hits, a strikeout. He is responsible for both runners on base. Trey Turner is going to get a 5th plate appearance. First pitch to him. Anderson blows a fastball by him at 96, 0-1. You take a look at the remaining bats on the bench for the National League. There's not a shortstop. You can move some guys around, but not a lot of shortstops available to begin with, as Anderson's quickly ahead of Turner, 0-2. You had Profar, who's in left, Young, who's at 3rd, Villar, who is at 2nd, and then Evan Longoria, who's never been a shortstop. 0-2, ripped foul. Staying alive is Turner.
Turner really trying to do something here. He's had 2 big chances so far, has come up short in both instances, and now in a big hole, 0-2.
Swung on and missed, tied up on a sinker at the shoe tops. Anderson gets a big strikeout.
Just no chance there by Turner. That ball tunneling in all the way, as you said, right over the shoelaces, and just no chance to, if he had touched it, it would have gone right back into his foot. No way to do anything with that one.
And just getting healed up from an injury in time for the All-Star game, the childish Bambino, Juan Soto, first pitch swinging into center field. Going back, making the catch is the out-of-position Chris Davis. And that is going to do it. So, Anderson comes on, gets 2 outs quickly, a strikeout and a flyout. Soto's going to stay in to play right field, replacing Josh Bell. We're going to make our way to potentially the final inning of this one, as Phillies closer Hector Neris will come into the game, relieving Giovanni Gallegos, as Gleyber Torres is going to hit for Hanser Alberto.
Neris, one of 2 Phillies on the squad, the only pitcher from either league sporting a +3 ERA in this game. But he has closed down 30 games this season. He's just kind of a roller coaster when he gets out there.
So after a roller coaster 8th inning from Giovanni Gallegos, National League hoping that Hector Neris can go calmly, and the NL will have a shot to try and tie things up or potentially win it in the bottom. 2-0. is way high, 3-0. So sorry, Mike, you got all that offense out of the way early on. Only been 1 run since our time in the booth has started.
We really just hit the brakes on this, didn't we?
Neris hitting the brakes on that pitch, taking some velocity off, going with the splitter at 88 to get it. That pitch is in there for a strike, 3-2, going with the fastball. So technically due up for the NL in the bottom half of the inning will be Profar, Ramos. More pinch hitters, though, is low. Gleyber Torres comes off the bench, works himself a walk.
The catcher, number 8.
That is the trouble with Neris. He loves to go to that splitter, but the thing with the splitter is you don't really want to throw it for strikes. That means you got to get ahead in the count. And if you don't, as he did, and he fell behind 3-0, battle back to 3-2, but you really don't have an out pitch other than the splitter, which you really don't want to throw anywhere but the knees.
First pitch to Mitch Garver outside 1-0. Looked like this might have been a shot for the Mariners' lone representative, Tom Murphy, to get into the game, but Dusty Baker opting to stick with the Twins catcher. So it is Torres over on first base as Neris finds the zone, 1-1. How to imagine we might see some of the guys like Kyle Schwarber, Adam Eaton, Lorenzo Kane, Evan Longoria, JT Realmuto, all still hanging out on the national bench.
All of them capable of dealing big blows, but down 6-3, and with the American League not done yet in the top of the 9th, it's going to be a matter of can the National League get enough guys on base to put that kind of a threat at the plate.
Torres on first, big swing and a miss. Garver strikes out for the second time, reaching badly at that Neris fastball for the first out. Here is Marcus Semien. So similarly to the National League, the American League didn't really bring reserve shortstops. So it's just been Semien and Turner at the number 6 spot all game, as this one's pulled foul 0-1.
Yeah, very interesting to see in an all-star game. Usually that's the premier position. That's where you've got to trade time between 3 guys and bump another guy and make him play third base if he wants to be in this game. But, yeah, odd to see 2 guys just carrying the water all the way for both the AL and the NL.
See if it bites him at all. Here's the 1-1 to Semien. Popped up on the infield. Settling under it is DeYoung at third base. Makes the catch. And that'll be the second out. Young, the lone Cardinals representative. Gallegos would have made it 2 for the Redbirds, but of course making his way to the desert, giving the D-backs technically 3 reps. Now here is Edwin Encarnacion. First pitch inside. 1-0. Encarnacion hit a home first at bat in the second, and 3 strikeouts since. Not sure if there's ever been a golden sombrero in an all-star game. Count 1-1.
I would also venture to say that this is probably an all-star game record for a 9-hole batter getting his 5th at bat of the game.
Definitely possible as Encarnacion hits this one to the right center field and go to the wall. Up in the corner by Soto. The throw home is not in time. Edwin Encarnacion with an RBI double, and that is going to make it 7-3 AL.
Great piece of hitting there, just staying inside of that fastball by Neris and driving it straight out to the power alley in right center. Good relay by the National League, but not in time. And they will now fall behind by a cool grand slam as the lineup turns over once again for the AL.
First pitch, a strike to Jorge Polanco. Grounded at first, picked up by Freeman, takes it to the bag himself, and that is going to do it. But Encarnacion, hang on, I gotta.
Great piece of hitting there by Encarnacion. The RBI double to put the AL up 7-3 as we go to the bottom of the ninth. Encarnacion, one of the older guys out there in his 37-year-old year. What a career for him, having a big year to boot this season. And as you mentioned, Big Fun, the NL going to their big bats in their last gasp. First up is going to be Kyle Schwarber here in the bottom of the ninth.
Okay, I'm back. My cat put a magnet in her mouth.
That's ever good.
Yeah. First pitch to Schwarber, swung on and missed. Nick Anderson still going here.
I can one-up you. I had to miss a couple Sundays ago my call here on the Bop Ball Network because my 1-year-old swallowed a nickel, and the nickel did not really get swallowed, just kind of went halfway.
Ooh, that's no fun. Yeah, she.
It's the world's most expensive nickel.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, I know. We keep magnets on the. They are toys, and decided to jump up and drag one down and then put it in her mouth and look like an absolute nightmare. So we're good.
It seems like both of us having a tougher time corralling danger than the American League bullpen here.
Fouled off by Schwarber. Count now 2-2. NL's really going to have to string it together, and all that's been power pitchers. 2-2 from Anderson. Just misses. 3-2. Wilson Ramos waits on deck, but multiple potential pinch hitters wait behind him.
A couple of lefties up in the bullpen for the American League.
Schwarber will work a walk, so if the National League... That's a way to do it. Schwarber trots on down to see what Davey Martinez does for the next batter.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention.
And it will be JT Real Muto coming up, pinch hitting for Wilson Ramos. So one NL catcher DH spot gives way to another. Real Muto enters the game. Anderson set. The first pitch. Check swing high, 1-0.
Real Muto really turning things around. He was down near the Mendoza line as recently as mid-May, but has started to heat up along with the weather, earned himself a pass into this All-Star game, and now a chance to get the NL back into things.
Nice inside fastball for a strike from Anderson, 1-1. Hector Neris giving up the first run since the third inning for the NL. Anderson bounces it in 2-1. Some interesting options left out of that American end for Dusty Baker. 2-1 now. Swing and a miss. Pitch could have been ball 3. Real Muto asking Kingsley behind the dish if it. Instead, count 2-2. The pitch. In there. Strike 3 called at the knees. Second strikeout for Anderson. And the National League has 2 outs left.
Not sure what you can do if you're Real Muto there. That was 96 on the outside corner at the bottom of the kneecaps. He could have swung at it, but I'm not sure if the result would have been any different than what happened with him just looking.
So some ooze raining down as the San Francisco plate for his first at-bat of this All-Star game. Longoria, a longtime member of Nick Anderson's Tampa Bay Rays, now plies his trade in the Bay Area, 1-0. Swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirt, and the throw is wild. Moving up to second on the throwing error is going to be Schwarber. So Mitch Garver and E2 allowing Schwarber to move up. That doesn't mean too much in the grand scheme of things, but still takes away the potential game-ending double play and a fastball high and in for a strike to Longo.
A little overly ambitious there by Garver, but you can understand it. Everybody wants to make a big play in the All-Star game.
This one skips away from Garver. So Mitch Garver, maybe extra innings of being behind the plate in the All-Star game, getting to him. They do rule it a wild pitch. Schwarber moves up to third. Got to imagine Garver wasn't anticipating 9 innings behind the dish.
And he did a good job there. He broke it down textbook. He got in front of a bounce ball. That's definitely a wild pitch all the way. Just couldn't corral it.
Now Schwarber on third, 2-2 from Anderson. This one is hit towards right field, and it is actually fielded on the ground by Polanco. It's an RBI groundout for Longoria. Cuts the lead to 7-4. As Anderson continuing on, that could be it for him, and it will be. So a 4-3 groundout by Longoria will bring forth Toronto Blue Jays closer Ken Giles. And it is a save situation, so Ken Giles just 1 out to pick up a save here in the All-Star game.
Man, if ever there was a cookie, that is it. You can get an All-Star game save by throwing possibly just 1 pitch.
It will be Jonathan Villar. First pitch to him is a fastball high, 1-0. See in 5 at-bats, Jonathan Villar 2 for 5 against Giles with a run. So Anderson allows 1 run on no hits over 1 1/3. Now the 1-0, and Villar takes it outside, 2-0.
Dedicated Twitch viewer EP from Toronto pointing out the nice bookends that it could be Ryu starting it for Toronto and Giles closing it here.
Would be very nice for the fans from the north. Fastball for a strike inside, 2-1. Acuna and Freeman to follow if Martinez does not use any pinch hitters. 2-1 to Villar. Shot the other way. That one is going to Jonathan Villar. Trying to go for 2. The throw in is going to be a little bit wide. That's the problem when you play Nelson Cruz in left field. Sometimes those throws are a little bit offline. So Jonathan Villar keeps the National League in it with a double, and it'll bring up Ronald Acuna. First pitch low and in, 1-0.
Not sure what VR's reason was for trying to stretch it. A double instead of a single doesn't mean much, but then again, hey, you're in the All-Star game. You just got to hit. Why not try to do a little bit more?
Giles trying to shut the door, give the AL a win. Not going to do it on that pitch. Way inside near the belt of Acuna. 2-0, a slider that didn't slide. Didn't even begin to slide. 2-0 to the Braves center fielder is outside, 3-0. And waiting on deck is Freddie Freeman. With Josh Bell already in and out of this game. Nobody's left to really pinch hit for Freeman without playing guys out of position. So Freeman, definitely a guy you'd love to have up. Potential game-tying situation. 3-0.
Nope.
Way high, ball 4. So it is going to be Villar on second, Acuna on first. Freddie Freeman up as the potential tying run.
Giles just not having the feel for it here. He's got that high 90s fastball, but he needs the biting slider to complement it. And there you saw he underthrew a couple of them, overthrew one. Doesn't have the feel for that secondary pitch. And that's going to be bad news if you have to go at the likes of Freddie Freeman with just one dependable pitch.
First pitch, a fastball up and away. 1-0. Freeman 1 for 3 this All-Star game. Has a couple of strikeouts and a walk. And that hit came in his last at bat in the 8th off of Leclerc. 1-0. Check swing, but a strike anyway. Giles goes with the slider, gets it in there. The way Freeman check swung at that, looks like he wanted that heat and just saw the bottom drop out at the last second. 1-1 is high, 2-1.
Giles got to be careful here. I think Freddie Freeman knows that his slider is not biting.
This one is swung on by Freeman, grounded over to second, scooped up by Polanco, throw to Encarnacion, and the American League wins the Major League Bot Ball All-Star Game by the final of 7-4.
Great action there on the diamond. A lot more fireworks than we've seen in most recent years. Give credit to the American Leaguers. They came out swinging, jumped all over Quintana, and then turned it over to, I guess you can call it the bullpen, although plenty of great AL starters. They carry it most of the way, and the NL has to be kicking themselves. They have plenty of opportunities, but could not get it done where the AL did early in the game.
So the winning pitcher is Hyunjin Ryu. The save goes to Ken Giles. The loss to Jose Quintana. Quintana gave up 5 runs in the first 2 innings. You see it up there. And the AL was able to take that early lead and hang on to it. Player of the game, All-Star MVP is DJ LeMahieu. 2 for 3. Had a home run in the second part of back-to-back home runs with Edwin Encarnacion. Also double leading off the game and scored on the Anthony Rendon homer and drew himself a walk in the 4th inning. A lot of quality options, but DJ LeMahieu of the New York Yankees is your All-Star Game MVP. And we did promise some more trade news as soon as the player involved was no longer available to be part of the All-Star Game. And we can in fact announce that the Miami Marlins have traded Jonathan Villar and minor league pitcher Dylan Lee to the Oakland Athletics in return for infielder Sheldon Noisy and infielder center fielder Jorge Mateo, who is also currently in the minors. As we take a look at the highlights, a lot of highlights in this one, a lot of power. Anthony Rendon, second batter of the game, going oppo, right center for a 2-run shot just clear on the wall out there. And the AL was off to the races. Later in the inning, Giancarlo Stanton, this 2-out titanic blast to center, 470 feet off the bat of Stanton from the pitch of Quintana. And there was more to come after Edwin Encarnacion hit a homer. Next batter up, your MVP, DJ LeMahieu, with a homer of his own to left center. That made it 5-0 AL in the top half of the second inning. And things did not change when the NL went to the bullpen. Walker Buehler, first man he faced, Mike Trout, going deep to center, getting a home run, and the All-Star Game in Los Angeles.
That LA on LA violence there, especially against the hometown pitcher. There you see the NL struck back as Nolan Arenado, one of the guys to be subbed out a little bit earlier in this game, but he left his mark. Deep home run to get the National League on the board in the bottom of the 4th. That was followed up by Ketel Marte, who absolutely blasted one 457 feet out to right center. And for those deep in the stands in right center who didn't catch that Marte home run, they would have another chance later in the game as Marte homered for the second time, becoming just the 6th man in Major League Baseball history to hit 2 out in an All-Star game. That brought it to 6-3, but that was as far as the NL could get as the American League bullpen just locked down after that.
Yeah, this was one of 2 chances in the late innings where the National League had the potential tying run up there. Jonathan Villar grounded out 1-3. Here, Juan Soto flying out to center field. Nice play out there by Chris Davis. Pretty well out of position, but still showing that he can get back and do it. And then Freddie Freeman as the potential tying run in the bottom of the 9th with a sharp grounder to Jorge Polanco, makes the play to Edwin Encarnacion, and the AL wraps up a 7-4 All-Star Game victory. We should probably clear the way pretty quickly. We do have to get back to the broadcaster tournament. Got quarterfinals in our ML Bot Ball broadcaster tournament, Diamond Dynasty games on MLB The Show. But Mike, any final thoughts on the Bot Ball All-Star Game before we make our way out?
I said it once, I'll say it again. I'm a fan of the increased offense. For too many years, it's been just one hard-throwing starter or reliever after another, coming in, throwing 98 with a 90-mile-per-hour slider, making good hitters look bad. I kind of like that it was big bats ruled the day today.
Yeah, you were talking earlier on. You loved offense, your All-Star game. Home runs galore, a grand total of 8 home runs between the two teams in this game, and it was not without suspense. After those first 3 innings, looked like it was going to be an American League romp, but the NL fought back. They had multiple chances to tie it up, just could not get there. Really a great game overall. One of the memory.
Yeah, and once again, as has been tradition here lately, it's the American League taking it away. But entertaining for all involved, and a great venue, really. I think a real gem of the game here at Dodger Stadium. Great to see them be able to host one first time in a long time. And just a great night for baseball everywhere throughout the Bob Ball universe.
Yeah, I want to give a big thanks to everybody who got involved with all of our All-Star festivities, not just All-Star itself. As we're getting ready to jump in right away. Almost. All right, we're almost there. Thanks, of course, to our broadcasters early on, Duggo, Jake W. Dean, and Cookie, who has taken on a huge amount of work putting all of our All-Star stuff together. But we're going to wrap it up. So the final score for the Major League Baseball All-Star Game: the American League wins it 7-4 for Mike A, Duggo, Cookie Eater 45, and Jake W. Dean. I am the Big Fund. Thank you for watching the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Stay tuned for the Major League Baseball Broadcasters Tournament.
Well, thank you, Big Fun. Thank you, Mike. It's always good to see you guys. That was a magnificent All-Star game. Can you believe it? The American League coming into Chavez Ravine and pulling out a victory here in the All-Star game. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's always nice to see when the AL shows why the DH is such a unique tool. It allows your pitchers to rest up a little bit and not have to worry about getting plunked upside the head while they're up at bat.
Well, we're going to get into back into quarterfinal action here in our broadcaster tournament. We've got Jeremy Goldstein taking on our very own Duggo here in this matchup. What can we expect out of this game here, P-Mister?
A lot of chaos, a lot of mayhem. Going to be probably one of the fastest games of baseball anybody's ever going to see. And I'm assuming Duggo's going to have several Arizona Diamondbacks on his team. Just a guess.
Of course, Diamond Dynasty, one of the quickest ways to get a game of baseball in. Massively popular in the MLB The Show community. It has certainly taken off and turned it to its own thing here in the last few years. Not a big partaker myself, but it's definitely fun to watch. These have been some fantastic matchups, specifically with Jeremy Goldstein's last matchup. You were on that broadcast, and even though that game got kind of cut off in the middle, a fantastic pitching performance out of him. These New York Blueberries. What a name, right?
Yes, definitely one name. And that's probably one of the biggest keys to being successful in Diamond Dynasty is being able to have your starting pitcher go 6, 7, 8 innings. They really only bring out your closer if you need them. As we're getting set here for Chase Field action, and pitching will rule the day as you don't have the computers swinging. It's you're trusting your own eye and your own action to make the swing, as it looks like Randy Johnson might be taking the mound here.
No. Randy Johnson is left-handed.
Okay, I am going absolutely blind. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen.
We have Brett Saberhagen pitching here for Duggo's team. The Mark Grace Oh shoot, I just had it in my head. The
Mark Gray Slump Busters.
Yes, that's what it is. The Mark Grace's Slump Busters. Some great names out of our very own Duggo. That's going to be flied out to right field for the first out. We've got Didi Gregorius digging in here. That was DJ LeMahieu flying out to lead off for Goldstein. Didi Gregorius stepping in here next. We get some option changes.
Yeah.
And back to the action.
I think technically rule has been we had turned guest pitches off. But I think they forgot to switch that off in the pregame, so I think there's just going to be a gentleman's agreement going forward.
Flying out to left field. That's 2 away quickly here in the top of the first. That brings up the home run derby version of Aaron Judge here for these Blueberries.
Yes, Judge, jury, and executioner is hopefully the case here, as Judge is really a power hitter in the pure sense of the form. Strikeout or that ball is going 450 feet. There really isn't much in between.
The 0-2 pitch missing outside here. Saberhagen attacking that zone to start it off here. The 1-2 high fastball strikes out Judge. 1-2-3 go these Blueberries. Coming up, going to be Anderson, Gregorius, and Roberts for the Slump Busters.
And that's another thing with Diamond Dynasty. 1 through 9 are legendary hitters, especially at this point in the tournament. You're not going to get any real slouches here. You have to pay attention 1 through 9 to hit all your pitches in the right spot.
Tim Anderson going to line a base hit down the line. That'll get all the way down to the corner. Have to chase it downhill round first and try it for second. In there with plenty of time, making a fancy slide. A leadoff double here for Tim Anderson.
And again, just a real good piece of hitting, slapping it down the line. Honestly, that's in Diamond Dynasty, that's as good as it gets sometimes.
Didi Gregorius going to be hitting here in second for the Slump Busters as well. Gregorius getting a lot of action, playing both sides of the ball. Swing and a miss, strike one. Roy Oswalt's going to get the start here for the Blueberries.
Oh boy!
Hard hit ball to the first baseman. That's going to be the first out.
That was some ups right there. I believe that might have been Willie McCovey over there at first, according to our little stat sheet that we get prior to the game.
That's what I'm reading as well. Strike one here from Oswalt. This version of Oswalt is peak Roy Oswalt, or should I say the prestige of Oswalt.
Yeah, so you're not going to get a much better version of Roy Oswalt. That's one on the right.
Perhaps
he might get caught out
a little too hard. He gets him. Double play, 9-6 to end the inning. So we're still scoreless here as we reach the top of the second.
And that's another thing you're going to see a bit more of in this game is a few more mental errors, a few more little mistakes like that. We don't have the computers controlling them. This is all human.
2-0 here on Cody Bellinger. Fastball in there for strike one. Fast and furious it is indeed. 2-1 pitch in there. Strike two.
I believe we had a quarterfinal game the other day get completed beginning to end in 45 minutes in case people need to know how quick this is going to go.
So don't go anywhere. This game will get out of control before you can even think about it. You don't want to miss a thing. It can happen just like that. A hard hit ball out to left field, ranging back just short of the track. That's going to be the first out here in the top of the second. We're going to see Carlos Correa dig in here. First pitch outside for ball 1. Left this one out over the zone. It's got a lot on it. Can it stay fair? It does not. Foul ball.
And that's the thing here. Any hitter can put it over the wall, so you have to hit your spots. You can't leave it over the middle.
Of course, Duggo being the number 1 seed, he gets to pick the venue. And where else would he be at home than here at Chase Field? I wonder, perhaps when we drag him up into the booth for an interview at some point, maybe he can point out where exactly his seats are.
Oh yeah, try to keep forgetting.
3-2.
Season ticket holder.
Strike 3 looking. That's 2 away here in the top of the second.
Yep, stepping in the San Francisco Giant legend, Willie McCovey, stepping in, trying to do some work here to give the Blueberries a little bit of a spark here and try to rock Duggo early.
0-1. Ooh, a good breaking ball, off-speed pitch. Excuse me. Below the zone, 1-1.
If you're able to get the opponent to start swinging those ones that just skirt the outside, it can be a long day at the plate for your opponent.
Ooh, good layoff here, 2-2. Sets up a nice breaking ball outside. And just misses the zone with that slider. The 3-2. Fouled off once more. We'll do it again. Nobody on. 2 out here. 3-2 pitch.
Oh, that's a challenge.
Oh, and he jocks it. This one.
Hold it.
Can he make the catch?
Hold it.
At the wall. He climbs it.
No,
and it's gone. A solo shot here
from Willie McCovey.
Willie McCovey, the first baseman, puts the first point on the board here, 1-0 for the New York Blueberries.
Yeah, and Duggo, the number 1 seed overall, already in a little bit of a jam. Runs can be really hard to come by in Diamond Dynasty. So any run you can get, you have to keep precious and sacred.
Gary Sanchez fouls off the 2-1 pitch to even the count at 2. Setting up outside. This one's going to be lifted into the gap. That'll get down for a base hit. Ranging over is Gonzalez. Luis Gonzalez. I mean, okay.
Yep, nice little piece of hitting. And, yeah, Duggo already had 26 pitches in the inning, so he might just want to try to throw stuff there, see if he can get a couple flyouts.
Fly out indeed as he comes in to make the catch to end the inning. We're through the top of the second. Blueberries on top, 1-0. Well, perhaps this is where the naming of this team comes into play as Luis Gonzalez digs in for his first AB of the game. Gonna need to bust himself out of this slump, as that's a ground ball to the third base side for the first out. Carlos Correa charging to make the play. David Peralta is stepping in. Slider on the inside gets him to foul it off. 0-1. Foul. 0-2 here.
Oswald got a little bit of a break there. That one was right down the middle.
Good eye here to lay off of it. Fastball high, ball 1. 1-2, breaking ball in the dirt. 2-2 pitch. Strike 3.
The big challenge.
98 miles an hour here from Oswalt, and that's not even the most he can throw. Mark Reynolds proving it right there. 99 mile an hour on the fastball. Reynolds connects with this one, but that's going to hook foul as well.
Yeah, the ultimate challenge pitch, a high fastball. You're basically just saying, I'm going to blow this ball by you. I'm going to give you a chance to hit it. Let's see if you can do it.
High and outside, 2-2. This one's inside. A little blooper just into the outfield, but it's going to hook foul. We'll do it again here. A good eye to lay off the breaking ball. Started out over the middle of the plate and dropped off the dish.
Oh,
Strike 3! He drops the curveball in to end the inning. Blueberries back to the dish, up 1-0. Brett Saberhagen starts it off with a fastball in there for strike 1.
Yep, and pitchers starting off here for the Blueberries at the plate. Roy Oswald. Pitchers can hit in this game. We do play under the National League rules here, so anything can happen, especially in the pitcher spot. It could be the one spot where you might relax yourself a little bit. You might try throwing down the middle, but they can still punish you with it.
Roy Oswald's not going to take the bat off his shoulder, as that's going to be strike 3. One away here, and we go back to DJ LeMahieu. He fouls off the first pitch, 0-1. Fouled off here. Curveball left out over the plate, 0-2. Strike 3, checks his swing, and that's back-to-back strikeouts from Brett Saberhagen.
Yep, and that's the thing. If your pitcher can get on a roll, it can be a very easy coast through 2 or 3 innings, just being able to throw strikes and hit your spots.
Changeup hits the zone, 1-1's the count here on Didi Gregorius. Duggo, perhaps a little unsure where to go with this one. Rifles it in at the top of the zone, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Ooh, hit against the shift here. It takes it the other way. Will this get all the way out to the wall? Ranging back to make the play.
Ooh.
David Peralta having to chase it down into the bullpen corners. And that's going to be a double here with 2 away.
Oh,
brings up the big bat, Aaron Judge.
Great check on that first pitch here. That was one you could easily try to pull, but good job just to lay off it.
2-1 here, the count to Judge. Pitch number 50 out of Brett Saberhagen. It's in there for strike 2. Duggo. Able to catch the bottom of the zone here quite well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we still have our ML bot umpires, so they will occasionally miss ones and call semi-questionable spots, but such is baseball, as it seems like we've got a little technical issue here. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3, and that'll wrap up the top of the third. Still 1-0. As I believe we're going to get a pause here for a technical timeout to try to have the string catch up a little bit.
Back to the action here in the bottom of the third. Leading off is going to be Duke Snyder. I believe we're going to be trying to get get Duggo to join us here in the booth at some point during the ball game as he gets on base here to lead off the bottom of the third.
As one of the all-time Yankee greats, Jorge Posada, stepping in. Broken bat, ball runs foul. He's going to have to go get a new one. Oh, and a slider in the dirt for strike 3 to Jorge. As now the pitch is going to be stepping in to take a couple cracks. Ryan takes off a second.
Stolen base attempt here. It's a hit. It's a bunt and run. He can't beat out the play on first. A sacrifice bunt, 3-1 for the putout.
I mean, in that situation, you want to just move him over to second. That's pretty much what you want to do if you're the pitcher right there. Just try to get yourself on base, but sacrifice to move the guy over.
High fastball, 1-2 here. Back to leadoff hitter Tim Anderson. Oh, he chases one outside. Strike 3. That's going to do it here in the third. Blueberries still out with that 1-0 lead. One zero. Ooh, a good curveball catch in the bottom of the zone there. 1-1.
And this is why pitching is so crucial. If you're able to hit your spots, it makes it very difficult for the hitter to decide whether to take a crack at it or not.
1-2. Fouled off here. Able to wait on that changeup. Ooh, no help from the home plate umpire on that slider. 2-2. Bellinger lays off that fastball. 3-2. Just trying to catch that bottom lip of the zone. Fouled off here. Another full count. Saberhagen delivers. Fouled off once more. A real battle here with Cody Bellinger. Bellinger over 1 on the day. Another foul ball. Saberhagen is really having to work here to get Cody Bellinger out, and he finally does. 1 away. Carlos Correa digging in. Early foul ball, trying to chase it down, but it's out of reach. 0-1. In there, strike 2. Did he go?
No.
No, says the first base umpire. 1-2. Misses low, ball 2. Saberhagen has been on point tonight, working just around the zone. He gets another strikeout here. A real pitching battle brewing.
Yeah, and that's especially one of the things you see fairly often in Diamond Dynasty is these pitchers duels. Because it is so hard sometimes to make real solid contact.
0-1 here to Willie McCovey. The 0-2 misses for ball 1. The 1-2 pitch misses outside. 2-2. Saberhagen, 72nd pitch of the ball game. They'll say he went around, and that's strike 3. The Slump Busters trying to bust out of their hitting slump. Swing, strike 1. As we get into the bottom of the 4th here, Didi Gregorius going to lead off. Roy Oswalt still out there. A comfortable pace going, only 37 pitches through the ball game so far.
Yeah, and that's another difference you'll see in Diamond Dynasty versus a lot of our other games, that pitches will definitely go a lot deeper into games because the batters are a lot more free swinging than what they normally are.
Brian Roberts going to dig in here with 1 away. Slump Busters trying to get a hit.
Ooh.
Fouled off. 0-2. He lays off this one outside. 1-2. Another ball below the zone. 2-2.
Playing a wheel of roulette here as far as where that ball is going to go.
So when you're playing Diamond Dynasty, what's your preferred inputs? I see, I've seen people playing with a bunch of different options. Personally, I go with the meter pitching and the purely analog hitting.
Yeah, that's very similar to what I am as a meter pitching and pretty much analog. The last baseball game I played before the show was MVP 2005, so I was really used to those controls.
Used to using the joystick to swing as opposed to just hitting a button. As that's going to be caught stealing out at second base.
And
We'll get another look at that here.
Oh, I don't know.
In.
Oh,
no! Tag is in there.
Man, oh man! Again, this is the type of games we play with. You literally inches away from either disaster or a massive success, and those types of plays can change the course of a game.
Oswalt just throwing some garbage pitches here, trying to get him to chase one. Luis Gonzalez squares this 99-mile-an-hour fastball up, or at least gets a part of it.
Right?
Did he go?
No.
No, says the third base umpire.
That's
ball 4. So David Peralta stepping in, fouling out the first pitch, checking his swing on the second, 1-1. And this one's fouled up, popped up into foul territory. Trying to chase it down, and they got him. Blueberries taking advantage of every mistake, every foul ball, every chance they get. Saberhagen back in to pitch the 5th. 0-1 here to Gary Sanchez. Oh, and 2. Lays off a breaking ball outside. 1-2 now.
Yeah, that was a junk pitch just to try to get him to swing at something. Ooh.
Back to swing. Did he go?
Got him.
He did. Little help from the first base umpire. Brett Saberhagen racks up the strikeout.
Yes,
and in steps the father of my childhood hero, Ken Griffey Sr.
How did I know you were going to say that?
Did you know? It's almost like I'm a Mariners fan. Well,
I know. It's almost like the two played on the same team at one point.
Did they? Huh.
I believe they did for about 3 or 4 years toward the end of Senior's career. I believe, in fact, they had back-to-back home runs in a game also.
Well, I know you're right there. I don't know if it was 3 or 4 years that they played together. I haven't actually looked it up. So I should probably do that before I say what I'm about to say, but screw it. I'm pretty sure it was only 1 year that they played together.
That could be the case. It could be like a Gordie Howe type situation where he played a year in Hartford, Connecticut with his sons there.
First pitch here to Mark Reynolds, inside for ball 1. Blueberries still on top 1-0 as we get into the bottom of the 5th.
Oh, I think they called that a ball, but it did not miss by much at all.
Speaking of not missing by much, strike 2 from Oswalt. Oh, boy. Robbed is Roy. That one was definitely in there.
Yes, and this is the literal inches. Another case of the inches that I'm talking about is that's a strike 3 at the 12-6. These pitches are going to be so close to the zone. It's honestly a toss-up half the time whether you're getting the call or not. Oh. Doug will miss
much
a
like
chance
in
there.
real life. Oh.
Yeah, it's very much like real life, and that's why we all hate the umpires sometimes, but I digress. Yes. But Roy Oswalt maybe getting a little tired. Second one pretty much right down the middle there with the fastball. Comes back with one high and tight, but he's got to be careful with those. As one swing of the bat ties this game right up.
This one's fouled down the line, 0-2. Snyder already got a hit today, looking for a second. See a 1-2 here on the nicest pitch of the ball game from Roy Oswalt. It's a fastball high. 2-2. Hit down the third base line, corralling it easily. He slides into first and is thrown out.
A lot of show for not much result, but again, that's what I was talking about.
You gotta love the effort, though.
Yeah, no denying the effort there, but yeah, see that one, even though it was good timing, it caught the end of the bat there.
Jorge Posada with a hit here. It's corralled in the infield and he's thrown out. Wow.
Yeah, even on a perfect, you can still drill it right to the fielder for an out.
I suppose that's what happens, yes. We'll get another look at that pitch as we get into the replay coming down the line. What is going on?
Very true. What is going on?
What is this? I'm pretty sure there's something about staying in the base paths in this game. I distinctly remember there being something about that.
I do, but at the same time, we'll call it the show and graphical glitch, and we'll move on.
I thought EA Sports made all of the other sports games, not this one too.
Exactly.
Fly ball out into right field. That's going to get caught for the first out. The 0-1. High and inside, 1-1 now. Saberhagen, 85 pitches so far. This will be 86. A changeup. Pulled the string on that one. 1-2.
Yeah, you see here, Dougal keeping the ball low, trying to prevent a big home run ball. Because really, one more home run might just bury him for this game, especially this late in the game.
2-2, strike 3. Speaking of strikeouts, Aaron Judge stepping up to bat, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts today.
Yeah, looking potentially at the golden sombrero if this game goes any longer here. But we'll see if he can break it right here and try to give the Blueberries a chance.
A chance? They're out in front.
A chance to double their lead.
What more chance do you want? This has been an absolute shutout. They got the one run. We can call it a Felix quality start on both sides.
Right, as the count runs to 3-1 here on Judge.
Ooh, and he loses him. Ball 4. Aaron Judge avoids the sombrero.
Yeah, but it seems like Douglas going to get a couple guys up in the pen here, as he's looking for some type of spark here, and maybe the pitching can do it for him.
Does he go with the lightning arm of Aroldis Chapman? He goes with Jose Alvarado.
Do I see
Alvaro?
Do I see Rolly Fingers in there as his closer? Oh, that would be.
I do think so. Yeah, Rolly Fingers.
That would be a dream right there.
You know, you got Fernando Rodney right behind him. Fernando Rodney in his prime, backing up Rolly Fingers. There's a matchup you never thought you'd hear.
Yep.
Strike 3 looking. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th here.
As it looks like we're going to get a pinch hitter here. So Sabanaz is done here.
Of course, the pitching change is going to come after this plate appearance. Ian Happ coming up to bat for Saberhagen. And he
Again.
leaves him a meatball out over the plate, hanging curve. And he's way out in front of it. Comes back with a lightning quick fastball. 0-2. And then oh,
Heads
I
up.
think he might be trying to take out a knee or something as that slider runs way inside. Good check swing here on the big curveball. Ground ball just gets over the pitcher's head, and nobody can make a play. And there was nobody at first to even recover the play. So
boy.
that's going to be a base hit.
And ladies and gentlemen, Duggo may have just gotten the break he needed. That looked to be a fairly easy grounder to grab, but nobody taking the initiative there, and now there's a runner on first with no one out.
1-1 here to Tim Anderson. That's a line drive to the second baseman. The first out here in the bottom of the sixth. And we're going to get a pitching change for the Blueberries.
Chapman. Heads up on the radar gun is we're going to have a couple fastballs in here, probably clocking 100.
Dig out that 100-mile-an-hour graphic card. 0-1. There it is. 102. Wow. And his sinker at 95.
And the slider up around 90. This is just borderline bonkers speed, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, connects with a fastball here. They drives it into the gap. That's going to be at least one. Round second goes to third. They will hold up at first. So runners on the corners here with the one away in the bottom of the sixth.
Oh.
Brian Roberts not able to come around on that 102-mile-an-hour fastball. He sees another one here, and now it's 0-2.
And Duggo at this point is trying to look for a sac fly. Check swing. Gets
No
bailed
go,
out.
they'll say.
Yeah, look very close there, but even a sac fly right now would tie this game up. But nonetheless, a strike 3 on the high fastball.
It's going to bring up Luis Gonzalez. Runner at scoring position. Chance to put... Let's be real, these are the Snakes. Chance to put the Snakes on top. I'm sorry, the Slump Busters.
Yes, although honestly, another name could be the Snakes with how much Duggo talks about the Diamondbacks.
Season ticket holder that he is. Can you really blame him?
No, not at all.
And especially now, it seems like such a great time to be a Diamondbacks fan. Seemingly, they've got a great team put together. You know,
as a beautiful placement there on the ball for strike 3.
Well, as we get into the 7th inning, we're going to get a pitching change here for the Slump Busters. We're joined now, of course, by one Shark Shavery.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
How's it hanging, buddy?
I am listening in the tourney voice chat, and I actually have talking privileges in there now. So I'm just chatting with Doug and Jake and Cookie, and it is hysterical, the amount of just like salt and crazy reaction. So yeah, go to Discord. You can listen on people getting worked up.
Oh yeah, I can imagine Douglas getting really worked up now. It seems like he hasn't been able to catch a single break today.
Yeah, and it's like behind like the stream versus when we're hearing them. So you hear him scream, and then like 5 seconds later, something actually happens.
It's a fun way to watch the game if you can make it happen for sure. Strike 2 here on Willie McCovey. Duggo giving up the base runner here to lead off the 7th.
Oh boy.
Sanchez due up now. Ball 1, just missing inside. Duggo wasting no time here. Fastball high. 1-1.
Yeah,
2-0, excuse me.
Yeah, Doug was
I
just
have
trying to. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say I have inside info that Duggo is convinced that like he'd already said he was gonna leave something hanging, and that would be what would screw him over.
Speaking of hanging, that one just might get out of here.
Oof.
And it does! That hits the home run line and deep center field. Blueberries pushing their lead out to 3.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Duggo was convinced he was gonna leave like 2 or 3 pitches hanging, and that would be the difference.
Well, that seems to be the case today.
Ooh,
man.
hard hit ball at the hot corner there, and that's the third out. I'm sorry, the second out.
I was gonna see
Pitching change here. Oh, yeah, you're right. Pitch hitter.
Pinch hitter here for the pitcher though. Hunter Renfroe stepping in, and Duggo really gonna have to start scrambling now to try to get some runs on the board because this game could get out of hand very quickly.
He did say he'd rather like give up more runs than just lose by 1, so I guess he got his wish.
Very. I mean, if there is one way to go out, that is the way. I can, from first-hand experience, a 1-run game can be absolutely terrifying.
At least if you're down by like several, you can give in.
Yeah, you can just accept your defeat well in time and prepare your prepare your will and vows.
Yeah.
Well, he misses here for ball 4. Jose Alvarado. 22 pitches here in the 7th.
Ooh. Another 2-seamer that just hangs a bit too much here.
Ooh, strike 2. Fouled off. Slider at the bottom of the zone. 0-2 once more. Leaves it hanging, and that's going to get through the hole for a base hit. Runners are only going to be able to move up 90 feet. Small ball in action as we'll see Duggo go to the bullpen. Get Dan Plesac and Billy Wagner.
That's
See
a
if
name
he
I
can-
haven't heard in a while.
See if he can force some small ball. Get a forces on. First, second, and third. Oh my god!
Instead of that, he nearly plunks Didi Gregorius
Oh.
there on the elbow.
I wish I was in the tourney chat so I could hear if that was planned or not.
You should go grab him and bring him back.
Well, I told him he should before I left.
Oh. 3-1 here to Didi Gregorius of the Blueberries, not of the Slump Busters. Yeah, the only player being used on both rosters here. A ground ball up the middle, and that's gonna get the third out here in the top of the 7th. Stretch time.
All right, the next person to get a hit on Duggo is a dead man. There we go.
Shark Shavery, ladies and gentlemen.
Dead man's walking.
Yeah. And Duggo missed the beginning where I said the next person to get a hit on Duggo is a dead man.
Fucking true.
I had to drag him in here from the players channel so we could say, Duggo, what are you doing man? You got the ball.
What? Hold on. What am I whatting? Jerk.
No, if for real, this has been a fun game to watch. I'm really enjoying
Dude, you're
this.
missing out on like all of the frustration too, because like I'm pissed off, man.
I talked about
like
that
okay,
when
like
it came
thank God
in.
I left. Thank God I left a hanger, and like oh Christ, thank God I left a hanger, and it's a 3-run game because if I lost this 1-0, dude, on a pitch he had no business barreling up, the salt was gonna fly.
The salt is real.
Dude, I mean, you know me. Like, you know the salt is always real. But, like, it was bad. Like, if that's really how that was going to end, on that 1-0 garbage, trying to watch myself now that I'm back in, like, the stream. But, like, I would not have been happy camper. Oh, my God, I got to stop missing these right over the heart of the plate. Come on, give me some Mark Reynolds so I can sit. Whoa!
Oh, that was it.
I'm just glad that I left the imperfect strike zone on. It has benefited me something beautiful tonight.
It certainly has. Although I'd say it's benefited everybody here tonight.
And is it counteracted by directional?
I mean, yeah, I kind of suck. So there's this thing called directional hitting.
Hey, get ready for another game of direction.
Give me another. Oh, let's nope. Get back to first.
Ooh, nice. That's going to be a line drive down the third baseline. Rounding first and coming into second. Oh, he turns back. Really good decision there.
Center of it.
No! Yeah. No! Oh!
Long fly ball, deep to center, back at the track, wall, and it's a fly out. Very loud out here in Chase. Went through 7, still 3-0 Blueberries.
All right, I gotta head back in there so I can stop screwing you guys up being off the stream.
I got you, Duggo.
Oh,
right, thanks for coming in.
Shut.
Oh man, I told you
Oh,
I
that
had
was
the inside
good.
scoop on all that.
Oh yeah, no, I got a chance to listen to that stream the other day, in Duggo's matchup with Cookie Eater. That was fun to listen to.
It's something else.
It
Highly
certainly is.
encouraged.
If you're not
Anybody
in on the
curious can go
Discord, this is why you need to join it right here. Only one more day of this is going to be going on for the foreseeable future anyways. Come check it out. Come join the Discord. Come hang out with us. We love having all you guys be a part of this. And we look forward to the second half of the season.
Yeah, thanks for having me in the booth. Always a good time. Hope you enjoyed the nice Undertaker stretch. I'm going to go back to tourney chat to see any salt I might be missing. So have a great rest of this call here.
Call me if you need a truck. I have about 3 truckloads of salt kicking around if somebody needs it down there.
Oh yeah.
He collected all of my salt from earlier. It's quite a lot. For those, thanks, Shark. For those who are unaware, of course, the lone Mariner to get a All-Star bid was Tom Murphy, for whatever reason. Not stolen base leader for the entirety of the major leagues. No. We get Tom Murphy, who is hitting nothing remarkable this season, and for whatever reason, he's the third catcher, and being the All-Star game, you would expect to see most every guy get a chance to play. This is going to be a ground ball 6-4-3 double play. And no, couldn't get in. They didn't even bother to bring in Tom Murphy, even though Mitch Garver went 1 for 5. Anyways, there's my salt.
And as that salt wraps down, looks like a pinch hitter for Fernando Rodney, as his day's probably done.
You don't want to let Fernando Rodney step up to bat?
Oh, no, not in this situation for Duggo. At this point, you're playing for the win, as we see Billy Wagner and Rollin Fingers stepping in. Just getting a little warm-up in case this gets real spicy real fast.
It's always going to get spicy if Duggo's involved.
Yes, and there's a reason why we don't use the player's voice chat here, as that one's going to get roped. Good play by McCovey at first for the first out.
And these blueberries have been playing like hotcakes here today. Perhaps some blueberry hotcakes? Who knows?
Ooh, the main blueberry hotcakes. That would be awesome right about now.
Whether you call them hotcakes, flapjacks, pancakes, whatever. Who doesn't like fried bread? I guess it'd be fried batter.
Yeah, I think fried
same
batter
thing.
technically. Yeah, idea's there.
You're like 2 steps away from being bread anyway, so 2-2 pitch here to Tim Anderson. He's going to miss outside, full count. Amir Garrett coming in to get the outs here in the 8th and the 7th, I believe. Didi Gregorius having a heck of a night. A long fly ball out to left center field. Warning track power, however. That's going to do it here through 8th. We go to the final inning of this quarterfinal round.
Yeah,
Duggo making a pitching change for the Slump Busters.
Yeah, and the story of the day for Douglas so far has been warning track powers. He's had several long fly balls. Just nothing over the wall or really anything to noteworthy to get a run on the board. As we're going to see Plesac up just for insurance, more or less. But I think this one's going to be just about sealed in a second.
Of course, we'll have to go to the bottom of the 9th to get a victor here. That's going to be a well-hit ball down the first base line. He doesn't bother to round first. And a leadoff single. Gary Sanchez digging in for the Blueberries now. Billy Wagner delivers a curveball to lead it off, 1-0. What an interesting windup by Billy Wagner. Sanchez shows bunt. Comes back. Kicks and swings through for strike 1. Breaking ball below the zone, 3-1. Catching the outside there, 98 miles an hour from Wagner. Payoff pitch.
Oh,
just below the zone. Nobody out here in the top of the 9th. Runners on first and second. And in comes the senior Griffey. Double steal was on, and it's a bunt single.
Holy cannoli, Batman, and now the pressure is really on. As bases are juiced, I believe there's no outs, so this could be the nail in the coffin for Duggo right here. Oh, boy. If I saw that pitch location right.
Jeremy, perhaps maybe toying with Duggo here as he takes Ken Griffey Sr. to bunt on a double steal. And Duggo has something to say about it with that first pitch. A little bit of lag here in the booth, but we're back now, 2-0. Adalberto Mondesi. The 2-1 now. In there, strike 2.
Ooh,
2-2's fouled off.
Now, would you try to go home for the force out, or would you try to get the double play here?
Well, it's a moot question because that's going to get through.
Hold the horn.
Single. 1 run comes around to score. 2 runs come around to score. As the Blueberries pretty much just wrapped it up here, 5-0. Will still with 6 outs to go here in the ball game, bring in Dan Plesac to try and get those 3 outs.
Dan Plesac coming out of the booth in the suit and tie to come in for this game. See if he can get the 3-out hold, I guess at this point is the best description for it. And another double steal.
A double steal on a strikeout. Jeremy just toying with Duggo. course, a couple of really fast base runners out there. Ground ball over on the right side. In comes the second baseman, and the throw over is just in time. Another run comes to score as they move up 90 more feet. And oh boy, Duggo.
There's a bad boy. Bad.
Man, you know, he did warn us that he was rather salty about all of this, but you know, when the salt comes through in the on-field product, you know it's real.
Yeah, their security might have to go down after this game and separate the two managers here, as seems like there's going to be a little bit of bad blood after the game for the double steals and the bunts that have been on so far.
Strike 3. He finally sets them down. Roberts, Gonzalez, and Peralta due up here for the Slump Busters. And they're going to face off against Raleigh Fingers. 6 runs they need to score here in the 9th.
That's a way
that one's to get down the line. It's inside the foul line. He's going to try and stretch it into 2. He's in there.
Yep, and Raleigh Fingers, ladies and gentlemen, the mustache game is over. As that's a long fly ball out to center. That's going to get down. Should be a tag up and go, though.
He takes off from second. The throw in is in plenty of time. And he's thrown out at third. Aggressive base running by Duggo there. And now he's down to his last out. He got his wish. He didn't go down, but he didn't lose by just 1. He gave up 6 here tonight. His snake time favorite, David Peralta, trying to get him some magic here. 1 and 2 is the count. Ooh, and he takes it the other way. That'll get out into left field for a base hit. Is he going to round first? He goes for second. Nope, he comes back to first. 2 outs, so what here in Arizona? Mark Grace's Slump Busters trying to make a rally here in the 9th. Mark Reynolds trying to keep it going.
As we're joined here by Jeremy Goldstein, looking to wrap this one up here, and just does on the slider. And that's a shutout of our number 1 seed by the New York Blueberries. Jeremy, how did you pull that off?
I'll admit it. He was making it really hard for me to hit in the beginning. Very good outing by Saberhagen. I got some good breaks. Oswalt was my trusty arm. I've had him since the beginning of this game, really, and he got me out of some tough jams, so I'm going to give the credit to him.
Yeah, Oswalt with a great performance here tonight. Striking out everybody and looking lights out today. Well,
I just want to say, as a Yankee fan, hitting Aaron Judge was offensive.
I mean,
you want to talk offensive? A double steal up 5 runs in the top of the 9th? You can go eat a dick.
Can't be too
Oh, hey.
Sorry, I'm like legitimately salty about the lack of sportsmanship. I said I was going to hit a batter no matter what because you had blue pants on a uniform. They're either white or gray, by the way. I don't know if you've ever watched a game of baseball, but that's kind of how that works. But then, there's this thing called sportsmanship where, they generally frown upon, stealing in games that are out of hand, late in games like that. No, I'm not too happy about that. Just gonna say that.
I can defend myself. I've blown some saves in my ranked season's history, and I was just trying to tack on runs.
I mean, I'm mostly giving you shit, but at the same time, like you definitely deserve to wear one after that.
I'll take the free base runner. I'll take the free base runner.
Fair.
Well, guys, that was a good game to watch from up here in the booth. I think everyone's enjoying the little chit-chat afterwards here. So, Jeremy, you're going to be moving on here. Duggo, unfortunately, you got bounced, buddy. I'm sorry.
I didn't expect anything less, man.
Good game, man.
Appreciate it, man. Good game.
Yep, so I believe we have one more game coming up here in the quarterfinals for this evening. We're gonna have Tim Moore and Jake W. Dean, something along those lines. I'm terrible at pronouncing names. And we're gonna have a little bit of a face-off here as Blake Snell is gonna be facing himself, Blake Snell.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah, it's 2 starting pitches. I'm not sure how they're gonna pull that off, but we'll find out in due time.
I'm just glad we got a little bit of sportsmanship right at the end of that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really glad we got just a little bit of sportsmanship out of that. Of course, as you mentioned, we're gonna have Tim Moore and Jake Dean matching up here in our final game of the night. We're gonna have J-Rock and TARDIS come in to make the call.
If they're still alive.
If they're not doubled over in laughter after that game, honestly, who could blame them? That was just too good.
Yeah, just a little snippet we had up here in the booth. I would have loved to be down in player chat that game just to listen into all the stuff being thrown left and right. Which, by the way, you can join us in the Discord if you want to listen into all the shenanigans that are going on in the player chat. All the salt being thrown around, all the accusations, all the beanballs, anything that really goes on.
Come and check us out in our quote natural environment. As you get a look into the life of your favorite bot ball broadcaster. As we interact with the community here on the Discord, we gotta say I'm having so much fun with all of this so far this season. I know we're in the All-Star break now, but this is gonna be one hell of a second half of baseball going down the line after everything that's gone down so far. So many storylines going into the break, all of the trade chatter, all of the moves that are being made. It's wonderful, and I love to see it.
I'm going to call it here at the All-Star break. Seattle Mariners making the playoffs.
Boy, man, thank you for that vote of confidence in my boys, but okay. I can't even be mad at that, actually.
They're only 12 out going into the second half. The Red Sox a couple years ago lost 13 games in a month. A 13-game lead in a month. So I can definitely see Seattle pulling it off, especially with Oakland really kind of cooling the tires over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, of course, we had that 4-game set with Oakland, in the last series before the break, splitting that one with Oakland. We took the first 2, Oakland taking the second 2. It'll be interesting to see how things play out as we head back into the season, into the second half, and into the playoff push. Of course, now that we're all done with that, we can take a moment to breathe and relax and welcome the next broadcast crew, J-Rock and TARDIS 16. How are you guys doing, my friends? Happy All-Star break.
Doing well. How you guys doing on this Tuesday night?
Man, I gotta be honest, my stomach is hurting from laughing so much this weekend.
Nothing never can go wrong with some laughter to get through the All-Star break.
It was certainly needed. Even if it is laughter of absurdity, you know what? I'll take it.
There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, and just looking in the tournament setup here, whoever screen's on, I think I saw them change the umpire accuracy to perfect. So I did not realize it could be a slider to affect how good or bad the umpiring is going to be for the game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure perfect is still bad.
Well, they are umpires, right?
I figure that's only fair.
Yeah. I personally, I find that to be like one of my favorite and most frustrating aspects of baseball is the imperfectness of the strike zone. So I tend to leave that.
I will say one thing. One of my favorite moments of working in minor league baseball was last year. There was Major League rehabber in town. I won't name names, but he was very aggravated at the umpire during the series, defending his teammates. And I interviewed him before one of the last games of the series, and I asked him, hey, you're going to go back up to the major leagues, must be excited to see some better umpires. And he just gave me a look with eyes wide like, not really, buddy, and just kept going straight to the clubhouse. So that's how major leaguers view umpires.
Well, it's been a lot of fun, P-Mister. Let's get out of their hands, out of their hair here so they can get this game underway. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Justin Rocktard 16 with you as we get ready for the final game of our broadcaster tournament on this Tuesday night as Tim Moore's Houston Trash Cans, I guess, taking on Jake Dean, I guess sort of by proxy playing with Duggo's roster here. I'm very curious if you have the information, Tardis, as to what led to this situation.
I was talking to Jake before the game, and I know they are in the same room. They called the All-Star game together from the same room with both of them on push to talk, so they didn't feed into each other's mics. I don't think Jake has the show 20. I know he has 19, so I think he just went to borrow Duggo's copy for the night.
Can't go wrong with that. We're happy to have Jake on board as trying to, rectify Duggo's team after a disappointing loss in the game prior, the top seed getting eliminated. So we got a little Blake Snell on Blake Snell action tonight, Tardis.
Oh, yeah, Blake Snell is probably going to be real tired after this one. We also got Luis Gonzalez carrying over to both teams. Didi Gregorius is on both teams. Jose Alvarado. We got a bunch of repeats here today.
It seems to be a common courtesy a lot of the times in Diamond Dynasty as our first base hit of the ball game, a 1-out knock to center there for Ian Happ. So Houston's got 1 on, 1 out, and I'll bring up Luis Gonzalez. No surprise. Luis Gonzalez in a lineup here as Snell fouls this one away, does Gonzalez. But a lot of Blake Snell. Sort of feels like that old school wiffle ball game you played in your backyard, Tardis. You had the automatic pitcher. One guy just stands there and throws the entire game. There's a caught stealing there. Great throw behind the plate from Jorge Posada. Go-to pitch there to Luis Gonzalez. Misses inside. It is 1-2. So looks like we're getting closer and closer towards the end of our tournament as a little run through what it looks like right now. It'll be Big Fund and Jeremy G in one of the semifinals tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, and then will be the winner of this game taking on Jaden B in the other semifinal game at 8 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll have that, and then the semifinal will be immediately followed by the final tomorrow. So going straight from one into the other tomorrow, Tardis.
We've got our prize for the winner set out. We just have to do some scheduling stuff with him. The winner is going to get to call a game with Sporer here on Botball and also play against him in a 1v1.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Have a little with one of baseball's writers over there, I believe, with Fangraphs, if I stand corrected.
You are correct.
Very wonderful. Bring in the analytics side of things to ML Botball as well here in 2020 as pitch fouled off in the count. Balls and 2 strikes on Luis Gonzalez, and the pitch from Snell up and inside. It is 3 balls and 2 strikes. Played a lot of the show. I've never gone this format in terms of pitching. I guess dynamic. I'm not sure what the exact phrase is for that style in terms of pitching in the show is. Is that Pulse? Was that?
It is called Pulse. It is weird one.
That is what I thought, but I felt.
I've tried everything.
But I thought it
it's
sounded
weird.
stupid.
It is kind of stupid.
And no offense, Duggo, to the way you decide to pitch in the show, but I've never tried that one before. There's no way in God's green earth I can do that well. As Tim Anderson digs in and the 0-2 pitch, little check swing and hold up. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Blake Snell, always a great pitcher to use in the show. Such an easy motion. No little hiccups, no taking too long to get to that release point as Anderson with a drive out into right center field and a over there into the gap, and there's one catch. So away here in the bottom of the first, and he'll be the number 2 batter in Didi Gregorius. And a lot of run today, as we mentioned, a lot of multiples in these two lineups. As Didi waves and misses at a slider, it's 0-1. Dual Blake Snells, Mo in the Twitch chat has already lost track of who to root for as carbon copies are going against one another as Blake Snell dispatches Didi Gregorius for a strikeout.
You'll see that a lot in the higher levels. You'll get a lot of Corey Kluber versus Corey Kluber action, and sometimes you'll get the same prestige cards against each other. They've tried to limit that with the amount of players they've added to the games in the last few years, but it's still rough to at least not get one player on both teams.
It's interesting, but it's find it odd because sometimes there's guys you play all the time and cards, and there's other cards that you never play at all. Like I think we were talking a little bit last night. The Brett Saberhagen card was used by Duggo in the first game, and that's a card I've seen on the market for days, months, however long it's been available, and not once have I played with it or against it for whatever reason. That Corey Kluber card you can't lose. As through one inning of play with no score, as looks like we're duking this one out at Camden Yards. Always a good hitter's ballpark, sort of the American League version of Coors Field in terms of just hitter effectiveness at a single ballpark. Where's your favorite ballpark to hit in the show when you play, TARDIS?
It can vary. I've always done really well at Dodger Stadium for some reason. I have no idea why. I don't play there that much, but I started a road to the show, and he got drafted by the Dodgers and sucks everywhere except Dodger Stadium for some reason.
I've tried to move around a lot every now and then. Usually end up playing whatever's the most recent classic stadium. I ended up being rewarded or whatever. Big fan of playing at the Metrodome. I'm not a big Twins guy, but I enjoy playing at the old Metrodome. They got the lighting and just everything about the stadium really well. Have you ever had a chance to play there in the game, TARDIS? Is the opening out of the second inning?
I'd started to do a Montreal Expos franchise where I moved a certain Tampa Bay franchise to Montreal, and that's what I use as the home stadium.
That's fantastic. I would love for them to find a way to put in Olympic Stadium to the game somewhere down the line. I'd love for it to be next year in the show, but just sometime to put that as an option, as an unlockable option in the show. And Ebbets Field, I never understood. They've got the Polo Grounds. They've got all these old stadiums. Why not Ebbets Field? They do everything else with Jackie Robinson. Why not Ebbets? Is there some copyright thing that I'm missing?
They don't like to. They think that the stadiums are the most work they put into a game, so they don't add. They only add new stadiums when a team moves to another stadium. So all the stadiums you'll see, except for a few of the classic ones, are more of the recent places. And then maybe with the move to the next gen consoles and moving over to Xbox and stuff as well, they'll start to do more of that.
That's a good point, and there's so much of the behind the scenes technical stuff that I have zero clue about. I was never good when it came to numbers and science, so pardon me for my lack of knowledge. As Gleyber Torres take low, it's 3 balls and 1 strike. No score here in the top of the second inning. Number 6 seed Tim Moore, the road team, taking on number 3 seed Jake Dean, the home squad here. As we see a base hit to left field off the bat of Gleyber Torres. So 1 on and 2 out now here in the second inning, and that'll bring up Sean Murphy, the catcher. Oakland A's prospect will probably get run behind the dish for the A's when the Major League season gets underway. See the 1-0 here from Snell. This one fouled down the right field line. It's 1-1. And see Duggo not too happy about getting roasted for using Pulse as one of the options in the show for pitching. It's not so much as roasting as I've just never. I've seen it. I've seen it in YouTube videos. I've seen other people use it. It's just one of those things that's always befuddled me. never be able to figure out how to do it consistently. Maybe I'm just stubborn. Maybe I'm just impatient.
Either.
I don't know what it
I don't
is.
get it
Maybe
either.
you can describe it.
I actually missed the way 2K had pitching where you move the stick in a certain pattern based on what pitch it is. I want them to bring that into this game.
I think they've started to implement. I know they added something new, some either this year or last year. That was new in terms of being able to pitch sort of in that type of realm. As I like this description Duggo gave in the Twitch chat. You can count along with the timing of it. He's a musician. He's a musical guy. So finding the beat of the pulse works for him. That is a fantastic explanation why someone would use that. Am I wrong for believing that, TARDIS? As you see a strikeout, the opening out of the bottom of the second.
I get it for some people, but I play like 10 instruments. I'm in a marching band. I'm a drummer. I don't get that at all, but I guess that's his reasoning. He can stick with that.
I was gonna say maybe it's me being a Jewish kid and having no rhythm, so I can't go with the beat of the pulse. That's just me trying to figure out life itself. Got a little pause in the action here. I guess maybe a streaker has run onto the field over there at Camden Yards. Have anyone live on the scene over there in Baltimore?
You know, Heidi's mic still is not working, so we'll just have to guess and find out.
Well, now we're back to the action. I guess the streaker has been thoroughly dispatched of, or has been thrown into a utility closet. As Peralta fouls it away, it's 2-2. Misakata in the Twitch chat saying the complete opposite of TARDIS is that his music ability is limited, but he finds the rhythm easy. I think I tried it once, now that I think about it, just as a goof, just to see what it was, and I was as clueless as a puppy in a wild street. Just had no idea what I was doing. I think I lasted about an inning and said, screw it, I'm done. That was it. As Mark Reynolds takes low, it's 1-1 strike.
I was trying to figure out where you were going to go with that metaphor. Or simile. I was going to say J.R. Smith in the NBA Finals, but that works too.
That's a good one. That was one of the most confusing moments I have ever seen. I'm a Knicks fan. JR had a great season one year. They won 54 games, then he punched Jason Terry in the playoffs and was never the same again and just started doing stupid things again. But nothing was dumber than that. I think LeBron James had like the most insane stat line in that game, and they lost because J.R. Smith didn't know what the score and time was. Is get a strikeout to end the second inning. Directional seems to be a big choice in terms of what people like to do based on what the Twitch chat was saying. J.R. Smith back with LeBron again with the Lakers. Yeah, I was surprised by that too. Why would he want back in on that, LeBron? After that, this one a line drive into right center field, a gapper. We could have a first extra base hit here. As rounding first, heading towards second. We'll stop there with a leadoff double to begin the inning from the number 8 hitter in the lineup. And from Bo Bichette. I'm with Cookie. Meter pitching and phone hitting. Oh. I use more meter pitching. I use just the analog for hitting. I mean, I'm so slow when it comes to hitting. I can't even use the PCI. I just leave it straight in the middle because my hand-eye coordination is that bad.
I mean, Phillies first baseman Rhys Hoskins in the player tournament mostly did that the whole time, and then he got lucky one time and hit a walk-off home run with himself. So even the professionals that are supposed to have hand-eye coordination aren't great at it.
I just feel every time I try and use the PCI, I end up going to a spot, and then I get to the spot, and then I do one and then the other when you're supposed to be doing them at the same time. That's how ineffective my brain is on an average Wednesday. As the cheer to Jeff McNeil lofted in the air to left field, as catch will be made for the second out. Got a good pitcher's duel on hand as Blake Snell looking out well against Blake Snell. maybe no surprise that they're going mano a mano here.
Doug just sent us a picture. He's in the same room with Jake, and I like that shot right there. That's beautiful.
Work making the dream work on a Tuesday night in ML Bot Ball and the Broadcasters Tournament. A strike there to Ian Happ, and the count is 1-1. The lefty Snell fires, and this a foul ball to the right. 1-2. Great name for Duggo's Diamond Dynasty franchise. Mark Grace's Slump Busters. Always good to have a slump buster on a Tuesday night right at the end of the All-Star game as a fly out to center field. Brings the third inning, top half of the third inning at least, to a close, so still scoreless. Oh, it'll be Duke Snider to lead off. Speaking of Brooklyn Dodgers, the pitch is low. It is 1 ball and no strikes. A fun day here in the bot ball community as Duke Snider lays a bunt down and unable to keep it fair for a potential base hit here to begin the third. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. Got him. Nice slider from Snell. Opening out here in the third, and that'll bring up Jorge Posada.
Duke Snider, one of those guys whose names I only learned because of MLB The Show.
That's interesting, and I always knew who Duke was just from more or less my parents. You know, the old song going Willie, Mickey, and the Duke, talking about Willie Mays, Joe DiMaggio, or rather Mickey Mantle, I should say, and Duke Snider, 3 center fielders for the New York teams at the time. But there's also new generations and a lot of players people wouldn't know and learning through MLB The Show, especially some of the older guys, you know, like a Lefty Grove and a lot of different retro players that you had never heard of. You know, Eric Davis isn't well known probably in this generation, and is the Reds face the franchise card.
I didn't get a PlayStation until a couple years ago, and he wasn't in the 2K MLB games. They had guys like Berra and Ted Williams and Mike Schmidt and Yogi Berra and I forget who else, Joe Torre's on there. They didn't have some of these other guys so I just didn't hear about them until I got a PlayStation and started playing the show.
That's another interesting factor is how they decide and figuring out and getting the licensing for certain players. As NP Squared talking about Eric Davis, former Reds and Dodgers player. I've had a chance to meet Eric a couple times and interview Eric, being in the Reds organization. An absolutely awesome person, as cool as he was playing back in the 80s, 90s. I don't think he quite made it to the 2000s, but he is still as cool as he was back in his playing days. A cancer survivor, an all-star, 40-40 guy, I believe, back in the day. So he was mighty talented. Just some of these guys, you know, there's no Yogi Berra in MLB The Show. Like, that's definitely a guy you'd have to imagine TARDIS will be somewhere down the line in addition to the game. And I wonder what the process is like. I wonder maybe even they go through trying to figure out what they're going to add to the games each year, and which new legends are going to be a part of it.
I've looked into a little bit. I know Berra was in MLB The Show 18, and that was the year where all the cards that everybody used were power hitters. So he wasn't one of the better cards to use in the game, so people didn't really use him that much.
This one swung on and belted deep to center field. Do we have our first runs? You bet. A deep drive to center and gone. A 2-run home run. The trash cans bang themselves onto the scoreboard. They take a 2-0 lead. Frazier.
Beautiful swing. That's a nice drive, and that's a fun location to sit out there. I haven't been to this stadium yet, but that's one of my stadiums in my list. Maybe I'll sit out there. I haven't figured that out yet.
I have not been to Camden Yards in over 20 years. Was there, I think, in 1999 was the first and only time I ever there as a fan, which is weird being a New Jersey kid. And so many friends, particularly during the summer, love to go down when the Yankees are playing in Baltimore, especially in times when the Orioles stink. And it's easier to get tickets, and there's a lot more open seats for the general viewing public. But an absolutely gorgeous ballpark, and my one memory of going to Camden Yards was nothing about the ballpark, but was the fact that Cal Ripken Jr. not play that game. Someone else started at third base and not Cal Ripken, and I was very upset about that.
That's going to be hard to do, go to a game where he wasn't starting at that point.
And that was the most bizarre thing. And, go to Cal Ripken Iron Man. I think I knew that even then. I was like 7 years old and still was upset about not being able to see the Iron Man Cal Ripken play in his hallowed grounds at Camden Yards. As Gleyber Torres swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Ashcan's getting a 2-0 lead on a home run earlier in this inning. 2-run shot to center field off the bat of Todd Frazier. Home run derby card. Haven't played with too many of those. Like one or two of them. One I bought, one was through I think the latest fifth inning conquest. Didn't feel like spending all those stubs on home run derby cards. Just didn't care enough about it. As a line drive in a center field, a base hit, and Trash Cans beginning to find their rhythm at the plate. They've begun to piece together some base hits and some long and strong base knocks into the gaps.
So we kind of got cut off with our conversation about getting players into this game by that home run. I know every player that's part of the players union and agrees to have their likenesses in the game gets in the game. So that's why you didn't see like Barry Bonds in the game when he was active. They had like fake names for him. They even had Reggie Stocker in the show a couple years ago filling in for him.
I remember those days of trying to figure out who the Barry Bonds card was in all the games when there used to be multiple MLB games. Is this one driven over the head of right field and heading not to be aggressive, Tim Moore there, holding that runner at third base, not pushing it, try and keep the rally going with one out. And Dean's seen enough, calling the bullpen and bringing in the MLB Network analyst, former Brewers closer Dan Plesac.
Do they have special commentary when he's commentating over his player in the game?
I don't know. I've tried to key in on that a few times. I feel like every time I've brought in Dan Plesac or have him on my roster, not the analyst doing that game. Like, I know he's not, they switch it up. I know they got Mark DeRosa in the rotation as well, but for whatever reason, maybe it's something as a part of the game that he doesn't do those games. Is a great throw coming in from right field, freezing the runners, and I'm having to make a decision to bring everybody back as now Blake Snell to the plate here with runners at second and third and 2 out. He help himself out? Doesn't look like it. High ball to right field, and Jake Dean scrapes further damage as Plesac strands a pair. We're through 3.5, 2-0 Cans.
I know for pretty much every other player, they called them up and they're like, yo, what's up, Jimmy Rollins? How much money do you want to sign this piece of paper so we can put you in the game? And then he's like, oh, okay, I'll just do it for free. I'll sign the paper. And then they put them in the game.
I'd love to go see like how they go through, especially like some of the older players, trying to find ways to get guys like them, like, trying to get Lefty Grove the game. Like, how do you try and like contact? I mean, Lefty Grove has probably been deceased for 30, 40 years now at this point, to contact his family and get their permission in those situations, and just the thought process in it, and trying to find which guys, and don't want to overload it in certain years. You want to sort of things new each year, bringing out Peter, they'll bring Derek Jeter back at some point in time like they did this year. Mariano Rivera after a couple year hiatus from the game as Gonzalez strikes out to end the fourth inning. And we're through 4. Tim Moore joining us in the booth now. His boys got a 2-0 lead. Jake Dean joining us in the booth here as well. You guys One contest so far through 4 innings, but Tim, you've got the early advantage through 4. What are you going to try and do and keep it going?
I'm trying to continue with the offense yet again here today, just like yesterday. A little bit of a slow start. And while it's a good 2-0 lead, thanks to the Todd father, need a couple more runs. I'm not feeling too comfortable right now on the defensive end of keeping a 2-0 lead. I think this game could be tied if I don't find another couple runs in the next 2 innings.
Going from the broadcast booth in the All-Star game to the Fire as controlling the sticks here in the second game of our late-night broadcaster tournament. What do you got to do to get back into this contest a little bit here? Made a gutsy decision to bring in Dan Plesac that worked out an inning ago.
Well, my whole strategy was to pitch a shutout and then just pray that I could maybe just finagle 1 run. That strategy's not working out now, so we got to go back to the drawing board. I got some advisors working on it for me. For now, though, Plesac just gotta keep the runs off the board.
Going to Duggo for the sage advice during these times of crisis there, Jake?
Or at least just the empathetic, oh no.
Sometimes you need that added piece, or maybe just based on how the last broadcast went, maybe just to yell out a couple extra profanities and let the emotions out for you.
Oh, I'm great at that. I'm great at that.
There you go. See, my coach is yelling at me from behind. It's all good. We got advice, flying around here. I got pitches flying across the screen. Dan Plesac, killing it.
I'm really hoping at this point, I'm just picturing Duggo as Jake's manager at this point and just seeing a controversial call late in the game, even though we apparently have perfect umpires. Plesac gets a strikeout to end the top half of the 5th inning. I just want to see Duggo come running out of the virtual dugout and just start screaming at the home plate umpire.
Yes, please.
If we can make that happen, I'm with it.
Anyone good with coding? Someone get a virtual Duggo in the game screaming Joe West. We need it for the brand. As
Garrett went
David
to MIT.
Peralta with a ground ball. Well, I know Garrett's got a lot on his plate already, so we'll see if he can find a way to squeeze it in and try and find a way to get Duggo screaming at an umpire.
I just need a second hit.
Here is Mark Reynolds. This Mark Reynolds card in the show is absolutely absurd. I mean, there was a streak. I played one game, and I think he hit homers in like 8 straight at-bats or something absolutely absurd in an event. This card has just absolutely ridiculous power. Going in there for a strike. So, 2 away now here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Trash Cans with a 0-0 lead here. Got Tim and Jake in the booth with us. Our 3 and 6 seed duking it out in this broadcaster tournament. As what in the world just happened there?
Just wait till you see my swing.
This is the fun of being in a little bit of a tape delay as Duke Snyder trying to cut the bread and ends up missing the table entirely. As we are through 5 here, as Mark Grace gonna break multiple slumps, it seems like at this point. I feel like that means more than one thing. As looks like we got a little bit of a bullpen action coming here as Aroldis Chapman, I think, maybe getting up in that bullpen right now, and Todd Frazier coming up as well. Now I gotta ask Jake, you comfortable with a pulse pitch setting as well, or are you just going along because Duggo says that's what he does?
Look, I haven't played the show 20 until today. I've only played the show 19. And I haven't had a PlayStation in months, so honestly, my comfortableness level is 0 with all methods of hitting and pitching.
I'm gonna say that's especially tough. I mean, it's tough enough to go a hiatus and then jump straight into the frying pan with that, but to go straight into pulse setting now, you deserve some extra credit for keeping this pretty close right now at a 2-run contest. I figured this out sort of on the fly there. Do we get Jake bonus points for that, TARDIS?
If you could give me 3 bonus runs specifically, I'll take it.
Somewhere I should expect.
I'll take
I expect him to come chiming in there somewhere.
He can take the 3.
As long as you get more, of course. It's the 1-0 coming here from Plesac is Daniel Murphy taking outside 2 balls and no strikes here. Lefty on lefty action. This one fouled away, 2 balls and 1 strike here as play late into this Tuesday night into a Wednesday morning, just past the midnight hour here in the East Coast.
Dan Plesac having a game.
He is a really good card in this game. He's ranked, his overall rating is lower than Josh Hader, but I like this card better than the Josh Hader card in the game. As see him, you factor another ground out 2 away here in the 6th inning. Plesac with donuts here tonight.
I just wish he had one more breaking ball.
That is true. It's a 3-pitch mix, if my memory serves me correct, for Plesac, and I think it's just basically fastball, slider, and another fastball, as you see there pop up briefly on your screen. It'd be great to have like an extra changeup, but his command is so much better than that Hader card. For whatever reason, I have such a hell of a time trying to throw strikes consistently with Josh Hader.
Oh.
Curious if it was on that pitch, or we will see what happens on the 2-1 from Plesac as we get the aspirated groan ears. This one a line drive into the gap. We'll see if they test him. Torres rounding first, heading towards second base, and a wild throw. Ooh, I see where that one comes in. A good throw probably gets him there, Tardis.
Yeah, we've seen some and especially in our game yesterday, we saw some interesting base running. We saw some interesting throws. That one was just on the game, though.
That happens time to time, especially in Diamond Dynasty when you move guys out of their regularly slated positions. The ratings drop ever so slightly when it comes to arm accuracy and arm strength. And you saw possibly a little factor of that there is Aldis Chapman coming out of the bullpen here in the 6th inning to try and the slump busters out of Dodge. Chapman is inside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Chapman, I don't know when he's going to be pitching in real life. As he's currently on the COVID IL, I guess, for the Yankees. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball to short. This should get the slump busters out of Dodge, and indeed they do. Ground ball, so Chapman comes in and gets the job done here in the 6th inning. And Gracie's boys need to wake up and get some hits there. They only have 1 knock through 5 times through the plate, so Jorge Posada tried to change that to begin the 6th. It's not a great start, a little late.
The stretch can wake up the bats. Maybe it'll do something here.
Not good. Yes,
I'd have to find the magic of Shark Shave Resorgan to bring the bats to life here in the later innings as Jorge Posada nearly sits on his ass. That swing and miss, so 1 away now here in the bottom of the 6th. And make a little substitution here, bringing in some added lumber and Ian Happ.
Oh, no, he said Oregon in quotes in the chat. That means we're getting something fun.
Definitely means we're getting something different, but that's always good.
Now he's doing sarcasm.
I don't know if we're gonna top last night though.
Last night was
Ozzy
great.
Osbourne making a another appearance in the booth.
Let's go down to the ball game.
Whatever garbage was coming out of Ozzy's mouth that day on the south side of Chicago as 0-2 pitch. And Happ strikes out that breaking ball. Some problems there, Jake, it looks like.
Yeah, I can't see it at all. I just, what am I supposed to do when it just drops off the face of the planet?
It is a doozy to deal with, especially from Blake Snell, where everything seems to come out of that same arm slot. That's the key in the show. You need guys with great break and guys with good velocity, and Blake Snell is purveyor of both, but a little bit of maybe a Duggo type message sent there from Tim Pulling him there to give him a chance, putting the time in front of the plate here with Didi Gregorius.
I guess you could say it's a fastball that got away.
And I used to seeing Snell a little wild with the command there, but as we do get later on in this contest, though, Snell, just 66 pitches at this point, quite economical. Undergoing, throw down to second base, not in time, and a stolen base.
Oh.
The 3-1 pitch, and Didi a little late on that, fouls it away. It's 3-2, and off pitch, and Gregorius drive out to right field at the wall. This one off the fence. Ricochets into right center. A run is in, and the Slump Busters have broken their slump. It's 2-1.
Oh, yeah, baby.
You know, I'm not trying to be funny, but it's something about that pitch number. You know, I scored my 2 runs on the 69th pitch of the game, and now he just did as well.
I thought that was
Something
a home
magical
run,
about
though.
the number 69 tonight. Here in Baltimore as Brian Roberts, almost beating that one out down the first base line, but 18 getting on the board in the 6th inning, getting an RBI double. It's now 2-1 as we head to the final third of this contest. We are now joined by the Shark Shavery, the broadcast booth. It'd be hard to follow up his act from the previous game with the Undertaker theme, but we'll see what Shark has cooked up for us after the next 3 outs.
We also had the census stretch yesterday and All-Star during the All-Star.
I've just been doing a greatest hits recently.
See what Shark reaches into in the playlist here tonight, and see what he pulls out of the hat. Fernando
I think I've only
Rodney.
played this one once.
Any maybe get someone take a bet and make a guess in the Twitch chat as to which throwback Shark's going to go with, as there's one away now at the top of the 7th inning, and I think Tim's going to bring in the hook and call the end of the day for Blake Snell, and indeed he will. As I want to say that's Joey Gallo stepping to the plate.
That would be correct.
All right, good to know my eyes aren't absolutely horrendous at this point of the evening. Joey Gallo, obviously with tremendous power every time. As that one is strike, it is 0-1. Although I think we did see Joey hit a single the other day, which was quite unusual for everybody involved.
Come
So
on.
1-1.
Pitches.
I pitch down 2 balls and 1 strike. Ando Rodney card. A little tricky sometimes as
stream buffering.
spinning circle of death.
Xfinity.
And we're back.
Cool.
Walking now. Jumping all over the place like a game of hopscotch. Is a man at first on a walk. Away in the top of the 7th inning. As I think we got Jeff McNeil up at the plate now. Is this one a ground ball to first, on to second for 1, a spin and a throw from Didi. And the side retire double play ends the inning. It's time to get up and stretch with Shark Shavery.
If it's not Baroque, don't fix it.
Absolutely fantastic from Shark Shaver, bringing out the throwback literally in more ways than one here tonight.
In many ways, that is a historical tuning, a historical temperament, historical instrument.
Fantastic stuff. I'm curious as we have you here still in the booth there, Shark. What goes into the process of you trying to pick which one out for each game, trying to make each one unique?
some of the times it's just inspiration, like the census stretch, where I'll have something that's a template, like the trap stretch, and then I'll kind of, depending on what's going on, open up a voice synthesizer and add stuff, or I just get really dumb ideas or get inspiration. Like I was watching a bunch of Undertaker highlights and was like, I could make that into a stretch. That could work.
It's fantastic. I love the creativity. I love the insightfulness and the resourcefulness there.
Something happened.
As we play in the bottom of the seventh inning, something just happened. And we're a little bit behind here. I want to know. Something's about to happen with Mark Reynolds and Aroldis Chapman, and Reynolds likes that power. And when you get perfect, tend to hit one into not one bullpen, but the one behind it. Game's tied. Mark Reynolds going bomb.
You break out the perfect email from some other streamer here. I'm waiting for that.
Snyder swings and misses 0-1. Jake coming from the depths here to rally back and tie the game. You were selling yourself short a few moments ago.
Okay, wow.
Snyder down the left field line. Will it stay fair? Yes. Ground rule double. No, I did not think that one was going to stay fair for the life of me, but that one staying just within the chalk, and they're called to the bullpen for the trash cans as the sign relaying skills in Houston not quite going as well tonight in Baltimore.
It's okay. It's okay. We tied it.
I wonder what
Sada
will
swings
happen
and
next.
misses there 0-2, and a feeling he's going to be dispatched. And indeed he is. As the side retired here in the seventh inning. We got a tie ball game as 18 coming from the depths here, down a couple of runs, battling back. He hasn't played much of the show lately, but going back and regaining that muscle memory throughout the course of the night.
Before I head out, I'll say, I believe in you, Jake.
Thank you,
Don't
Shark.
step on Snake. Don't step on Slump Busters. You got this. See you guys later.
Little Mark Grace magic here on a Tuesday night as Hap swings and misses. 2-strike count. Where's Mark Grace in the game? Your Duggo will be asking someone, why is there no Mark Grace card?
We
Creative
have
player.
one. Yeah, but it's a created player, so we can't use it.
That is true. I mean, you can go that way, but where's the fun in that? You need the actual card in the game. You can only go so far with the creative player. I know a friend of mine did that with Barry Bonds just for the sake of having Barry Bonds.
Just go to extras.
The righty deals here as Gonzalez takes the strike. It's 0-1. A tight contest here as Houston had a 2-0 lead through the first couple innings, and then 18's Busters awakening from the depths and tying this game at 2 with an RBI double and then a home run from Mark Reynolds just a few moments ago as Fernando Rodney. They get the job done 2-way in the 8th inning. So far, Tardis tonight, Jakes seemed to have the right calls in terms of the bullpen usage.
Yeah, with even though he's got a little rust, I guess he's got the mentality still going.
You see
So,
Frazier
Tim,
swings.
Sorry, yeah, Tim, you sent a video yesterday. You did something fun that we were trying to get happen in a game, right?
I apologize.
You hit a pitcher dinger, right?
Yes, sir. We were talking about it, and then I hit it earlier this morning with Hershiser.
It's such a weird things like that have been happening lately. Talk about it, and all of a sudden, sure enough, a couple hours later, it happens for you in an actual game.
Looking at this game, I'm scared to think if I think I'm gonna allow a run here. If not, we're gonna be going to extras, I think.
Whew. I mean, I'm an extra.
Might as well get hairy with some extra innings as we get into the wee hours of Wednesday morning here in the East Coast as we got a tie ball game. Roberto Alomar pinch hit.
Something happened.
Something happened, froze for a second, and Alomar a drive out in a right center field at the track at the wall, and the former Oriole has given the Slump Busters the lead.
I was gonna say technically Jake is playing on Duggo's account, so it could be a Duggo extra inning game technically, but now that might not happen.
It'll be up to the bullpen from the Slump Busters to bring the trash can's misery to a fruition as Tim Anderson break out the bat flips. Second home run in as many innings. Go into that second bullpen out in the left center field. Break out the Rap Red. This ball is going way gone.
How am I doing this?
I think Jake was just blowing smoke up all of us earlier in this broadcast, saying he hasn't played in a year. Sure enough, Jake was a ringer the whole time, was waiting for the late innings to pull it out of his hat.
I said 4 months, and I wish I was kidding. I want a PlayStation again. I miss it.
Dude, I saw this cat roll up a CPU game to start the afternoon when he rolled up here against AAA Round Rock, and he was giving up runs and contact and making base running errors left and right. So there's no ringer involved, man. It's about as bad as the swing you're going to see in about 5 seconds.
Oh boy.
I guess Jake found Michael's secret stuff somewhere lying around Duggo's apartment. Maybe find some of those leftover props from Space Jam. As away now here in the 8th inning as Luis Gonzalez will duke it out against Jose Alvarado. So what happens here with 2 out in the bottom of the 8th will be a very intriguing and exciting top half of the 9th inning.
I do.
Okay.
I have Billy Wagner.
Warm up Raleigh.
Oh, yeah, I should have had Raleigh fingers. How do I do that?
Hearing some bench conversation going on.
Sorry.
You can hear the bullpen phone over the microphone. Here at an empty stadium in Baltimore. I guess there's a new COVID-19 a lack of attendance, although it seems like everyone's packed in like sardines there at Camden Yards. Hear the sound from the bullpen phone as looks like Billy Wagner's in there right now. We got a pinch hitter in Pete Alonso.
Look, people here in Baltimore are just excited that the home team's winning for once.
Taking shots at the Orioles. A rough couple years in the Charm City, and they're not getting any easier tonight. To bring a little bit of happiness over to Baltimore. See a rare win for the teams in white, and as Wagner comes and deals that one, it's 1-1. And fouled away now. 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Trash Cans. They had a 2-0 lead, they tell you, at one point in this contest before 4 unanswered runs from the Slump Busters. Much like Undertaker, rising from the dead tonight in Baltimore. The Sharks' stretch in Game 1 post-All-Star game was a precursor to what was happening in Game 2.
This might be the biggest upset of this tournament. Of course, the seeding's done by how many ball games you've called. Jake not playing in 4 months, coming back against probably the best player in the tournament.
But Tim's not quite done yet as the tying run coming to the plate, but Gleyber Torres decides he'll try and break his wrists on that first swing. It's 0-1.
Oh, you can't do this to me. You can't use my favorite person against me. That's just hurtful.
Look, Castro's about to come in as a pinch runner, the former Ithaca Bomber.
That's hurtful.
Look, Castro coming into this contest.
It's Billy's legend Billy Wagner on the mound.
Thought we were going with Red Sox legend Billy Wagner, but either way, he's got a strike. It's 1-2. He played in some random places towards the end of his career. This one fouled away.
He left right before
Philly was
they won the
early in
World
his career.
Series.
Boston was a random place to think about Billy Wagner playing at the end of his career. That in Atlanta. Very strange places to imagine Billy Wagner. There's a line out for the first out in his 9th inning.
Jake, do you know what overall Tim LaCastro is off the top of your head? We're being asked in the chat.
No, I just
It
know
doesn't
his
matter.
name's 99. Yes!
Something happened. We'll find out what it is in just a second. The 0-1 ground ball. This could be 2 on a 2nd for 1. The first, and the Slump Busters have busted their way into the semifinal round. Kid who hasn't played in 4 months allegedly rises from the dead like Undertaker and usurps the trash cans. They win it tonight 4-2. And they can celebrate in the streets of Baltimore tonight, break out the charms, and save the street corners. There might be some looting in Baltimore to celebrate this victory.
We can hear the on-field celebrations from the booth. I'm just gonna let that go.
I liked that Fernando Rodney won and lost this baseball game.
And that might be the most Fernando Rodney stat line of all time. He won and lost this game. I feel like that's happened 95 times in real life, and we finally see it happen in bot ball as Rodney loses and wins the game in dramatic, amazing fashion. As Jake, I guess we got to get the winner's interview here. Congratulations, buddy. How's it feel?
I'm just not sure how I didn't lose. Yeah, that's about all I got for you. I was getting one hit through like 6 innings. I thought, it was going down, and then just the home runs, they started coming. I couldn't get base runners together, but the home runs, baby, they took me where I needed to go.
That's the magic key in Diamond Dynasty and the show. Sometimes is need that pop and to find those big home runs late in games, and you got that here tonight. Was there any surprise to any of the guys that went deep to give you the win here in this ball game, or the guys that came through, or the guys you expected to come through?
I mean, I knew Mark Reynolds can hit bombs, and then he just hit a bomb. That was a beautiful one out to the dugout there. Other than that, I was kind of surprised the Didi's ball didn't go over the fence, but that's okay. I'll take the double.
All's well that ends well, and obviously a tough way for it all to end tonight. Happened with your bullpen this evening. A rough go of it late in the game.
Well, as you said, Fernando Rodney won the game and lost the game. And, on the top of the broadcast, we thought that it would be Blake Snell winning and losing this game. But turns out it's the other version of a Ray card of Fernando Rodney. But, I think the hill started to kind of turn downhill a little bit when Aroldis Chapman came in and started to get lit up, to say the least, by Didi Gregorius on a lefty-lefty matchup. And we just couldn't find in the bullpen today. Rodney struggled and Chapman couldn't find his own. It was a good couple innings as well to open up this game, but it came down to the relief pitching, and that was my weak area. And as you can tell, he took advantage of it. So for Jake, that's a big win. Now he has to face a very, very excited Jaden tomorrow, who, needless to say, Cookie would like you to beat.
It looks like we've got everything set up for the semifinals tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. You got Jake, a 3 seed, who just came away with that amazing come-from-behind victory. 4-2 will take on the 7 seed, Jaden B. 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Then at 9 o'clock, it'll be Jeremy Goldstein, who just topped Duggo in the 10 o'clock game, taking on Big Fund Eric Garment. 4 seed, and the winner of those 2 semifinals, 8 and 9, will play 10 o'clock tomorrow night in the championship game. So 4 great contests coming up tomorrow. Jake, while we got you here, taking on Jaden tomorrow in the semifinals, can you keep the magic going?
I'd love to say yes, but the most reasonable answer is quite clearly no. I shouldn't have won this game, so we'll just take our victory, and if we just get destroyed tomorrow, it's fine.
humility from Jake is unbelievable here tonight, selling nothing short on this Tuesday evening. Any thoughts as to who you might go with as your starter tomorrow night in that do or die semifinal?
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at maybe a Patrick Corbin card, maybe the old guy whose name I can't remember that dug out throughout in the game before. Saberhagen. There we go.
Let me say one thing real quick, Jake. Now that you're in the round of 8, the 99 rule gets dropped. You can go as heavy on the roster as you want. So you can even throw a Kluber tomorrow or, an Oral Hershiser. You could turn around and throw them tomorrow now.
Okay. I think then we'll probably go Kluber, if that makes sense. I think he's a slurve. I like the slurve.
Now we got Jaden and Jeremy in the booth here. So we got 3 of our finalists for this tournament already here in the booth. And Jaden, Jeremy, any expectations for the semifinals tomorrow?
I think I'm going to have to rely on my pitching a lot again because I threw 2 shutouts. And as long as I can hopefully rely on pitching again, I feel like I got a good shot.
Any expectations after watching an amazing come-from-behind win from Jake tonight, your opponent, tomorrow?
Listen, Jake had a great game. Jake Jeff today, but I've been saying it all tournament. I'm the guy to beat, and if he could against Tim today, then I think he might have a good difficult.
I don't disagree.
So the 2 totally different methods of trash talking in this 7-3 matchup tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We got Jake, who could not be any more self-depreciating in terms of his MLB The Show skills, while Jaden quite a little more braggadocious. So I feel like the player chat during that game tomorrow at 8 o'clock will be fantastic with the contrasting styles we just saw.
Ask Cookie. I wasn't that bad today to the chat. So, we had a good game today. Cookie played great. The better of him in this game, and I hope I get to do the same against Jake.
Yeah, but what he said 100%, I agree.
Yeah, it was definitely nice having Jaden's he's really cool to talk to while you're playing. Not quite as much trash talk as we see when we're live, but
sometimes you gotta keep up those appearances and then tone it down when you get those interpersonal conversations going in there. Gotta build up the brand for the public as a whole. But got our final 4 in the tournament. Surprises, some expected players here. This final 4. Obviously, we've got Aiden in the booth, but TARDIS, Cookie, any thoughts? Who's going to come out of this final 4? Tim, throw in your thoughts too.
Well, I'm going to really look on the first matchup of the day. I'm really thinking Jeremy Goldstein goes all the way. Now, you mentioned earlier on you thought I was the top player. I really think Jeremy is. He has the capability to be all around. You saw his pitching early on, and he does bring offense. So I think he's going to be the player to watch tomorrow. But then you turn around. I mean, you don't know what to expect between Jaden and also Jake. I mean, so Jake, who literally told me before this that he had 0 expectations in scoring runs, turns around and hits a couple of home runs. So I definitely don't know what to expect in that one. But I would like to see Jeremy's game first off. I think that's going to be a good one to watch.
Artists, any thoughts on who you think's going to come out of this Final 4 tomorrow?
Well, after the upset we saw here tonight, we could see some more upsetting tomorrow, or I guess it's today for some people, especially including me. We've also got the some of the minor league all-star games. I'll be on the call for the Southern League AA one. That'll be fun. So, and the broadcaster home run derby apparently too. I forgot we were doing that. So it's gonna be fun.
That'll be fun tomorrow for those who haven't had a chance to look at the schedule. Tomorrow it'll start at 3 o'clock, or actually at 12:15. I stand corrected. I was looking at the wrong thing. So the Texas League All-Star Game, the AA All-Star Game will be 12:15 tomorrow. You'll be from Toronto, and Hines AS of the call for that one. Southern League All-Star Game, as you mentioned, TARDIS, Be on the call there at 2 o'clock with Cole in Charlotte. At 3:45, it'll be the Eastern League All-Star Game, also Double-A. Mark Colley, Tim Moore have the play-by-play for that one. At 5:30, Mike Koski and Special Effects. P-Mister have play-by-play of the AAA All-Star Game, the International League, Pacific Coast League, duking it out. At 7 o'clock, or actually 7:30, we'll have the Broadcaster Home Run Derby, and that will lead into Game 1 of our semifinals, the 3-7 matchup, Jake and Jaden. Special Effects and Aiden Blanc will have the play-by-play for that one. Then Game 2 of our semifinal at 9 o'clock, it'll be Big Fun Jeremy. In that final, Brother Beard will be on the call for that one. And then the championship game, the winner of those 2 semifinals, at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So a busy slate of games, all-star games, championship games. Be a lot of fun tomorrow throughout the course of the day from 12 until pretty much 12 at night.
Hey, I have to ask real quick. What's Duggo's plan for tomorrow? He initially planned to kick Jake out after tonight. I guess Jake's going to have to extend his stay another day, huh?
Yeah, well, that was a shame.
Seems like that way, yes.
Break out another bed and get an extra cot, an extra pillow. Whatever you need to stay an extra night. Looks like Jade's camping up, setting up shop there.
Well, because of Jaden's inspiration, I have to just give a warning to Big Fun that he's not going to have an easy time tomorrow.
Jeremy, I like the effort, Jeremy, but you don't do it like my heart. But you don't do it like me.
I just want to play you. I just want to play you. I just want to play you.
No, but we gotta both beat our semifinal matchup, so don't worry. I'm gonna come for your throat
Jeremy,
when
is
I
that
get
safe
the
to say
chance.
that Newhouser will be throwing in tomorrow's matchup in the semifinal?
I made a mistake by not using him today because I could have used him a lot more. I don't know. Because I do have Kluber, but am I going to be that guy who uses Kluber? I'm not sure. So I have to sleep on it, but I will not make an official announcement. But Newhouser could very well be going tomorrow.
Whatever it is, it'll be a lot of fun, and it'll be very interesting to see how it all plays out. I'm about to sign off as we are into the wee hours here in the East Coast, almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Best of luck to you all tomorrow in the semifinals. Tim, great game today. Couldn't come out on the winning end. Cookie, Tardis, great talking with you guys as well. But back at it tomorrow for a lot of fun. Looking forward to it.
Yes, sir. Have a good night, man.
Good night, boys.
Have a good night, Justin.
See ya.
See ya.
took more shots after phase than Kobe. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scary. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you, but you got love for Vince. Feeling like Snoop with the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack 'em up and smell like the man running sound. Lucas mode. When I am, I heard the Lucas toe. Long Beach like Crazy Joe or Mayhem. When we get new wheels from House the Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that.